angefangen. Hallo Freunde. Habt ihr Bild, habt ihr Ton? Könnt ihr mich sehen? Könnt ihr mich hören? In 4 Minuten geht's hier los. Sagt erstmal Bescheid.
In French?
Yeah. Not you.
Yeah.
Can he swear in French?
I can.
Well, obviously.
Moinsen. Habt ihr Bild, habt ihr Ton? Könnt ihr mich sehen? Könnt ihr mich hören? Ja, gell?
9 years we never had that question. I mean, if I didn't know it was swearing, it would probably be okay.
Bescheid, sehr
we
schön.
have a French
Also dann
comedian.
begrüße ich erstmal den lieben XMM, dann Fire, Wired, Bug, dann Doc.Org, Tingeln, Olaf, Xenicom, Maniac.de, Gamelochi, sehen niemals nie, Captain Wurstfinger, Papi spielt,
I know.
Piratendame, Hasitöner, den lieben Crispin, DX Fox, 42 Aldi, Aslek und Fanartig Namen zusammen zum ersten Mal gechattet, sehr schön. Und der liebe Andi ist auch da. Wupp, wupp. Hallo Freunde. Schön, dass ihr da seid zu völlig ungewohnter Stunde, denn heute ist ein besonderer Tag. Für den Fall, dass ihr es noch nicht wisst, wir haben heute etwas Besonderes, nämlich die CitizenCon. Wer lacht da? Ist das bei mir eigentlich nicht. Ach so, das ist das. Das ist das. Hier lacht jemand, glaube ich. Das mache ich mal auf Pause. Hier sind wir schon auf dem Twitch-Kanal von CRG. Hier geht es jetzt bald los. Und ja, da würde ich sagen, hier bleiben wir auch drauf. So ein bisschen im Hintergrund. Aber genau, da geht es jetzt gleich los. Ich meine in 2 Minuten 47. Nee, das ist nicht das. Das ist was anderes. Angeblich um 19 Uhr. Also in 9 Minuten geht es da los, Freunde. Und ja, wie geht es euch? Was für euch? Eagle Mo hat gerade abonniert. Hallo Uli im Chat, auf die lange Nacht. Das wird übel. Ich hab eine Weile überlegt, wie ich das übertragen soll, ob ich es übertragen soll, ob wir das machen. Dann dachte ich, nein, wir machen es selbstverständlich und wir machen es auch ganz. Also wir machen es nicht so erst um 8, sondern wir sind jetzt schon da. 19 Uhr geht's los, um 20 Uhr geht das normale Panel, aber wir finden auf jeden Fall einen Grund und Gründe und Dinge, über die wir reden können. Und einer der Gründe auf jeden Fall oder eins der Dinge, über die wir reden können, ist, kann ich euch ja zeigen, ist ja auch noch das Ding hier. Warte mal, wo haben wir das? Genau, hier haben wir das. Genau, heute gibt es auch noch was zu gewinnen. Nee, das habe ich hier gar nicht groß angekündigt. Genau, das habe ich auf kleiner Flamme sogar gekocht. Einfach damit das nicht so Wellen schlägt, weil ich möchte nicht, dass das jetzt heute so mega im Vordergrund steht, dass es heute noch was zu gewinnen gibt und so, sondern ich möchte in erster Linie, dass es heute um die CitizenCon geht, genau, exakt. Warte mal, wo habe ich denn das? Ich habe das nirgendwo, glaube ich, groß verkündet, aber ich habe eine wunderschöne Grafik gemacht. Tingeln und Aslek, und das ist dann nämlich auch so ein bisschen für die Leute, die halt regelmäßig da sind, damit eure Chance ein bisschen größer ist. Versteht ihr, wie ich meine? So, also pass auf, ich ziehe das hier mal rein. Zum Beispiel für Tischi. Hier, da haben wir es. So, heute hauen wir was ganz Besonderes raus, Freunde. Nämlich dieses wunderschöne Ding. Eine A1 Spirit mit LTI und Game Package. Verlosung während der CitizenCon live im Stream. Und da ist auch der Ardent Paint dabei. Und wie gesagt, ich habe heute schon so die Werbetrommel gerührt, dass ich das Ding streame. Ich wollte jetzt nicht nochmal sagen, dass es da was zu gewinnen gibt. Die Leute, die jetzt mit mir die Gamescom angucken, die haben die Chance teilzunehmen. Wir machen das erste Mal so, dass es über 2 Tage geht, also halt morgen und übermorgen, weil das Ding ja auch 2 Tage geht, ja. Und auf jeden Fall, einer von euch, die jetzt mit mir das zusammen angucken, die da sind, haben die Möglichkeit, mit diesem Ding nach Hause zu fliegen. Wirklich sehr schön. Ich finde das sehr geil, das Teil. Und ja, was haben wir jetzt? 7 Minuten haben wir. Und ich werde jetzt erstmal die Nase putzen. Bis gleich. So, und da bin ich wieder, Freunde. Und ich bin jetzt erstmal auch alleine im Discord, ob jemand noch dazukommt im Lauf der vielen Stunden, das werden wir noch sehen. Ich mache das alles easy peasy. Heute, morgen und übermorgen oder heute und morgen, würde ich sagen. Weil das wäre blöd, wenn wir das heute schon verlosen, weil morgen ist ja auch noch ein Tag. Morgen wird vermutlich ziemlich viel geiles Zeug noch kommen. Also viele Neuerungen. Ich habe jetzt hier auch noch mal den Plan, was alles auf uns zukommt. Moment, das werde ich auch noch mal kurz hier reinziehen und werde mir mal den Browser so vorbereiten. Also hier haben wir die Seite, hier haben wir den Stream, den wir angucken. Da haben wir das Giveaway, sehr schön. Dann ziehe ich hier noch den Plan rein von der CitizenCon. Vielleicht sogar den Hallenplan, warum nicht? So, das kommt ja alles auf uns zu, die nächsten 2 Tage. Um 11 geht's los. Das hier, 11 Uhr, entspricht quasi 20 Uhr. Aber der Livestream von CIG beginnt schon um 19 Uhr, also genau in 5 Minuten. Und ihr seht, das ist beides morgen so, dass es quasi um 20 Uhr losgeht. Aber der Stream von CIG fängt um 19 Uhr an und deswegen gehen wir auch immer rein um 18:30 Uhr. Dann könnt ihr die schöne Intro-Mucke angucken und auf jeden Fall können wir dann auch vorher noch ein bisschen quatschen. Wir haben so ein bisschen Zeit und können alle runterkommen. Und hier haben wir noch den Hallenplan, den können wir uns auch noch angucken. So geil wäre das, wenn wir da wären. Wir sind nicht da, aber zum Beispiel unser lieber Freund Viborg ist da. Der hat jetzt die Möglichkeit, hier im Stand Theater rumzulaufen. Der hat sich vermutlich schon hier bei den Community Booths umgeschaut und wahrscheinlich schon irgendwo hier bei VIP Lounge. Er ist ja bestimmt auch ein VIP, hat er sich wahrscheinlich schon niedergelassen. Streamst du die komplette CitizenCon, also bis 4 Uhr. Ich habe jetzt keine, so jetzt sind alle Tabs auf jeden Fall auf. Wir haben den Raumplan, wir haben den Zeitplan, wir haben das Giveaway. Hier, das zeige ich euch auch, ja, nochmal ein bisschen ins Maul fransig machen. Das hier könnte gewinnen. Wie gesagt, aber ich habe es nicht an die große gehängt. Einfach damit die lieben Leute, die mit mir das Ding gucken, tatsächlich auch die exklusive Chance haben. Und jetzt geht's los. Jetzt zuschauen. Jetzt geht's los mit dem Stream. Jetzt setze ich mal meinen Kopfhörer auf, Freunde. Genau, und ich streame die komplette CitizenCon, das ist jedenfalls geplant. Ich habe mit den Jungs nichts abgemacht, ich werde immer wieder schauen, wer da ist. Ich werde auch gucken, wer im Discord ist und dann bei Bedarf, falls es irgendwas Cooles gibt und so, werde ich den ein oder anderen hochziehen. Ist das hier gerade ohne Ton? Sagt mir mal kurz Bescheid, wie es bei euch ist. O7 steht hier gerade. Jetzt ansehen. Das war nur ein Test. Nur du bist zu hören. Da kommt gerade gar nichts, gell? Ist der Stream jetzt schon? Läuft der schon? So, Moment. Nee, da läuft gerade noch nichts. Ich habe das Gefühl, da läuft noch nichts. Warte mal. Ton kommt jetzt. Nur du bist zu hören. Okay, alles klar. Dann gehen wir nochmal hier hin. Zack. Und dann da. Answer the call? Ich habe keinen Ton. Warte mal. CitizenCon D1, Star Citizen Live. Doch, jetzt. Da sind wir. Alles klar, Freunde. Viel Spaß. Viel Spaß. Herz für euch. CitizenCon 2953 oder sagen wir so CitizenCon 2023. Ich bin gehypt. Den Ton hören nur Subscriber und Concierge, genau. Auf einen glorreichen Abend. Genau, wie gesagt, wir machen alles spontan. Ihr kennt mich. Ich lasse den Chat hier eingeblendet. Ich mache aber das Ding so auf F11. Dann sieht es ein bisschen geiler aus. So. Dann seht ihr hier, was im Chat läuft. Ihr seht meine Birne. Ich mache ab und zu diesen. Und wenn es laut genug ist, sagt Bescheid. Ich werde das gleich noch checken, wenn die anfangen zu labern, werde ich den Ton noch so ein bisschen einpegeln, damit wir das verstehen. Und ganz wichtig, ich werde nicht die ganze Zeit schwafeln und ich werde nicht jeden Satz, auch nicht ich werde auch nicht jeden Satz übersetzen. Szenecom hat gerade abonniert. Vielen Dank, Szenecom, für dein Abo. Vielen, vielen Dank. Es sei denn, ihr bittet mich darum. Wenn ihr etwas nicht verstanden habt, Freunde, dann schreibt bitte in den Chat. Sterntee hat gerade abonniert. Vielen Dank, Sterntee, für dein Abo. Vielen, vielen Dank. Vielen Dank. Also, ich werde nicht alles kaputt quatschen, aber wenn ihr was wissen wollt, fragt mich. Und ja, ich mache jetzt mal so. Let's go. Schöne Musik, ja? Stimmt die Qualität auch? Warte mal. Wenn ihr es lauter haben wollt, sagt Bescheid, gell? XMM, vielen Dank für deine 500 Bits. Vielen Dank. Herz für dich. Ich glaube, es kann ein bisschen lauter sein. Jola. Jola, sei lieb. Sei lieb. Jola. Jola, alles gut, mein Schatz. Alles gut. Alles gut. Alles gut, mein Hase. Alles gut. Ich glaube, ich muss da hinten mal Fenster zumachen. Moment. So, wieder da. Ich bin auch aufgeregt. Echt? Wie aufgeregt seid ihr, Freunde? Sagt mal Bescheid. Ich bin ziemlich aufgeregt. Wir können ja mal kurz, solange hier die Mucke noch läuft, drüber reden. Was erwartet ihr euch? Womit rechnet ihr? Wie aufgeregt seid ihr? Mega gehypt? Ich auch. Ich auch. Also ich rechne mit Folgendem. Wir haben ja bisher immer CitizenCons gehabt, wo wir viel über die Technik gesehen haben. Also so mal blöd gesagt, so nach dem Motto, wir können jetzt Monde bauen, so funktioniert der Sound, so ist unsere KI und so. Also wir haben viel über die Technik gesehen. Ich habe aber das Gefühl, dass wir technisch sehr, sehr weit sind, Freunde. Und dass die Technik gar nicht mehr so das große Thema ist, sondern wir, glaube ich, wir werden in dieser CitizenCon Content sehen. Wir werden Content sehen und wir werden Daten sehen. Wir werden wissen, wann kommt was. Das ist das, was ich erwarte. Vielleicht morgen ein Vertical Slice, so ein bisschen Info über Squadron 42. O7 in die Runde. Also ich glaube, wir sehen richtig geile Sachen. Nicht so viel Technikkram, hoffe ich mir, aber geile Sachen. Ich erwarte viel von Pyro zu sehen und hoffentlich auch über Squadron 42. Genau. Geht mir auch so. Morpel, alles gut. Entspann dich. So, HC Hitten, moin moin. Was natürlich sein kann, fällt mir gerade auf, Um 20 Uhr fangen ja die Panels an, gell? Was machen wir, wenn dieses Intro jetzt hier eine Stunde geht? Weiß jemand, wie lang das Intro geht, Freunde? Ich meine, die Musik ist geil, ich höre sie mir auch gerne an, aber ich weiß es ja, wie es ist, gell? Mein Intro geht ja auch 13 Minuten, wenn ich es normal laufen lasse. Und ich habe keine Ahnung, wie das hier ist. Wie lange die ihr Intro planen. Also offiziell geht es ja erst los um 8. Dann schreiben wir ein bisschen und kippen uns Bier in die Birne. Ja, das können wir machen. Ich lasse es einfach mal so laufen, okay? Einverstanden? Wenn nachher das größer wird oder wenn es losgeht, mache ich das Bild wieder groß, mache den Chat wieder weg. Aber ich möchte so auch den Chat ein bisschen durchlaufen lassen. Hier werden nämlich alle möglichen Nachrichten schon gelöscht vom Moderator. Schaut mal, da wird schon richtig schön reingespammt. 321 ist one big bug, schreibt hier einer. So, when does it start? Das fragen wir uns auch. Ich mach mal so. Na, ihr Nerds, seid ihr alle bereit? Ich habe mir ein Glas Wein und Chips besorgt und nun let the show begin. Chips habe ich auch noch. Ich habe Toblerone. Ich weiß nicht, ob wir Eis haben. Pyro ist auf der Con wohl spielbar. Ist es so? Wirklich? Ehrlich? Aber wahrscheinlich für die Leute, die vor Ort sind, gell? Wo sind eigentlich deine Mods? Die sind da. Aber im Moment ist ja niemand, oder vielleicht sind sie auch gar nicht da. Moment, ich schau mal. Nee, ich glaube, die sind noch nicht da. Im Moment muss ich euch administrieren. Wird was in den Panels vorgestellt, was dann direkt reinkommt? Wisst ihr das? Ich glaube nicht. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich ein Eis habe. Meine Frau ist gerade noch beim Einkaufen. Heute ist Giveaway, heute und morgen. Heute gibt es quasi, ich habe es nicht groß an die Glocke gehängt, aber es gibt jetzt für die CitizenCon, für alle Leute, die teilnehmen oder die zugucken, die sagen, Mensch, wir könnten auch bei Knebel gucken oder bei, keine Ahnung, bei anderen Leuten. Wir sind aber beim Uli, für die gibt es zur Belohnung die Möglichkeit, das Ding hier zu gewinnen. Und ich habe es auch nicht groß an die große Glocke gehängt. Also ich habe nicht gesagt, kommt in meinen Stream, hier gibt's was. Sondern ich habe für dieses Giveaway, obwohl das ein geiles Giveaway ist, gar keine Werbung gemacht.
This is the sound of my voice.
Oh, es geht los. Warte mal.
Can you hear me?
Es geht los. Moin zusammen. Hallo Captain Big Bird oder Big Beard. Danke dir für das Giveaway. Gern geschehen. Guck mal, ihr seht, das ist immerhin CIG. Guckt mal, wie laienhaft bei denen der Stream anfängt. Da läuft einfach so das Intro und jetzt sagt der Typ, während des Intros könnt ihr mich hören. Hallo? Was ist denn da los? So, let's go.
This is the sound of my voice.
Und die Stimme ist auch voll übersteuert.
What a good-looking voice. If you can hear my voice, type voice in chat. You're telling me I had it too close to my mouth.
Ja, nicht in unseren Chat. Keckweh, genau.
Run DMC. You tell me I can't do it like Run DMC, Anthony?
So, ich mache hier mal 70%.
Whose house? Run's house. Dance with me, Anthony.
Ah, da seht ihr. Livestream ist gar nicht so leicht.
Alright, we're gonna sit. How's that going, Justin? Are they hearing me?
Alle mal yes in den Chat. Wir hören ihn.
Maybe the other place. All right, everybody, that's a successful audio check. We're going to be live with the pre-show at approximately 10:30 Pacific. We'll see you then. Thanks.
So, Driss sagt, also ich bin vermutlich kein Hardcore-Fan, wenn ich auch immer ein bisschen kritisch bin. Aber ich wünsche mir, dass nicht tobender Applaus kommt, wenn Sie wieder was vorstellen wie eine Kaffeemaschine im Raumschiff. Ich denke, vernünftige Ökonomie, Benutzen der Sachen, die abbaubar sind, etc., das wäre was. Die machen Soundtest live, wie bei den heutigen Computerspielen, wir auch Beta-Tester sind. Ja, ist so. Also dieser Film sieht auf jeden Fall nicht schlecht aus, muss ich sagen. Ich will Fauna. Ist Fauna Tierwelt? Flora ist, glaube ich, Pflanzen, gell? Fauna ist, glaube ich, Tierwelt, oder? Du willst Tiere im Verse haben? Ja, wir schauen. Ein Tier habe ich ja hier. Das schläft zum Glück wieder. Namt Uli. Hallo Herowulf. Hallo Herowulf. Das Bild ist nicht der Intro, sondern es läuft auch in der Halle an den Leinwänden. Ah, okay. Tiere und NPCs überall. Dark Rebirth, hallo, moin, moin. Andi, Fauna, da arbeiten Sie ja schon dran. Ich denke, viele erwarten Großes. Machen wir den Sound wieder ein bisschen auf 30. 16.000 Leute gucken da jetzt schon zu. Vor 16.000 Leuten machen Sie einen Live-Soundtest. Dabei haben Sie gestern 2 Streams schon gemacht, um all das zu checken. Nein, nein, nein. Ich denke, könnt ihr euch erinnern, die CitizenCon, nicht die CitizenCon, sondern die Con 42, wie geil das da war. Ich weiß, bestimmt schon 6 Jahre. Warum steht da nicht Zoom unter dem Logo? Man stelle sich vor, alles, was es gibt, wird hergestellt von Spielern, siehe F Online, das wäre was. Ja, ja, ja. Womit geht's eigentlich los? Warte mal, ich schau mal kurz, womit es losgeht. J-Temp ist jetzt Follower, vielen Dank. Also gemäß Plan, wenn die Mucke hier mal aufhört, geht's um 8 Uhr los. Das ist in 50 Minuten. Ich hoffe aber, dass sie früher raufgehen. Geht's los mit Shaping the Verse, The Future of Star Engine. Das wird das erste Panel sein und 1,5 Stunden gehen. From Pixel to Persistent Universe and everything in between, join us as we showcase the power and depth of Star Engine, enabling the seamless scale that push our games to the cutting edge of industry, technology and beyond. Fanartig ist jetzt Follower. Vielen Dank, Fanartig. Vielen Dank. Herzlich. Das heißt, wenn das hier losgeht um 20 Uhr, ich hoffe natürlich, dass wir vorher schon was zu sehen kriegen, werden wir erstmal informiert über die Star Engine. Wir werden sehen, demonstriert bekommen, live, Showcase, The Power und Death. Also wir werden live demonstriert bekommen, was die Star Engine alles kann. In ihrer Tiefe, in ihrer Macht und so, nicht wahr? Und wir werden gucken, wie sie sich noch skalieren lässt, noch weiter skalieren lässt, um halt Industrielieden und so weiter. Nicht? Da bin ich mal gespannt. 1,5 Stunden wird das. Und ja, mal schauen. Ich hoffe, dass die vorher schon so ein bisschen was zeigen. Nicht nur in 50 Minuten, ansonsten machen wir uns einfach die Zeit schön. Mal sehen, was es für neue Schiffe gibt. Also für jeden, der es noch nicht mitbekommen hat, alle Zuschauer, ich habe es auch nicht groß angekündigt, das ist das, was ihr gewinnen könnt während der Con 42 in meinem Stream. Ich habe keine große Werbung gemacht, sondern jeder, der jetzt freiwillig hier ist, hat die Chance mitzumachen. Herowulf hat gerade abonniert. Vielen Dank, Herowulf. Ich hoffe auch, dass Sie etwas bringen, was Richtung weniger DIESEN geht, mehr Clustering. Eigentlich gibt es viel, mit dem, was Sie uns verwöhnen, überraschen könnten. Ich hoffe, es ist etwas dabei für uns alle. So, Mauratz 108 ist jetzt Follower. Vielen Dank, Mauratz, für dein Follow. Vielen Dank. Das zweite Panel wird dann wohl ein Live-Eindruck von Reparatur-Gameplay werden. Andi, du gibst mir das Stichwort. Da schauen wir doch mal drauf. Das zweite Panel wird sein, das zweite Pony wollte ich jetzt sagen, Fix It and Fly It. We want to get a look at Resource Management in Action Here we showcase an exciting upcoming gameplay role that shakes up the vehicle experience, continues our journey towards multi-crew gameplay and affects all life in the verse as we know it. Also im Prinzip tatsächlich Reparatur-Gameplay. 1 Stunde und danach gibt es dann ein Cosplay-Competition. Aber wir konzentrieren uns erstmal auf das erste Panel. Wir werden sehen, wie geil die Star Engine ist, Freunde. Und darauf freue ich mich. Das ist nice. Wohl der erste Skin. Ich habe nur die C1. Ja, genau. Ihr könnt tatsächlich das hier mit dem sogenannten Arden-Skin gewinnen. Den finde ich im Übrigen sehr cool. Viele haben gesagt, dass sie die A1 in dunkel geiler finden oder schöner, um mal hier normal zu reden. Mir gefällt aber dieser weiße Skin tatsächlich sehr gut, auch mit dem Blau. Mir gefällt das prima. Ich muss auch sagen, dieses Ding würde ich gerne selber behalten, aber das geht natürlich nicht. Das geht an euch raus. So, genau. Und wenn ihr ins Discord gehen wollt, perfekt. Vielen Dank, lieber Andi, für den Hinweis, falls ihr ins Discord gehen wollt, um euch über die über die CitizenCon zu unterhalten. Einfach Ausrufezeichen Ticket in den Chat und genau. Wenn ihr das toll findet, was wir machen, hier Ausrufezeichen ORGA und wenn ihr mir eine Freude machen wollt, Ausrufezeichen YouTube und so weiter. So, die A1 ist ein Bomber. Ich habe den weißen Skin leider nicht bekommen, was echt blöd ist. Ich weiß gar nicht, wer den weißen Skin überhaupt bekommt. Habe ich keine Ahnung. Ich weiß nur, dass ich sie im Hangar habe mit dem weißen Skin. Und das ist ja das Schöne, da habe ich ja das große Glück und da bin ich auch sehr, sehr dankbar für, denn ich kann die Dinger, die ich verlose, habe ich gleichzeitig selber im Hangar, weil ich muss sie ja logischerweise auch zeigen und das mache ich natürlich gerne. Das habe ich auch im letzten Stream ja schon getan, da sind wir mit dem Ding auch schon rumgeflogen und haben uns das angeschaut. So. Den bekommen alle, die den A1 nur gekauft haben, wenn ich das richtig verstanden habe. Ja, die jetzt zur CitizenCon das Ding kaufen, gell? Wir können ja mal kurz gucken, Freunde. Lass uns mal vorstellen, wir wären da. Was würden wir da alles sehen? Wir gehen das mal alles durch. Rundown Entrance, hier, das ist der Eingang. Dann haben wir Ride the Dragonfly. Da haben wir wohl eine lebensgroße Dragonfly. Da könnt ihr auch sehen, wie groß das ganze Gelände ist. Denn hier, ich glaube ungefähr so wie das B ist der Umfang von einem Menschen. Also ihr seht, das ist schon ganz schön groß. Ich weiß nicht, wie viele Leute hier nebeneinander in der Reihe hocken können, aber ich sage mal hier auf der Breite vielleicht so 5. So. Wenn jetzt jemand besonders fleißig ist, kann er mal ausrechnen, wie viele hier reinpassen. Dann haben wir C, to be announced. Da ist quasi noch nichts groß definiert. Hier steht aber Staff only. Das kann sein, dass das irgendwas Geheimes ist. Fight or Fly Live. Das ist hier von ab.Uhr eSports ein Stand, wo man höchstwahrscheinlich live spielen kann, Star Citizen. Und quasi, auch richtig Competition machen kann. Das werden wir bestimmt im Livestream auch sehen. Wieder mehrere geile Teams gegeneinander eintreten. Uli kann dann ja den nächsten auslosen, will keinen Bomber und auch nichts mehr kaufen. Ja, wir sehen das. Wenn ihr das Ding gewinnt und nicht haben wollt, könnt ihr natürlich immer Bescheid sagen. So, hier ist die Content Creator Corner auf E. Das ist hier. Da sind wahrscheinlich so ein paar kleine Hocker, wo die Content Creator hocken können. Da wäre ich theoretisch auch, wenn ich jetzt nach LA geflogen wäre. Aber im nächsten Jahr, wenn die in Deutschland ist, da werde ich höchstwahrscheinlich hier meine Klamotten und meinen Rucksack hinstellen, denn da gehe ich auf jeden Fall hin. So, dann haben wir hier auf F den Merch Store. Der ist hier relativ dicht am Eingang. Klein und süß. Da wäre ich echt mal gespannt, was da alles drin ist. Willkommen in der United Lost Inc. Neo oder Neo 17. Vielen Dank, super. So, dann haben wir als nächstes hier die General Lounge. Das ist G. Hä? Wo ist denn hier G? Bin ich blind? Die General Lounge, G, warte mal. Wo ist denn hier G? D, C, H. Da, okay. Graf Päckchen hat gerade abonniert. Vielen Dank, lieber Graf Päckchen. Der G-Punkt ist schwer zu finden. Perfekt. AEG Entsafter, perfekt. Dieser Gag kommt genau auf den Punkt. Perfekt getimed, spitze. Vor allem, da hast du gerade mal 10 Sekunden gebraucht, um dir das auszudenken. Sehr schön. Ich hoffe, wir sehen dich noch ganz oft, weil ich liebe das, wenn jemand richtig schlagfertig ist. Also hier ist auf jeden Fall der G-Punkt. Hier liegen auch schöne Teppiche. Ich weiß gar nicht, was das hier immer ist. Das sind so Kabelrollen irgendwie. Keine Ahnung, was das bedeutet. Und dann haben wir hier die VIP-Lounge. That's where we belong. Da ist alles ein bisschen schöner noch. Mit einer Palme, mit einer richtigen Zimmerpflanze. Mal gucken, wer da rein darf. So, und dann haben wir jetzt hier den ganzen Bereich für die Community. Da gehe ich mal hier so ein bisschen rüber. Und da schauen wir mal, was hier drin ist. Hier sind die ganzen Props von CLG selber. Hier ist die Test Squadron. Was das ist, weiß ich nicht, ehrlich gesagt. Ihr könnt gerne in den Chat reinschreiben, falls ihr was besser wisst. Hier haben wir Altama Energy. Weiß ich auch nicht, ist wahrscheinlich ein Energy-Drink da drüben. Dann haben wir Hubnet. Don't know. Dann haben wir hier Cosplay und Maker Community. Das kann ich mir vorstellen. Ist auch schön groß. Dann geht es hier rüber in die Lounge. Dann haben wir auf 6. Das Imperium hat einen eigenen Stand. Sehr geil. Alles PCs mit fertigen SWAT und 42 drauf zum Durchzocken. Das wäre geil. So, dann haben wir auf 7 Equinox und Vanguard. Auf 8 haben wir The Corporation. Das sind sicherlich Clans oder Gilden in Amerika. Dann haben wir hier Atmo Esports. Dann haben wir 10 GRDF. Das ist sicherlich auch eine Gilde. Das ist ja hier die Community. Dann haben wir die United Space Confederation. Sehr bescheidener Name übrigens. Dafür sehr kleiner Stand. Ist höchstwahrscheinlich auch eine ORGA, heißt das richtige Wort. Dann haben wir hier mit 12 die Atlas Defense Industries. Ich habe jetzt die ganze Zeit Gilde gesagt. Dann haben wir hier Sol Armada auf 13, Tesseract Corporation auf 14, Soul Citizens. JTemp hat gerade abonniert. Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank, JTemp. Dann haben wir hier Quantum Jump auf 16, IX Systems Xian Workshop, Walkers of Sigma und Asus Republic of Gaming. Also hier ist tatsächlich der Asus-Stand auch noch mit drin. In der Community. Sehr geil. Also hier kriegt man einiges zu sehen. Und hier ist quasi dann das fette Theater, das Stanton Theater. Da bin ich mal gespannt, wie das rüberkommt und ob die das auch tatsächlich hinkriegen, das live zu streamen. Ich bin jetzt gerade ein bisschen träum ein Sprungtor in die erste Mission von SWAT und 42. Der Evok hat schon teilgenommen. Darf man fragen, wann die Verlosung sein wird? Bin von 20 bis 22 Uhr beim Warhammer Fantasy Pen and Paper. Dann werden wir es genau da machen. Nein, Spaß. Ich werde das irgendwann morgen machen. Wahrscheinlich morgen gegen Streamende, um da so ein bisschen noch so einen Höhepunkt zu machen. Man muss aber nicht anwesend sein. Es wäre aber natürlich schön, wenn du anwesend bist. Aber 20 bis 22 Uhr kann ich dir jetzt schon sagen, werden wir sicherlich keine Verlosung machen. Also da kannst du auf jeden Fall springen. Okay? Also du kannst gerne, es ist gut, wenn du dabei bist, aber heute 20 bis 22 Uhr werden wir das nicht verlosen. Ja, weil das ist ja gerade jetzt in einer halben Stunde schon. Da haue ich das Ding nicht schon raus. In der Ecke C stehen ca. 100 Gaming-PCs mit Joysticks. Auf dem Screen siehst du Welcome to Pyro. Das wäre geil. Wenn ich gleichzeitig 6 Streams schaue, bin ich dann eigentlich schon ein Nerd? Nein, das ist noch normal. Das ist doch völlig normal. Dann gehörst du noch zu den völlig normalen Menschen. So, Freunde. Wir gucken hier mal rein, was die Leute schreiben im Chat. Da werden immer wieder Nachrichten gelöscht. How long until start? Die Leute hier im Chat sind auch relativ ungeduldig. Good music for Dogfight. I'm so excited. 20.000 Viewers and it's all cancelled. Also ihr seht, der Humor kickt auch da rein. Wir haben noch Zeit. Das Intro läuft aber schon ganz schön lange, gell? Wenn ich mir überlege, 19 Uhr hat es angefangen. 25 Minuten. Zeigen können die viel. Ich hoffe, das kommt dann noch dieses Jahr. Ich überlege mir ehrlich gesagt gerade, ob ich meine Carrack belade. Was wird bei der CitizenCon gezeigt, fragt Moonlight. Das wissen wir alle nicht, lieber Moonlight. Wir sind alle gespannt. Wir gucken sie heute das erste Mal. So einen bösen Scherz würde ich nicht trauen, wenn einige tausend Nerds in der Halle sind. Ja, genau. Ich glaube, ich gehe jetzt gleich ins Spiel rein, Freunde. Weil wenn die jetzt hier noch eine halbe Stunde nur Mucke laufen lassen, dann kann ich auch tatsächlich ein bisschen Star Citizen spielen, oder? Was haltet ihr denn davon? Ich starte mal im Hintergrund das Spiel. Wir sind ja hier nicht zum Spaß, oder? So, okay, ich bin gespannt. Ja, wir werden viele coole Sachen sehen, auf jeden Fall. Dann wären wir endlich bei einer langen Wanderung auf der Road to Pyro am Ziel angekommen. Ich mache mal hier so ein bisschen hin und her. Das würde ich nämlich normalerweise auch machen. Hier ist noch nichts, gell? Sehe ich gerade. Ich kann ja, wie ist denn das eigentlich, wenn ich hier hinschalte, dann sehe ich das. Wenn ich da hinschalte, sehe ich das nicht mehr, gell? Oder sehe ich das, glaube ich, nicht mehr? Was erhoffst du dir von der CitizenCon? Was wünschst du dir am meisten zu sehen? Ich glaube, die letzten CitizenCons waren ja sehr technikorientiert. Da ging es ja viel darum, dass man den Leuten zeigt und beweist, ja, wir können es, wir können das umsetzen, was ihr euch wünscht. So, wir haben viel Technikkram gesehen, wir haben teilweise Panels gesehen, da ging es quasi nur um Sound. Aber ich glaube, dass wir jetzt über diesen Stand hinweg sind. Ich glaube, wir werden tatsächlich Content sehen. Ich glaube, wir sehen relativ viel Sachen, auf die wir uns freuen. Und ich glaube, wir sehen auch viele Sachen, die versehen sind mit einem Datum. Also ich glaube, wir sehen Pyro. Lädst du ein? Kann ich theoretisch machen. Ich wollte jetzt eigentlich gar nicht groß... Eigentlich hatte ich gar nicht vor, jetzt groß zu spielen. Warte mal. Ich wollte nur so ein bisschen nebenbei rumfliegen und die Mucke laufen lassen, damit ich nicht hier wie so ein Ölgötze sitze. So, pass auf. Ich mache mir hier den Sound wieder so. 50. So. Und den Sound mache ich jetzt mal aus. Und dann mache ich kann aber sehr gerne einladen, selbstverständlich. Ich hätte jetzt gar nicht damit gerechnet. Wer möchte denn mit? Wann kommt denn die Kampagne? Das wissen wir nicht. In 3 Minuten beginnt die Pre-Show. Meinst du? Also um halb. Ich gehe hier mal so einfach rein, Freunde. Also ich erhoffe mir von der CitizenCon Infos zu Pyro und zum Verse generell mit Datum. Also so, dass man sagen kann, okay, das ganze Ding funktioniert und dann wird das soweit sein. Vielleicht sogar ein Video oder eine Showcase, wie man durch ein Wurmloch fliegt. So, dass man sehen kann, die arbeiten tatsächlich dran. Und dann erhoffe ich mir viel Infos zu Squadron 42. Genau. Und auch mit Datum. Also so, ich glaube, es wird eine wie gesagt, eher content-orientierte CitizenCon sein und keine, wo es so sehr darum geht, dass jetzt wirklich in epischer Breite gezeigt wird, wir sind jetzt in der Lage, dies zu machen und wir können das machen, sondern es wird so ein bisschen mehr darum gehen, um Inhalte. Das ist so das, was ich mir wünsche. Was ist ein Wurmloch? Ein Wurmloch ist quasi dieser Tunnel, durch den wir durchfliegen, um quasi in ein anderes System zu kommen. Stoic OG ist jetzt Follower. Oh, es geht los. Wann, was geht los? Jetzt müssen wir hier rein. Jetzt müssen wir hier rein, Freunde.
Yeah. Let's try it again. Hi, everybody. I don't think we got it. One more time. Hi, everybody. Honestly, that was too much. Welcome to CitizenCon 2953. I am Jared Huckabee, sometimes known as Disco Lando, sometimes known as Junior, or if you ask my mom, Mr. Dummyhead. Welcome to... Wait, we did not account for the peanut gallery behind me. We are backstage at CitizenCon 2953 in what we call Hall A. Hall A is where we're going to be exhibiting all of our presentations. We've got 2 days of presentations. Honestly, none of us quite know how the second day is going to go. Usually after we do the first day, we're all just kind of like for the next day over. So we're going to find out what day 2 is like. Day 2, I'm going to start right here, and it's going to be like, hey, everybody. Welcome to CitizenCon Day 2. Let's go to the presentation.
Ich wünsche euch auch allen eine wunderschöne CitizenCon, Freunde. Herz für euch, viel Spaß und wenn irgendwas ist, fragt mich, gell? Wenn ihr irgendeinen dummen Kommentar habt, schreibt ihn rein. Ich finde die Stimmung gerade ein bisschen verhalten, ehrlich gesagt.
Honestly, we're all dead tired putting this thing together. This is by far our biggest and baddest CitizenCon yet. 2 main halls, Hall A, where the presentations are happening, Hall B, where we've transformed it into a virtual pyro playground. I want to start talking about Hall B. So the folks, when they let in, we opened doors at 8 a.m. today. They entered this, what did I call it? A pyro playground? I call it a pyro playground. Can you believe I get paid for doing this? In the pyro playground, people entered what was called the rundown entrance, which was modeled after Rundown Station, which is one of the stations that's coming in the upcoming pyro, which is on its way. Should I tell them? I think I'm gonna let the boss do that. Hey, I wanna be here for day 2. We've got the return of the Dragonfly from CitizenCon 2948. Lost 10 years. 2948, repainted with a brand new rough and ready paint scheme that is available in your digital goodies pack or on the store and whatnot. The community booths this year, if you remember from our CitizenCon 2019, they were a big new addition to CitizenCon. They were modeled after Grimheck Station in 2019. This year, they're modeled after Rundown Station. When do we get nice community booths? Like, I mean, they look amazing, don't get me wrong, but
für 90 Leute vor Ort spielbar. Also was ich jetzt gerade denke, so ein bisschen ist, das ist ja Jared Huckabee, das ist natürlich der Marketing-Profi, der macht das gut, der hat auch eine tolle Mimik und so. Aber was mich wahnsinnig stört, ist, dass die Kamera unscharf ist, dass sie es gar nicht hinkriegen, hier das Ganze scharf zu machen. Das darf überhaupt gar nicht sein. Und auch die Beleuchtung und so, das ist alles so, ja, ich weiß auch nicht. So ein bisschen komisch. So, als hätten sie das jetzt spontan gemacht.
Contest over in Hall B, so you can check that out throughout the 2-day event.
Hallo Winkelfinkel.
We've got the Content Creator Corner, where you can go and meet your favorite Star Citizen streamers and content creators, as well as Astropub. We've got... Now that one was on the card. Talk about Salty Mike, and make sure he gets his check. General Lounge. The General Lounge, where you can meet and greet with many of the CIG developers throughout the 2 days. There's a meet and greet schedule available. It's posted somewhere in the other area, so you can go and meet all your favorite developers and John Crew. Yes, I recycled the joke. Don't look at me. He knew it was coming. The VIP Lounge, where you can go and meet your developers if you are a little more important. I'm just trying to think who that is. There's a merch store where we have some fantastic swag this year. Hold on, I'm going to show some. Hold on. With this?
Die ist scharf auf den Hintergrund, wie beim Streamer, der es zum allerersten Mal macht.
Star Citizen hoodie. It's got a wonderful Star Citizen logo. And,
So, DJ Rainbow abonniert gerade mit Prime. Vielen Dank, DJ Rainbow. Vielen Dank.
What?
Wir freuen uns schon, wenn er nicht auf dem Tisch steht oder in die Wand backt, genau.
Honestly, I can't understand what they're saying. It's in
Ich
another
finde, er
language.
wirkt auch total unvorbereitet irgendwie.
Then we've also got
So, als wenn man ihn da
this
gerade
really cool
mit dem
Drake
Bus abgesetzt
interplanetary
hat.
trucker hat that's available in the merch store. I think it's also available online. It's pretty cool. You do have to have a normal size head for it to fit. Someday they'll make a hat for me. And then the coup de grace. You saw it first on a Star Citizen Live back in 2019, when folks who watched said, what an incredible
Ist das die
waste of
Bildregie?
time.
Das ist ja unfassbar riesig, gell?
Designed live on the show, the Star Citizen bobblehead.
Hallo Monsterduck.
Look at this guy. Is that in focus? He's magnificent. And he comes in a really cool box.
Und leider
With Clark
unscharf.
Defense Industries. Look good on a shelf. You can do that here. Here, Luke. Or Jake. Here. It was supposed and of course, a secret area that was revealed recently on the web, a welcome to Pyro with a bunch of computers, roughly 150 computers. And what that's for, I am also going to let the boss tell you because, again, I want to be here on day 2. So let's talk about the program. 2 days of programs, 2 days of programming representing the best stuff that our developers have to offer. Now, it's been 4 years since we've done a CitizenCon, live and in person. So maybe you've joined since the last one, so you don't really know what to expect. I want to prep you for this here. Everything that you're about to see today, and when I say everything, I mean everything that goes up on that big screen that's behind me or there on your stream, was created by the developers. Not a single marketing artist. Every single one of these developers have worked tirelessly for the last 2 months putting together this content to present to you. They made their slides, they wrote their text, they created their videos, because that's what CitizenCon is. You know, we got ISC, we got SCL, you know, that's my stuff, I do my thing, you know, but CitizenCon is where we let the developers go on stage and talk directly to you and share their work directly for you. So every time they go on stage, I need a big round of applause, and when they go off the stage, I need a bigger round of applause because I told them they'd get it, and you're gonna make me look bad. So give me an example of that round of applause, everybody.
Vielen Dank, Andi. Ich dachte mir jetzt mal, entweder ein paar Leuten einfach einen Punkt beziehen, die einen mobilen Raum haben.
itinerary for today. At 11 a.m. Pacific, which is in roughly 22 minutes, Chris Roberts, founder and CEO, is going to take the stage, and he's going to do a keynote. He's going to talk about Star Citizen, past, present, future. He's going to set some stuff up. I don't want to spoil it, but I saw the notes, and he said...
Ist total nervös, kann das sein? Ich finde ihn unfassbar hampelig. Ist unfassbar hampelig, der macht mich total kirre gerade.
Shaping the verse, the future of Star Engine
Dieses
presentation.
unscharfe Bild und das
Whatever you
Gezappel.
think this is, I promise you, you're not prepared for it. This is. I got to think about how I do want to come back tomorrow. I'm gonna let that present itself. But be in your seats. Be ready. It's unlike anything we've ever done here at Star.
Okay, wir werden geile Sachen sehen, zeigt er gerade.
12:45-ish when we timed it out yesterday. Fix It and Fly It with Torsten and Guillermo from the EU-PU feature team. They're gonna come and show you the current iteration of engineer, resource management, and true multi-crew gameplay.
Lande war immer schon hampelig.
Check that out.
Nee, aber guck mal, der Vergleich, schaut mal hier.
Then around 1:50, these times are all approximate, from our rehearsals yesterday. We got a cosplay
Merkt ihr
contest
was?
hosted by Galactica, our social media manager. That's going to be right
Ich finde
there on the
jetzt
stage.
nicht anders
Then we
als
break
sonst.
for a lunch.
Ja, der ist
We have a
wahrscheinlich
lunch
immer
break.
so, gell?
2 p.m. Pacific, we take 45 minutes. We recharge our batteries. We fix the things that broke in the first half, and we'll be back 45 minutes later with the stream. Then at 3 o'clock, it's Talking Ship, our annual a presentation by the members of the ship team, where they're going to introduce some ships you're aware of, some ships you're not aware of, some ships you're not supposed to be aware of, but you are aware of. And then, yeah.
Ein bisschen außer
there's just
Atem.
no way getting
Ich finde ihn
around that.
sympathisch, ich habe den voll gerne und so, aber er wirkt so total
and then finally wrapping
unvorbereitet.
up today is navigating the universe. That's with members of our UI team.
So als wenn er
and
gerade erst da angekommen wäre.
everybody that's been talking about it on Twitch and YouTube, trying to figure out what it is, you're right. Be in your seats. It's effing awesome. So, and then of course we wrap up about 5 o'clock today. I'll go on the stage and I'll tell you all to come back on day 2. And then of course the Hall A for you people, or Hall B for people here in attendance, that'll stay open until about 7 p.m. So if you don't get a chance to see all the cool stuff in Hall B because you're glued to your seats in Hall A, you can do that for the next 2 hours after 5 p.m. So with that, I want to throw it to my compatriot over in Hall B, Dan Haubrecht. Dan, take it away.
So, jetzt kommt das, was ich
Welcome
will.
everyone to CitizenCon 2953. Let's give it up!
Der läuft
I
jetzt.
heard a bunch of people over there. We're back, baby, after 4 long years. We are finally back in the Los Angeles Convention Center. It has been since 2019 in Manchester.
Der läuft jetzt hier
We've been
rum,
able to see
Freunde.
your
Community
beautiful
Booths.
faces in person. And we've missed you so much. Now, if you're wondering who I am, that is a very valid question. I'm the community producer here at CIG.
Und wann das unglaublich
Community
kommt,
content for
weiß
many
ich
years.
nicht.
I produce subscriber content behind the scenes for many years, just like that bobblehead that you guys saw. You're welcome. And I also produced the Battle of the Bricks from last year, the charity stream we did with Eve. So I've been producing content behind the years for
Vielleicht
a
sehen
while.
wir ja Leute, die wir
If you
kennen,
guys have enjoyed
Freunde.
the things I've been producing, let me know on socials. Use hashtag CitizenCon2953. If you guys have hated the things I've done, let me know on socials. Tweet me at DiscoLando. Sorry, Jared, you're just an easy target. Where am I right now? Well, I'm at the community booth section here at Hall B of CitizenCon 2953. As you can see, everything is decorated to look like we are on Pyro. It is fantastic to see what an amazing job these booths have done to represent their orgs, their booths, their organizations, everything. It's so cool. We're going to be visiting a bunch of them throughout the weekend, so we're only going to focus on a few right now. Come follow me right this way. We're going to focus on one of the biggest community orgs in Star Citizen, Test Squadron. Now, I believe these guys are
das ist
one
eine
of
ORGA
the
Test
biggest
Squadron.
orgs
Okay.
in all of, like,
Habe ich ja
video
eben
games.
gerätselt, was das
You guys
ist.
are like one of the biggest single-player orgs for a single game, right? You guys are like one of the biggest orgs for like a single game?
We're the largest organization for Star Citizen, as well as the Guinness Book World Records for the largest MMO guild.
So they're kind of a big deal is what we're saying. They're here at the community booth section. They have a bunch of cool swag to give away. They focus on, professional gameplay. They focus on casual gameplay, all sort of career paths and job opportunities. If you guys are interested in checking out what it's like to test out the verse, check out Test Squadron right here on the community booth section. We're going to follow me this way now over to the United Space Confederation. In a world in which the man is out to get you, one org claims to maybe have your back. That's United Space Confederacy. They are a roleplay focused org with an amazing
Der trainiert ziemlich viel, habe ich das Gefühl. Schaut mal, wie breit er ist. Testform ist auch ein Streamer, oder? Früher mehr auf YouTube.
Why you guys would want to be playing Star Citizen. United Space Confederacy is the booth to be checking out. They're going to be doing some giveaways, so if you guys are here on the show floor, come swing by their booth.
Nee, der hat auch breite Schultern, schaut mal.
Doing so much cool stuff. Ask them about their org.
Oder er hat einen
ask
ganz
them about who
kleinen
they are.
Kopf.
We're so excited to have them as well.
Ich habe mich auch
As
wieder
you can
zum
see over
schönen
here,
Uli
we have
verirrt. Hallo,
GRDF.
Betsy
I actually
Ria,
don't know if
Herz
you're
für
gonna be able to
dich.
see because there's so many people trying to buy their stuff right now. If you guys haven't heard of JRDF, well, congratulations on waking
Darf ich
up
dich
your
kurz
medically
fragen,
induced
welches
coma,
sein
because they
Lieblingsraumschiff
go with
ist?
CitizenCon
Also, das
like
war
chocolate
früher
and
die
peanut.
Ares Iron
They have been part of
und
CitizenCon
ich habe
since
die
2018
Befürchtung,
with the
dass es
Dragonfly
Richtung
in Austin.
Anvil
Brought the
F8 geht.
Dragonfly back. We will be showing you that a little later.
Das
But
kommt
if you
nur
guys
durch die
have already
Hormone im
checked out the
amerikanischen
digital goodies pack in the
Rindfleisch.
Pledge Store, well, you might have already gotten a glimpse. So go to
Cloud Cobra, guten Abend,
robertspaceoptions.com,
Ulinator, mein
check
Lieber.
out that
Hallo,
digital
Cloud
goodies
Cobra.
pack, and you'll be able to see what they brought here to CitizenCon 2953. But in addition to making large-scale things, and by the way, they also made some amazing stuff for our community booths.
Ganz wichtig, Freunde, ich möchte nicht lästern, gell? Wir lästern hier gar nicht. Ich will hier aber nur eins sagen. Das hier ist der offizielle Stream von der CitizenCon und ich finde, wenn man das vergleicht mit dem, was die Jungs auf der Con 42 gemacht haben, das war nicht viel schlechter in Richtung Kameraqualität, Tonqualität und so, war nicht viel schlechter, muss ich sagen. Also wenn das der Benchmark ist, brauchen wir uns in Germany nicht zu verstecken.
But one of those two manufacturers, you get a chance to win a free stencil of one of their new miniatures. So if you guys are here at the show floor, again, come check them out. They're going to be doing some cool stuff today, and they're selling some cool stuff as well. Literally, when this goes
Seht ihr da hinten die Lampen links?
So
die sehen so aus wie in den Reststops bei dem Chinesen.
Excuse me, everybody, making my way through. And sort of on the community booth side, we have the CIG section. We have the Interactables team making a live prop here at CitizenCon 2953. Again, if you guys have checked out the digital goodies pack, in that digital goodies pack is a trophy. It's a CitizenCon staple. We always include it in a digital goodies pack. Well, they're making it live here at the floor.
Man kann auch hören, dass sie den Ton in die Halle übertragen für das Publikum und gleichzeitig Livestreamen, weil man so ein bisschen so einen Hall hört.
If you look over there to the left, they're taking suggestions from members of the community. So if you guys want to make your mark here at CitizenCon 2953, come on over to the Interactables booth, start giving them a little bit more ideas, and maybe make your mark on history. Now, I don't think it can be said enough that
Super Hornet
we are
ist auch
so
geil.
excited to have CitizenCon here for the first time in 4 years. I'm an LA native, so to have it here in my own backyard is beyond cool. It's beyond phenomenal. Everyone here who has worked so hard, whether they're at the community booths, whether they're just a regular person showing up, or they're a member of CIG who helped make this possible, we are so grateful that you guys are here. We hope you guys have been enjoying the sort of pyro sneak peek of the community booth so far. Like I said, we're going to be checking those out later this weekend, both later today and tomorrow. We're going to be trying to get all the booths, all the orgs.
Er hat gerade gesagt, auf dem Community Booth kann man Pyro spielen. Das haben wir ja gerade auch gesagt. Also quasi hier. Hier kann man wohl bei G irgendwo hier kann man Pyro testen.
Lefty, what's up, guys?
How's it going? It's been really great. This is my first CitizenCon, and I've been loving it so far.
And so this is your first CitizenCon. What were your expectations coming here? Like, did you think that there was going to be like a pyro setting? What was kind of your bucket list, your wish list of what you hoped would be at CitizenCon?
I was hoping for pyro, but honestly, the way that everything has been set up is above and beyond my expectation. It's amazing to be here, and it's just, I expected a little bit, but the way that you guys have set everything up is outstanding.
Also der Typ freut sich auch auf Pyro und hat gerade gemeint, alles was er gesehen hat, ist weiter als er das erwartet hat. Ich weiß nicht, ob Pyro fertig ist, aber es soll ziemlich weit sein.
Have any advice for new players who are trying to make their way into the verse?
Honestly, find a friend, find someone to play its system. The guide system that Star Citizen has set up is amazing and really helpful. Or to find an org like
Der heißt Chrome
you can find us on
offensichtlich.
Discord, and we always have people that are willing to help you, whether that's over voice chat, over text. We will hop in and help you figure out the game, because it can be a little bit overwhelming, especially for new players. And that's what we're really here for, is really to make it enjoyable.
Abwarten und Wein
Awesome, thank you
trinken.
guys. Well, as I said, they're giving away some cool swag, so if you guys are here at CitizenCon, come check out their booth. We are...
So, das Lieblingsschiff von Tyrann ist die Gladiator.
So if you guys are here at CitizenCon, start making your way over to Hall A. We're beginning in just a few minutes. We're going to be talking about some more stuff here at the community booth before I kick it back over to Jared. We're going to be going over to United Space Confederation.
Ich mag die Beleuchtung da. Ich finde die Beleuchtung wunderschön. Also dieser ganze Bereich finde ich sehr cool.
What made you guys sort of decide to come up with this amazing immersive backstory for your guys' org?
Well, I didn't quite catch the question.
What made you guys come up with such an intense lore-driven background for your org?
Oh man, we've been around since the beginning, and we saw the effort that was going into the creation of the story by CIG writers, and we want to dovetail into that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bold choice to go, you know what? We are anti everything that's currently in the
Ein
game.
mächtiger Orga, liebe Freunde. Schaut mal, was das für ein Kasten ist.
So, but you guys are like
Wenn man da nicht zum
slowly starting to
Training
make your way
kommt.
back into like polite society now that the messers are gone, now that we kind of have a new imperator. So what's kind of the direction you guys plan on taking USC?
Well, we like the ideal of creating a little irritation and rubbing up against the man, if you will. And that's the direction we want to go, is to reestablish relations with the new government. So.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. Like I said, we're going to be checking out the community booths throughout the weekend, so be sure to come over here. I'm going to throw it back to Jared where we can kick off our first
Das ist
panel
das
of the
Steak,
day.
Uli. Ich
Jared,
sag,
back
das
to you,
macht
and
den
we'll see you
Nacken
back
breit.
here again at CitizenCon 2953.
Geil, sehr geil. Sehr geil. Also, oh, da sind wir in der Halle drin. Schaut, die Halle.
Thanks, Dan. He's somebody's nephew. We still haven't figured out whose. So we are here in Hall A with the community. So
Creative
as Dan
Content
said, if you're
Lead.
still hanging around in Hall B, it's very cool, but we are just a few minutes away from the start of the official CitizenCon 2953 festivities. So you want to make your way over here. 3,000 seats, still a few available. One next to my dad. Wave, Dad. You're not my dad. Where's my dad? There you are. I still owe you money. All right. So again, we're just a few short minutes away from CitizenCon 2953. Thank you for enduring our sales pitch during the pre-show. I told you, CitizenCon is entirely by the devs for the community, so we wanted to take a few minutes beforehand and do all our happy marketing stuff for you and everything. But we're just about to start.
Also
So
hampelt
with that,
schon echt viel rum,
I'm gonna
der.
wrap up.
Muss man jetzt mal echt
Thank
sagen.
you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. We'll
Kann
be
er gar
back
nicht
later
hingucken.
on in the day. Up next is Chris Roberts, then shaping the verse, the future of Star Engine. Grab yourself a snack, get a drink. You're not going to want to miss any of this. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit, everybody.
So, mal schauen. Vielleicht sehen wir hier jemanden. Gleich geht's los. Yola. Ich glaube, meine Frau kommt jetzt nach Hause. Hallöchen, hallo Dragon Rider. Also ich finde die Gladiator auch geil. Hast du schon die A1 gesehen? Cooles Schiff. Freunde. Da. Die könnt ihr gewinnen, Freunde, die A1. Alle, die jetzt mit mir zusammen die CitizenCon angucken, können teilnehmen. Warte mal, da fällt mir gerade was ein. Doch, da sieht man es hier. Ich wollte gerade sagen, man sieht das nicht. So. DW oder so hat gerade abonniert. Vielen Dank für dein Abo. Vielen, vielen Dank. Herz für dich. Vielen, vielen Dank. Sehr lieb. Wie lange soll die Show denn gehen? Die geht schon eine Weile. Ja, die müssen jetzt wieder strecken, habe ich das Gefühl. Ich sag nur, die Con 42. Zockst du denn heute nicht mehr? Nein, wir ziehen uns die CitizenCon rein. Eigentlich müsste doch jetzt Chris kommen, oder? Eigentlich sollte doch jetzt Chris kommen und die Leute begrüßen. Behaupte ich. Oder wenn es dumm läuft, warten Sie jetzt genau bis 20 Uhr, bis Sie weitermachen können. Das wären 5 Minuten. Stellen die heute neue Schiffe vor? Keine Ahnung. Ich hole mir mal Kekse, Freunde. Bis gleich. Kann ich nur empfehlen. Ist was zur Starmap bekannt? Ist die mal besser geworden? Hab eine Weile nicht gespielt. Nee, die ist immer noch furchtbar. Dinkelkekse sind geil. Die schmecken extrem cool, Freunde. Also schaut euch das mal an. Unser Vollautomat ist kaputt, leider. Uli, sehr geil, dass du heute eine 1 raushaust. Ja, das machen wir, Freunde. Ich zeig's nochmal. Wir verpassen hier nichts. Hier, schaut. Ich habe das nicht groß beworben. Ich habe das nicht groß beworben, Freunde. Einfach damit die Leute, die jetzt mit mir die CitizenCon angucken und das gemeinsam durchstehen, einfach eine größere Chance haben. Also ich habe das nirgendwo groß publiziert. Sehr geiles Schiff mit Skin, LTE und Game Package. Was bin ich vorher gemütlich im Stream zu sitzen und nicht da auf den ungemütlichen Stühlen und kein Programm? Du musst die Kekse noch einkaufen, damit es stilreich für Leute unseren Alters ist. Ja, man müsste so einiges machen. Die Spirit ist schon ein sehr geiles Schiff, ja. Ich lasse mal den Ton so auf 30%. Weil diese Halle, die... Ich habe das Gefühl, die wissen gar nicht, wie man sowas streamt, gell? Ich will jetzt nicht blöd sein, aber... Da muss doch jetzt einer mit einem Mikro rumlaufen, der ein bisschen reden kann. Ich finde sie etwas clean, aber im roten Skin mag ich sie dann doch. Schon die Schilde sind etwas mau. Namen zusammen, Namen Uli, komme ich gerade noch rechtzeitig? Ja, jetzt geht's los. Oh, jetzt geht's los, pass auf. Da sind wir. Ich mache lauter. Ah.
Well, hello, CitizenCon 2953.
Hallo Chris.
It's really, really good to be back in front of all you guys in person after 4 years being shut away, doing it online. It's so great to see so many of you, old faces, new faces. And you're going to have a great show over this weekend. I think you guys have already been around a little bit. I mean, there's some fun stuff here. There's the alleyway, seedy alleyways, the checkmate station behind you, where I think a lot of our community orgs have set up their camp. So definitely
Keine
check
Witze
that
über
out.
das
There's
Sakko,
a
bitte.
Dragonfly replica with the Pyro paint job on. Get pictures taken on.
Wir reden jetzt nicht über
We
Klamotten.
have the ab.Uhr esports first in-person flight or fight tournament, which I think will be really cool. And most importantly, we have 150 computers that you guys can get down and sit and start to play and experience the beginnings of Pyro.
Der ist schon so laut, wie es geht, leider. Kann leider nicht lauter.
And I'd like everyone to know that the people that aren't here in person, we're going to be able to give select access to the Pyro Playground next week. So we'll have more details on that if you go to our website, robertspaceindustries.com, to find out how that works. This year is the most excited I've ever been at a CitizenCon. I think we're going to show some stuff that's going to blow your guys' minds. A lot of stuff we've been working on really hard, actually, for the last few years. Anyway, I can't wait to see what you guys think of it. And there's a lot of stuff that's been iterated on by Squadron 42. You guys will have probably noticed that the tasks have dried up on the task tracker. And you're going to sort of see the results of that over these next 2 days. So hopefully you like it. And a lot of what you're going to see is going to be coming into Star Citizen over the next 12 months. Even a few little things will come into 322 at the end of this year. But definitely next year, a lot of what you'll be seeing will be coming in, and it's going to make a dramatically different experience in Star Citizen. So I'm very, very excited on that. So to our opening presentation, I noticed there was a little concern occasionally in the community that they were afraid by the time Star Citizen finally becomes 1.0 releases, maybe our tech's going to be obsolete. But to paraphrase Mark Twain, or misquote Mark Twain, because I don't think he actually said this, the news of Star Citizen's obsolescence has been greatly exaggerated. we're always going to be evolving and improving, taking advantage of new technology, even long after Star Citizen is out of alpha and we're at 1.0 and below and beyond. So, hang on.
Da geht's schon los.
It's gone backwards now. It needs, come back. There you go. Sorry. So we thought this CitizenCon would be a great place to share a lot of the tech we've been working on for the last couple of years. This presentation will be from our core technology group, which is what we formed our graphics on our online tech, audio tech, engine tech under, and they're responsible for building the tech and our engine that runs both Star Citizen and Squadron. And we're going to give you basically a session talking about some of the new stuff that's coming into the engine in the near future. But before I do that, we're going to run a little video here to remind ourselves just everything we have in Star Citizen and our tech does, because I think sometimes people don't realize everything that we can do all together. So let's run that video.
So, vielen Dank, Casavamo, für dein Abo. Vielen, vielen Dank. Has been captured in-game as one continuous shot between loading screens. Distance between has been compressed for the sake of brevity. Okay, alles, was wir jetzt sehen, ist in-game. Jetzt bin ich nervös. Solar System Size Game Spaces. Das ist In-Game-Grafik? Large World Coordinates Engine. Das ist In-Game? Das sieht aber verdammt geil aus, oder? Das ist in-game. Geile Mucke, wirklich. Danke, Captain Lowe. Oh, geil. fully interactable and multi-crew ships, die Carrack. Oh, schön laut, oder? Das ist kein Trailer, Freunde, das ist Ingame-Grafik. Sorry, ich mach mal kurz ein bisschen leiser. Das ist eine Demo, was die Engine kann, Freunde. Das ist Ingame-Grafik, kein Trailer und das ist schon fett. Also vergleicht das mal mit anderen Games. Ob wir jetzt Tiere sehen, ob sie am Ende einen 30k haben. Landet bestimmt ein Schiff. Ein Tier! Ein Tier! Ich hab's gewusst! Ein Tier! Wir sehen ein Tier! Wie geil! Ein Tier! Ich freue mich! Wir sehen Tiere! Wie geil! Oh, ich feiere das! Wir sehen Tiere! Oh, wie geil. Ein Mufflon, genau. Geil. Ich find's geil. Nein, das ist die Engine, Freunde, das ist kein Trailer. Wurmloch. Wurmloch. Geil. Neue Quantum Drive, okay, geil. Das kennen wir doch alles so, Freunde. Ich weiß gar nicht, was ihr wollt. Wir wissen, dass es so aussieht. Ich werde Bauer, genau. Das ist jetzt halt nur noch ein bisschen geiler, aber das ist die Engine, die wir kennen. Ah, na. Die kennen wir doch, oder? Die kennen wir doch. Liebe. Oh. Oh, geil. Sehr geil. Da sind sie doch. Ist das der neue Quantum Drive? Das ist der neue Quantum Drive, gell? Er sieht aber saugeil aus. Da sehe ich mich aber permanent drin. Oh, da geht's nach Pyro. Da geht's nach Pyro. Da geht's nach Pyro jetzt. Sehr geil. Die Wolken kennen wir auch. Die haben wir gesehen auf dem PTU, Freunde. Und jetzt auch live. Und die Station haben wir auch gesehen. Das ist in-game. Now we are going to Pyro. Alter, wie abgerockt die aussieht. Die ist ja voll im Eimer, die Station. Geil. Das ist Ingame-Grafik, Freunde. Ich wiederhole es nochmal. Kein Trailer. Guck mal, wie die NPCs laufen. Das kennen wir doch. Alles in-game. Eine Wohnung. In der Station würde ich den Helm nie absetzen, ehrlich gesagt. So viele Löcher wie in einer Wand sind. Jetzt bitte Pyro 4, den gelben. Ich liebe den gelben. Pyro 3, okay. Ist der gelbe Pyro 3 oder Pyro 4? Hallo mein Schatz. Also ich habe gerade eben ein bisschen Tränen in den Augen gehabt. Mich haut das Ding, mich hat das. Ich habe hier nichts mehr zu meckern. Deswegen habe ich mir eine Carrack geholt. Feuersimulation. Das ist der gelbe. Den liebe ich. Sehen wir jetzt außerirdische Tiere? Oh, geil. Wie geil eine Gladius ist, gell? Guck mal die Windräder an. Sehr geil. Oh. Oh. Geil. Oh, ich bin begeistert. Zerstörbare Umgebung. Oh. Pico. Der blutet. Ist das geil. Das ist in-game, Freunde. Oh. Geil. Alter. Boah, ich habe Tränen in den Augen, Mann. Seht ihr das? Das war in-game, das war kein Trailer, Freunde. Das ist alles fertig. Das ist fertig, fertig.
I think that sequence holds the record for the longest spline in the history of computer games. I think we're close to 1 billion kilometers traveled during that whole sequence. So hats off to the engine team and supported by our cinematic artists that put it together. I also need to call out Pedro Camacho's music, which is always beautiful and sets the scene so well. And it's pretty stunning to think that I mean, hopefully from this video, and we're going to go into some of the new features later on in more detail, and you'll see actually better representations of some of the simulation that was happening there. But it's pretty amazing to think that all that happens inside the engine seamlessly without switching, loading screens, or anything else. You can go from down up close to a blade of grass all the way out, looking at a whole planet, to moving to another star system. And that's actually one of the hardest things to do, especially when you do it at the scale we do
Das war
online,
auch eine
with that level
einzige
of physical
Kamerafahrt.
simulation, with hundreds
Eine
of players,
Kamerafahrt war
thousands
das,
of
nicht
AI
vergessen.
running around. It's hats off to our tech guys who are going to be coming up and talking about what they're doing. Now, obviously, some of the things in here aren't in the current live build of Star Citizen. Like, for instance, at the very beginning, I don't know if you noticed the conductor with the hair blowing and the tails blowing. That's all simulated in real time, and we'll talk about it on the physics part of the upcoming speech. But I'm going to turn the stage over to the core technology group to talk about some of all this new tech that you just saw. And go into more detail. And we'll be rolling into Star Citizen over the next 12 months or so. And some of it, like some of the new cloud stuff, will actually come in 3.22, which is great. But before I do this, I wanted to introduce Benoit Beauchesseau, who, as a lot of you know, Turbulent have been our long-term partners here in Star Citizen since the end of 2012. And they built our web platform and our digital distribution platform, and a few years ago started to help us on developing the game. We have almost about 100 game developers in Montreal, because Montreal is a great place for game developing talent. And this year we brought Turbulent into the fold of CIG, and they're now fully part of CIG. So this July they joined us, and Benoit, who is the Chief Technical Officer of Turbulent, has now become the Chief Technical Officer of Cloud Imperium. And along with him and Marc Boudet, who is the CEO of Turbulent, is now our Head of Global Studios. They're strengthening our management team at CIG, and I'm really, really happy to have them. And I want to introduce Benoit to come to the stage, since he leads up the tech group, and he can give you a little setup of what we're going to be doing this year and going forward, and some of the new initiatives we're going to go.
Der darf rumlaufen, wie er will.
Come up to the stage.
All right, let's do it.
Here's the clicker, or did you take your own?
Yeah, that's good, thank you.
All right.
Bonjour! Bonjour, CitizenCon. We are so happy to be here. It's been so long to see you guys physically and just being able to interact. It's been fantastic so far. We're super excited about all this. The video you just watched outlined a lot of features in the Star Engine.
Die gehören jetzt dazu, genau richtig.
Reminder of what makes this game so special.
Und die haben es
the
drauf.
Focus on fidelity. I said it. It's a focus on immersion. And it's a focus on seamlessness, being able to go everywhere, and you're just there. The accomplishments from the tech teams at CIG have been numerous in building all the technology that allow you to run the game and allow you to experience the same things that we see in our dev setups. And so what we're about to see today is a deep dive into all these features. But first, I wanted to touch really quickly on this last year. We have launched persistence, or added persistence. It's been a rocky road this year, and I want to thank you guys for keeping on playing, giving us a hand, giving us good bug reports. It's been fantastic for us to improve the stability of the game, so thank you so much. You guys deserve a hand of applause. Thank you so much. I just want to touch on one bit, which is that
live money.
all the people you will see in the next couple tech panels
Das ist jetzt
are really
live.
the best of their crafts in the world. They are infused by a value that we tremendously value at CIG, which is relentless optimism. That this game can be made, that this vision can be achieved. And so, without further ado,
Fühle ich zu 100%.
but first, I got one more thing to say. So, in all of the different panels that you'll see, all the updates, everything that you'll see on screen, whether it's a HUD, an MFD, ship UI.
Manni, wir haben jetzt gerade gesehen, was die Star Engine kann. Wir haben Ingame-Grafik gesehen, das war sehr beeindruckend. Und jetzt zeigt er noch mehr punktuelle Dinge, die Star Engine kann. Also du hast ein fantastisches Video verpasst jetzt gerade. Und jetzt geht's weiter.
Without further ado, I'll leave you with Marco, who will show you all the cool and
zeigen
amazing
jetzt so
features of our
kleine
engine and the challenges
Features
that we
von der
face.
Star
Thank you so
Engine.
much, guys.
Und das war kein Trailer, Smoking Joke.
Thanks, Benoit. Hello,
war nicht
I am
gerendert oder
Marco
so.
Corbetta, VP of Technology, and we're going to talk about Star Engine today. We have been developing Star Engine for many years with the goal of creating an online living universe. But creating a universe is not an easy task, and even more difficult to do everything seamless without any loading screens or invisible walls. And massive spaceships flying very fast, close to the terrain and objects, are pushing the limits of procedural generation and streaming. This is not a single-player game, so creating
Das
this
ist die
universe online
aktuelle
is making
Engine,
everything
Manni.
more challenging. We stream and generate physics on server on CPU, and we already support more than 100 players on a single server, more with server meshing. To support all this, the engine must do a lot of work every frame. So in a typical Star Engine frame update, we got up to 64 hardware threads, about 200 software ones, over 700,000 streamed in entities and millions of entities overall in the solar system, about 150,000 updates per frame. We have over 200 vehicles, spaceships, and ground ones, over 2 million physical objects, over 100,000 objects generated per frame when flying over the terrain. We have many unique locations, streaming on demand in a seamless, gigantic space. Also, we are supporting many new features that we are going to
Wahnsinnszahlen,
showcase
gell? Jetzt sieht man mal,
today.
was das Ding leisten muss.
I'm going to start in introducing the new and improved clouds and fog, worked on by Carsten Wenzel in the R&D team. The first new feature is the light shafts. They are volumetric shadows from clouds cast into the atmosphere. They are truly volumetric and 3D, fully integrated. They are not just a post effect as it is usually done in games. With this, the atmosphere from an overcast sky gets darker, and this is important for planets and locations with bad weather. Another component is the new ground fog. It follows the terrain up to a specified elevation for different locations.
Geil,
It
sieht
is
geil aus.
also fully integrated into the atmosphere. It receives volumetric shadows from clouds and terrain. It reduces the light scatter into the view ray. And in this video, we are showing all the features combined together. In addition, we made many improvements to cloud shaping to allow for more variation and details.
Schau mal hier. Da, da, da.
The shape noise blending, a vertical variation, has been improved a lot.
Das jetzt mit Nebel, das kommt neu. Oh, wie geil. Das sieht doch geil aus, oder? Alter. Hier, das ist die Grafik jetzt. Schaut mal. Jetzt kommen geilere Wolken. Jetzt kommt der
Also, we made
Bodennebel.
improvements to shorten long distance read, and the
Und jetzt
tiling
kommen die
is less
Lichteffekte.
visible.
Und das ist kein Raytracing übrigens, gell? Das ist in der Engine drin. Raytracing ist was anderes. So ist es jetzt. So sind geilere Wolken. So ist Bodennebel, das kennen wir jetzt noch nicht. Und das hier ist, oh, geil. Da fliegen wir noch monatelang über die Planeten. Hier, guck mal, das kennen wir ja, gell? Jetzt geilere Wolken, okay.
And
Lichteffekte und
And
Bodennebel.
best of all, we're going to include all these new features and improvements in the next 3.22 release. Okay.
Geil.
Thank you.
Sehr geil,
Thank
sehr
you.
geil. Ich will Mufflons sehen. Geil, also, ich bin begeistert. Das Sakko von Chris ist übrigens ein sehr schönes Sakko, gell?
Hi everyone. So I'm Mike Snowden. I'm the director of visual effects.
Der kommt aus
I'm Ali Brown, the
Manchester.
director of graphics and procedural tech.
Der redet jetzt richtig schönes British
Thank you
English.
very much. Really happy to be here. Really excited to show you. We're going to be showing dynamic fire in Star Engine.
Oh, jetzt kommen die Feuereffekte.
So dynamic fire is a driver for gameplay in both FPS and multi-crew experiences. It creates emergent sandbox gameplay, and it can be used by designers to craft very dangerous scenarios for players. And as you can see from the video, it gets very intense.
Scheiße. Stell dir mal vor, ihr müsst da durch und habt keine Medigun mehr.
Okay, so how do fires start in Star Engine? Well, there needs to be a source of ignition, and there are multiple ways in which it can occur. For example, weapon impacts or misfires, explosions or damaged items, and the player needs to be alert to their surroundings with fire an ever-present threat. If a fire does break out, you're going to see it dynamically propagate through the area, causing damage to environment and player. And at this point, the player needs to limit the damage, of course, by extinguishing the fire in any way that they can. So when doing so, they're going to need to wear protective clothing to protect them from extreme heat. They're going to need to wear a closed helmet to protect them from smoke inhalation, poor oxygen levels. And there's actually multiple ways the fire can be extinguished, including the removal of heat, for example, using the fire extinguisher.
Ist das ein Feuerlöscher? Das ist ein Feuerlöscher hier. Geil.
The removal of oxygen, for example, locking off the area, venting the oxygen, creating a vacuum.
Das ist, wenn man genau
Or simply, the fire's burned so fiercely that it's done everything it needed to do. It has nothing left for it to destroy. And if you let it get this bad, it's probably time to consider repairing your ship.
Okay, so how do we achieve this from the technical perspective? Well, the first thing the artists and designers do is they mark up their scene to tell us what physical properties
Feuer ist Feuerwinkelfinkel,
whether it's
auch in der
wood or metal.
Zukunft.
But not only on the surface, we have to describe what is behind the surface. You might see a metal panel on your spaceship, but has it got cladding or wiring behind it? It's important we know all this so we know how flammable it is. Then after this, we have to define all the physical properties that go with these surfaces. So, for example, what the mass is, the energy density, combustion temperature, fuel ratio. And we use all these physical properties and we sum them up in each voxel, which is a 1 by 1 meter cube. And then once we have these voxels, this forms the basis of our simulation. So then first thing we do is we look for sources of ignition.
Oh, jetzt
and
wird's
then
geil.
we're off.
Schaut mal hier.
So here's our debug mode that shows us what is going on in the simulation and is what we use to track it.
Guck mal, wie das
And you
berechnet
can
wird
see
hier.
these squares enlarging to show us where the fire is spreading. For each of these voxels, we're tracking the fire, the temperature, fuel remaining, the amount of smoke, and the fire is propagating via convection and radiation.
Das breitet
which are both
sich
actively
richtig
simulated.
aus.
And it's consuming the gases and producing the knock-on products as well as it goes. And because we're using a proper simulation, like Mike mentioned, when you vent a room, not only are you removing the oxygen and putting the fire out, but if the temperature remains the same, if oxygen is reintroduced, the fire will reignite and it will continue burning, just like it would in real life.
Shit. Wenn da Sauerstoff reinkommt und das Feuer ist schon fast am Ausgehen, dann geht's wieder an, hat er gerade gesagt. Also man muss auch gucken, ob man Luft reinlässt oder nicht.
What's next for this? So our focus has been on interiors, in particular spaceships, but
Aber
all
nicht
interior
so,
spaces
Lucky
really, and
Devil.
this voxel grid really helps us solve that problem. Our next focus is going to be on planets. Obviously, they represent a slightly different challenge, the vastness of them. We have to transfer this over the network and simulate it slightly differently, and we also have to render it at scale. But the way we've done it, the core tech we've used, we should be able to scale this up quite easily. So that's going to be our next focus.
Okay, so how do we create realistic dynamic fire visuals in Star Engine? Well, we start with the simulation, as just described by Ali, and this gives us the data we need to drive the visuals. Then we bring in the burn shader. So this can be applied to static environments, and we have a lightweight version of the shader for entities, which is kind of based on the dirt shader and where. Then we've got the glow, which is an animated surface decal shader for static environments. This is where we start to bring in some nice motion. And then we bring in the GPU particles, which are spawning from voxels and in screen space. Obviously, these are doing a lot of the work visually. Then we bring in the lights. These are spawned for clusters of voxels as opposed to per voxel as an optimization, a cluster being a representation of voxels close to each other. And then we bring in the fog. So this is height-laid volumetric fog. The smoke fills the room and it goes up to the ceiling before filling the rest. And we're simulating that.
Krass, mit dem Nebel sieht man gar nichts mehr.
So to finish, we're going to take a look at all of that put together in the game. Thank you.
Schaut mal, wie geil. Mal gucken, wie der HP-Balken runtergeht. 70%, 67%. Zack. Alter. Feuerlöscher. Boah. %, HP. Ist das geil. Oh, das breitet sich aber aus noch. Er rettet Pico. Und das noch vor dem Toiletten-Gameplay, genau, Freunde. Sehr geil. Cool. Das ist doch geil, oder? Freunde, ich bin gehypt. Also ich bin...
Hello everyone, I'm Will Hain. I'm here to talk about water in Star Engine.
Auch In-Game-Grafik übrigens.
So, water is a huge part of both of our games, Star Citizen, Squadron 42, and we wanted to give it a major upgrade. We were going to set 3 ideas that we wanted to impart on our water.
Wasser kriegt ein fettes Upgrade, genau, weil das Wasser jetzt ist ja beschissen.
We want it to be in motion constantly. It should always be moving and always be reacting to everything around it, whether that be players or objects or vehicles. And we wanted this to work on the whole scales of all of Star Citizen, all the way down from footprints in puddles to enormous ships crashing into the ocean. I'm going to talk about our updates to the water rendering first, and then we'll move on to that other stuff I discussed. So first of all, the water shaders, particularly the ocean and the river ones, were in dire need of a major upgrade. They were currently using a technique called deferred shading, which is really fast and fantastic for opaque objects, but does not translate well for transparent ones, which of course water is. So the first step that we made was to transition to forward shading. That allowed us to introduce more physically based techniques, such as proper lighting, reflection, and refraction. It allowed us to integrate the atmosphere properly into our water lighting setup. And it also meant that we could get more fun techniques, such as wave crest backlight scattering, and adding better foam rendering, which includes halftone blending, surface haze, and much more detailed bubbles on the individual bits of foam. I've got some examples of that here. In this particular screenshot, you can see the icebergs in the near frame. You can see we're refracting the iceberg underneath. It's correctly refracted.
Das Wasser sollte die FPS nicht so runterziehen, weil das ja in speziellen Hardware-Einheiten von der Grafikkarte berechnet wird, in den Shader-Einheiten.
I love this one. So this is the objects under the water being correctly lit, which is new. And then we are applying the lighting changes from the specular highlights on the surface, and also considering the lighting from the suspended particles in the water, depending on how deep and dense the water is, which gives us this really beautiful effect. This screenshot just looks good, but what is going on is that it's demonstrating that the atmosphere and the water are sorting properly. This looks like everything is normal, but it's challenging to implement with forward-rendered water and proper ray-marched clouds like we have in-game. Props to Alan, who works on all of this. I did the next bit. And here we can see the wave crash light scattering. See how the sun is coming across the back of those waves? It's lighting up the suspended particles in them. It just looks gorgeous.
Geil.
Here we have the multi-layered foam. And from a distance, we have both surface foam and subsurface foam rendering correctly, looking really, really nice. I've just got a video here before and after. First of all, this is our lakes on Stanton 4. Next we have water volumes on horizon. There you go.
Yeah.
And this last demo, this is a Clio on the Stanton system. This is what it currently looks like in game, and I think you'll agree, pretty dramatic difference. So the next bit that I want to talk to you, that me and the team at Planet Tech and Graphics have been working on, is of course water surface simulation. This has been an absolute pleasure to work on. So we had a few aims for this. We wanted it to be multi-input. We want physics to influence this. We want our MFX system to influence this. We want bullets. We want everything. We want high concurrency. You guys, it's a sandbox game. You're going to break it. You're going to stick 1,000 picos in our puddles. It's got to work. And it's got to be scalable. It's got to work from the tiny scales to the footprints in the puddles all the way up to, as I said, giant ships crashing into the ocean. So the technique that we chose for this is a form of surface wave propagation. It's GPU-based, it's highly realistic at a low cost, and it can be scaled for waves of different amplitudes. So we can have
realistic
all of
at
that
low
built right in just
cost
by adjusting
heißt,
a
dass
few
die
constants.
FPS nicht nach
I've got a
unten gehen.
demonstration here. We're going to have the player walking through the puddle. As you can see, as he steps, you get a bigger ripple, but even as he's stepping, the toe is being dragged through the water and moving the water accurately. This is not a cop-out. We're doing this in 3D. You see as I'm jumping. And then this next demo, we're going to fire some bullets. This is a bit loud, this one.
Ja, geil.
Right, the one more thing that we had to look at. So it's all well and good, this working on a puddle, but Star Citizen is not made of puddles. It's made of oceanic planets. It's made of everything. We needed to make this multi-scale. So we wanted the water near and far, not just in a square around the camera. We wanted lots and lots at once. The solution we picked was a multi-region water sim. Now, this was really, really tricky to get right, but I really think we have now. Which basically means that we can dynamically allocate all of the simulation regions depending on what is colliding where and what resolution we need at what parts of the screen. We can optimize this very heavily to make sure that you get what you want to see at the right time. We still need to get that information onto the water though, and that's a bit trickier. So what we devised is yet another set of regions. Now the regions are slightly different. The simulation regions need to happen wherever something is contacting the water, and that needs to happen regardless as to whether you can see it, because if there's a collision going on there, I look away and then I look back. If it stops going and has to restart, that looks bad. Whereas the water, we only need to know the total result when it's actually in view. So we have these new regions which cover all water in view. And the beauty of this is that we can use this for multi-input and multi-output systems. Anything can influence our water, whether it be the simulation, whether it be weather, whether it be VFX. And then anything can be affected by water now. So the water rendering reads from this. But then we can also spawn VFX particles from wave crests. We can add screen space effects. We can have a line across your visor. We don't have this yet, but it's accurate to the displaced water in front of you. We've got this technology now, so we can use it to influence any of our work going forward. And here's a really good video of some of it in action. I'll let that play. This is the debug mode. Essentially, we're moving a sphere of basically infinite mass through the water. And as you see, if we pan out a bit, we make our sphere a bit bigger, we get a much different result from the sim. Spawning the foam properly. It looks really nice, really happy with this one.
So ein was habe ich noch nie gesehen. So ein was habe ich noch nie gesehen,
So what I'm going to do
Freunde.
in a second is I'm going to turn on the debug mode so you can see where the regions are. You see we've got these grey boxes. They light up green when there is a hit inside the box. We've also got different sizes going on. If you look near the shore there's a big cluster of text. That is a whole bunch of other regions because there's some stuff floating there causing little ripples that we can't actually see. And as you see, these scale properly. We can add the results from multiple sizes of simulation together, and they influence and interact with one another accurately. You see those big waves crashing over the little sim there. It works pretty nicely. I've gone ahead of my subtitles, but I'll just let that video play out. So, what does that look like when we bring it all together? What's it going to look like in game? Now, you did see a little bit of this in the Star Engine trailer, but actually, I think this video does a little bit more justice to it. So I'm just going to let that play out for you.
Oh.
Forward in a second, you're going to see the wake start to happen behind us there. And from the cockpit perspective, water droplets on the glass thrown up from the water sim. This is what I'm talking about using multi-output.
Geil. Das ist geil.
And that's us. Thank you so much, CitizenCon. Handing back over to Ali.
Geil. Bin schon echt sehr glücklich gerade, muss ich sagen.
Hello again. So,
oh, jetzt kommen
here
Tränen.
to talk to you today about a few other
Kommen
graphical
Tränen
things we've
in-game
got
und
coming
meine
in.
Tränen
I'm
kommen
really
jetzt.
proud of the work we've done on the fire and the water.
Hier sieht so fast so aus wie ich jetzt hier.
We're going to talk to you about a few smaller features and a few longer-term R&D features we're coming in on the visual side. This first one, something we wanted for cinematics and telling a story, but also to tie into our active feature system, which is to get the face to tell a little bit more story on our characters.
Squadron 42
so
kommt,
this blood, sweat, and
Freunde.
tear system is something we implemented recently, and it allows us to use a GPU particle simulation, which we project onto the face, and then we integrate it into the skin shader so we can get realistic reflection and refraction of water on your face. And we even make the skin go a little bit redder to simulate the extra blood flow when you're tired or upset. So none of this is a pre-canned animation. It's completely dynamic. We have complete control over everything. We can keyframe every single tear if we want to. And we can even simulate blood, like here.
Scheiße, wie sieht denn mein Char aus nach dem Stream? Der sieht ja dann aus wie... Der sieht ja jetzt schon furchtbar aus
So the next thing I
teilweise.
want to talk about is our scope shader. Design came to me telling me that they really wanted to up the game with the rifle scopes. They weren't quite good enough. They didn't really feel realistic for them. And they thought it was a real core part of the first-person shooter experience. So to give you an idea of what we used to do, we used to use these type of fake scope meshes, which you see here, which is where we type of slice the scope in half so you can see through it. And sometimes we put these big black planes around them to obscure your vision. And we put a bit of glass on the front of it, but there was nothing really to tell you that it was a lens. So we've worked on a new scope shader, which is now going to be on all of our scopes moving forwards. And I'll give you a quick show of what that looks like in game.
Max, bitte ein bisschen
So on the first
zusammenreißen,
scope
gell?
here, we're going to see it's got a infinite projected red dot scope sight.
Sag mal
We've
kurz
got
sorry.
lens distortions. You can see this little refraction and bending of light on it. You see it works when you don't have to be actually holding the rifle for it to work. We've got a correct emulation of eye relief on the scope. So we have the
Sehr
blur, distortions, chromatic aberration. And then we've also got support for digital displays like this one, which has light amplification and has support for EMPs. If you get an EMP, you're going to have the display's going to get distorted. So we're quite proud of this. We think it's going to give a much better, more realistic simulation of the scopes in the game. And I think I've kind of mentioned before, but it's not a fake effect. It applies to our scopes no matter where they are. You don't have to be using the scope. You could look down somebody else's scope and see the same thing. It's fully integrated into it, so it's really quite proud of that. Next feature I want to talk about, hopefully if any of you have a HDR monitor and you've been playing 320, hopefully you've given a go of the HDR feature. We're really proud of this. It looks really good. And we've got some great feedback from you guys as well. There's been some strong feedback about we want extra black level controls, so we're going to be adding that for you. So make sure you can tweak the image exactly how you want. And there's a great user guide on Spectrum as well if you want to know how to get the best out of it, because it's not always a straightforward tech to get the best out of. Just to give you an insight of how this works, we've got something called Unified Tone Mapping Curve, and this is the process where we map the real-life colors of real-life intensities of light onto what your monitor can display. And rather than having an SDR mode and HDR mode, we have like a smooth system where we can blend between SDR and HDR depending on the peak brightness of your monitor. We also pay a lot of attention to make sure we preserve the colors and the hues to keep an accurate image for the artist, and especially for skin tones. We don't want them turning red or white or doing everything bizarre. Just one thing to mention, we've got some content adjustments that will be ongoing. We've got a lot of content in Star Citizen. It takes a little bit of time to make sure we balance everything so it doesn't look too dim or look like a supernova. Next thing I want to mention, temporal upscaling.
Da kommt
It's been something that's been asked for a long
DLSS 2, da
time,
ist
and
es.
we're proud to finally get it into your hands. We've got 3 different techniques we're going to be implementing. We've got CIGs, we've got our own temporal super resolution solution called TSR. We've got AMD's Fidelity FX Super Resolution 2, and we've got NVIDIA's DLSS 2 as well.
Sehr geil.
They each have different characteristics and hardware requirements and trade-offs, so we thought it was important to get you all 3 so you could have a choice of what you want to look. On the left here, we've just got a zoom in from one of our outposts. That's no anti-aliasing for people that really love to see jagged edges. The center one is our TSA, which is what you've got in the current release today. And on the right-hand side is TSR without doing upscaling. And this is going to be replacing the TSA.
Die haben ein eigenes System entwickelt, genau.
Quality and more stable image and hopefully much less ghosting. We can use our TSR to do upscaling. Here's the example of how it looks at each resolution. And similar results from AMD's FSR. And some numbers here, which I'm sure you can pour over later, but basically we can get about 2 times GPU
frame
performance
time,
if you're interested in using the
lower
upscaling
is
technique.
better.
Obviously, if you're CPU limited, you might not get quite them numbers. It depends on your machine. We also intend to look at frame generation techniques like FSR-free and DLSS-free, but these are going to come a bit later. We're going to focus on GPU performance, getting that up first. Frame generation isn't really applicable unless you've got a really good performance first. Some other quick updates. We've got the screen space shadows as added to Alpha 320. It gives us some extra detail in our shadows across characters, and it's particularly on planets, it helps a lot. And we've also got a new texture and mesh.
Das haben wir immer wieder gesagt, gell, im Stream, dass die Grafik geiler geworden ist, ohne dass sie das groß kommunizieren. Und da seht ihr es.
It will scale dynamically for your GPU to make sure we can get the absolute best possible results. We've also got some more streaming improvements coming in the next release. Just to give you a quick show of what the screen space shadows mean, here we've got a planet with no shadows. I think it's Microtech. The shadow maps, so you see these, the normal shadow maps that fill in half the scene, but then when we get the screen space shadows, you look in the top of the screen or in the flowers, they type of fill in the detail for the rest. They really help type of bed the scene in and stop these things looking at floating. Next up, I just want to talk about planets for a little bit.
Die Wälder werden auch dichter durch den Schatten.
So we've got quite a lot of R&D in progress. First thing, we've got 2 new pieces of tech being started recently. First is virtual terrain texturing. It's quite a technical detail, but what this means for you is we're hopefully going to get much less popping or no popping at all. And we're going to achieve this by moving all the calculations to the GPU. And we'll be reusing the same type of patch-based system that Will talked about in his water presentation. And it should give you major CPU savings as well. So we're quite looking forward to getting this in. Another benefit is that it's going to give us the ability to add more complicated logic on, so we can type of do more diverse and interesting terrain.
Da steht significant CPU savings on client.
And there's other similar things where, based on the local conditions, we're able to do more advanced decision making. Next thing we want to look at, which is probably the thing we get asked about the most, is our scattering system, which is responsible for putting all the trees and the rocks down in the world.
Auch wichtig für euch zu wissen, weil ihr ab und zu jetzt schreibt, von wegen RIP-Grafikkarte und FPS und so, all diese Performance-Verbesserungen machen natürlich nur dann Sinn, wenn sie nicht dafür sorgen, dass man eine 4-mal so starke Grafikkarte braucht. Das wird nicht der Fall sein, Freunde, sondern die nutzen einfach die Hardware besser.
Another point is it's going to be a hierarchical-based system, which what that means is
sonst wäre das ja Quatsch, das zu zeigen.
Nearby vegetation or rocks to influence what other vegetation and rocks can grow or will show up. And this lets us produce much more complicated rule sets, so we can do things like have a tree that maybe underneath it doesn't have any grass, or maybe certain trees come together in clumps.
Genau.
We'll get a much more natural distribution of vegetation.
Oh.
And final thing we want for planets is we want to be able to build them much easier, much faster, and we want to make sure they are truly unique.
Das Verse wird größer.
Our planets are unique, however they are built from type of tile sets, like pre-built things that get mixed and matched together and blended in complicated ways so that you don't see the repetition. But it's not truly unique, not in the same way that the Grand Canyon might be, or the River Nile, or Mount Everest, and that's what we want. So to get that, we need to replicate the complicated natural processes on Earth, like geology, climate erosion, and these things aren't trivial. So we've got 3 options. We've got offline tools, Houdini, TerraGen, things like this. We could simulate all these processes in the engine. But we've started some R&D a few months ago on whether we can use machine learning to do some of this. So just to give you a quick idea of how that would work, or how it could work, if you just start with some random input here, it's just like some noise. We run it through a temporary simulation, so we can type of get a more reasonable approximation of simulation at different altitudes and latitudes on Earth. And then what we do is we categorize all this into different biomes. So based on the temperature and moisture, you'd find out what is a desert, what is a forest. And this part is crucial. So this is the input for our machine learning algorithm. We could come up with this image any other way. You could hand paint it as an artist, or we could just randomize the noise to get a different set of images. And then what we do is we take the large data sets we already have from Earth, from Mars, and from the Moon, and we train it on exactly the same distribution, so biomes, so forests, grasslands, and things like this. And by training it on exactly the type of data we get in reality, we can take this and then push just
Ich
that,
futter
and then
jetzt
we can
was.
get these lovely height maps out of it that tell us a really realistic distribution. You can see here, this is the height map, so the black areas are low. You see
Bitte
all the
alle mal
little
ein
rivers
Herz
and
in den
valleys,
Chat für meinen
and this
Sohn,
has
der mir das
zero
gemacht
art
hat.
input, aside from this image, which is a very nice result. It's early days. This is based on something called a custom diffusion neural network. It's, like I said, it's pre-trained on Earth data, and it's been built up in patches so that it just doesn't become too expensive to build. And these little circular patches get like added together, and they to avoid any seams in the image. And just to help you visualize it, I've just
lecker.
put some colorization on it to show you where like snow and beaches might be, and just wrapped it around a planet to give you a better sense so it doesn't look quite so abstract. Yeah, but this is very early days, this stuff, but we're hopeful this will be helping the future of how we build planets quickly and efficiently. Thank you.
Schau dich mal an, wie geil die Planeten
So, the
aussehen.
last thing I wanted to talk about today is our Gen 12 renderer and Vulkan. This has been ongoing for quite
Jetzt
some
kommt
time.
Vulkan,
Taking a lot
endlich.
longer than we would have liked, but we're finally getting to the end of this long journey. For those who don't know, the reason this was being implemented is largely for performance. We're going to be getting at least 2 times better performance on our CPU submission for rendering, which is
Schaut
often
mal,
the bottleneck
zweimal
of the game, so that
schnellere
will directly
CPU-Render
translate
Submission.
to performance improvements. We also
Also
get
die
better control of
FPS, die
memory
werden
with
besser
advanced
statt
CPU
schlechter.
features like resizable bar. And it also
Ray
opens
tracing
the door for
support.
some things like ray tracing and new mesh shaders. So we've got a video of a Vulkan running, that's live captured. So I can't remember which ship is this, but it's yeah, it's all working fine now. There's a couple of hitches in performance, so we can't quite release it yet, but we're looking into them, the last few performance issues and stability issues, and hopefully we'll
Schaut
release
mal.
them soon.
Das ist Vulkan.
So, like I said, one of the things we really were interested in by implementing Vulkan was to get support for new hardware features, and one of the big ones was ray tracing. So with that, I want to hand you over to Ben, who's going to talk about some of our lighting research.
Oh,
Hi,
yes,
I'm Ben Parry, and this is Global Illumination. So, as Ali just said, moving over to the Vulkan renderer, and now that that's fully online, we've got access to hardware ray tracing on the GPUs that have support for it. And the best thing to do with hardware ray tracing would be to create a new, updated global illumination system for us to use. Now, I'm here to give you a fairly early preview of the work that we've done so far, but first off, I'm just going to simplify some things and ask, what is global illumination? Well, you can break the lighting in a game down to 3 components. First off, you've got direct lighting. That's not global illumination, but that's the sun lights in the level, that kind of thing. Next up, you've got diffuse global illumination. Now that's like a whole hemisphere, like a soft lighting that affects that takes from the entire scene and lights up the pixel. And then finally, you've got glossy GI and reflections. That's like your shiny surface glints, your mirror reflections, that kind of thing. And now all of those combine together to form one glorious penguin. Now, now for the rest of this presentation, we're specifically talking about this guy, the diffuse penguin. Glossy GI has actually been disabled in all the videos. Even the old system videos don't show the glossy GI here, just to aid the comparison. First off, we've got a video from Chris Campbell, who's going to make us look cool.
So sieht's jetzt aus. Ja, das ist ja schon mal ein bisschen anders, hä? Viel realer, genau. Ich meine, das ist auch schon geil. Das sieht jetzt aus wie so ein Film. Die USS Major Tom. mein Schiff.
So next up, the boring or the interesting bit. How are we doing it? How does the tech work? I'm just going to dig into that just a little bit. So we're closely based on AMD's recent paper, GI 1.0. We're probably going to build on top of that, but at the moment we're quite close to it. We ray trace against a simplified world so that we get like smoother lighting for the, since it's a diffuse scene, we want a sort of diffuse, smooth signal. This also means that we get more rays per millisecond, which is always good. And we do generate a lot of probes. So the new system is generating, well, for comparison, the old probe was about 1 probe per room. And the new system is about 25,000 probes that are all on screen at the same time. And we're going to see that now.
Hallo, lieber Taromir. Schau
So
dich
here's
das
a
mal
scene
an.
that I've dramatized a little bit just to give trouble to the old lighting system. And this is what the ray tracing sees. So it's a simplified single color per object kind of thing. But then we've also got this kind of a 3D dictionary of average light values so that the light is kind of shared over things in a similar area. So going back to the scene, this is the old system. So you'd render a single image from the center of the room, blur it, and then slap it onto the entire scene. Now, as you can see, like the middle of the scene is about the right lighting.
Finde, das sieht aber auch schon super
got
aus
the
hier.
middle of the scene's lighting. Like these red lights at the sides, they're basically drowned out by the table bounce that somehow made it across the room to them. So we want to replace that system with 25,000 probes, each one of them only providing light to a small area around themselves. And then we interpolate that to provide like a smooth bounce. And you can see already in the distance, like the red light is really bouncing up there. And then we add a screen space occlusion pass just to tidy up the edges on things.
Ja, das sieht schon
And there
besser
is the
aus.
final composite. Next. So, what else does it do? Well, because it's real-time generation, it means we can do a real-time bounce, and we can do that with quite small areas. You can get like a really vibrant bounce that picks up off small objects in the
Jetzt werden
scene.
sie wahrscheinlich das Fenster zubauen mit den Kisten.
And that means that the art
Dann wird
team
das
can
da
really
drin
lean
dunkel.
into like strong local variation on color. As again, we will see. So we'll do a side-by-side comparison on this one. As you can already see, like the spotlight's really like throwing stuff into the scene. This is just one light in the room. And we did have live updating, as you can see in the old system, but it was designed for like time of day changes rather than this continuous smooth view. And finally, it means that we can do things like glowing surfaces can just illuminate the world without having to add special lights to fake it.
Sehr geil. Das wird so ein wunderschönes Ding. Und dann noch so riesig.
So yeah, there's 2 really common cases in Star Citizen particularly that this is going to help with.
Und dann noch
First
Tiere.
off, cockpit brightness.
Und Wasser.
We capture at the moment the
Gute Leute muss man haben, genau.
At the moment, we capture that
Und ein bisschen
cockpit
Draht.
probe in a setup scene, and then we don't update it as you're flying around. So you're not going to get the sky color in, and you're not going to get the ground color in. And then we've got the opposite problem that I don't have a picture for this, but cargo bays, sometimes they're light, you land somewhere dark, you open up the doors, and now you've just got this weird little light room with nothing spilling out of it. So again, let's have a video.
Ich finde, das
so this
sieht
is the
schon
old system.
perfekt
The sun's
aus.
working, but you can see there's no sky, there's no ground lighting. By the way, I've turned off a lot of the cockpit lights so that you can see this. And then in the new one, you can already see the skylight is kind of helping a little. But then as you turn over, you get all the ground lighting.
Oh, geil.
Yeah, there's more.
Ob ich noch einen will?
See, one of the concerns we had
gerne.
was that we
Perfekt.
didn't want to create a 2-tier system. If people have got hardware ray tracing and it's working for them, that's great. But you can't really have the art team optimizing or scene for one type of lighting and then having to optimize it for another type of lighting and having to trade off decisions about the two of them.
Oh, echt schon?
So what we've been experimenting with is trying to create a new low bar that's higher than the old low bar, as well as creating a new high bar. And the idea for this is basically to take that single room environment probe system that we have been using, update it so that we can do live relighting on that, and then to sort of slot that in where the ray tracing would be while still keeping all of the other stuff, like the 25,000 probes and all that kind of stuff, can look at the old system and we kind of Frankenstein them together. So I'll show you what we've got so far for this. So this is just the old one and the new one so that you can see the problems. Like, just, it's overly lit, let's be honest.
Ich finde aber, das linke sieht auch schon super aus.
And now this is what Star Citizen would have looked like if we released it on the PS1. The sharp-eyed among you may have noticed also the ship is missing, but you know, we can't do dynamic objects in this. You'll be surprised. It doesn't seem to mind. And there we have software GI in the middle, which is, yeah, like I say, it was using the same 25,000 probe system, but not having to use any kind of hardware ray tracing. As you can see, it's not a perfect match. It's not identical, but it's a lot more dynamic than the old system. And finally,
immer dieser Pico ist so kult.
And finally, I'm just going to show you a to-do list here. I don't have pictures because it's stuff we've not done. Glossy reflections. Obviously, we want to complete the picture, and for that, we need to handle glossy reflections. That's self-explanatory, really. I don't know what to say about that. Secondly, you've only seen it on opaque surfaces so far. The next step is to extend this so that it can support glass and water and all the other transparent things in the game. And beyond that, we've obviously got fog, we've got other atmospherics. We want to expand GI to make sure that it affects everything smoothly and equally. And the final thing is a Star Citizen thing. We've got giant scenes, we've got a ridiculous scale on some things, and we've got plans to make sure that this GI extends to handle that full scale. Anyway, that's all I've got to tell you now. I've been Ben Parry. Next up, we've got Star Clock with Chris Rain.
Sehr geil, oder? Seid ihr auch gehypt? Wie geht's euch, Freunde? Findet ihr das toll, was wir sehen? Oder macht ihr euch nur Gedanken um eure Hardware?
Hello, everyone.
Ich finde das echt
Hi.
sehr cool.
I am Chris Rain, and I would like to show you not one, not two, but three new physics of our physics.
Eine sehr geile CitizenCon.
And I would
Eine
like
sehr
to
geile.
start off by introducing Star Cloth, our new character cloth simulation with a short video.
Ah, jetzt kommen die Klamotten. Das kennen wir ja.
So this is just regular player movement. That was actually me playing. You can see the cloth collides with the ground.
Da läuft mir noch gerne
You can see
öfter rum.
multiple layers of cloth that do not interpenetrate. Cloth gets influenced from wind and has accurate collisions with the player's body.
Das ist das, was die bauen, Freunde. Das ist schon drin. Das ist nicht irgend so ein gerendeter. Die sind jetzt so weit, dass sie die Sachen relativ schnell reinbringen können. Das war bei solchen Sachen immer so. Könnt ihr euch noch erinnern, als Gen 12 gekommen ist? Das war so ein Patch auf den anderen. Da war Gen 12 plötzlich drin.
Dynamic objects.
Wie die Leute da lachen. Was haben die denn?
You can play football in any outfit.
Jetzt nicht zu hoch den Ball, gell? Nicht reinschieben.
Starcloth supports the full range of motion a human can make, from fast movement to extreme poses.
Das sind doch Tischi-Bewegungen hier. Solche Sachen sind wichtig.
StarCloth is designed to be a first-class member of our physics engine. It interacts with everything we have to offer, from character movement over forces like wind, thruster backwash, explosion, to projectile impacts and collisions. It's efficient. It always updates at 120 FPS, regardless of the frame rate, and is hand optimized. It's immersive and believable. It's a realistic simulation based on physical properties. It's high fidelity, high quality. We want to raise the bar with this.
Yes.
The visual geometry you see on the right is complex and not suitable for simulation. The visual geometry is made with visual quality in mind, and that does not translate well to simulation. So we decided to add the ability to use bespoke meshes that are made to simulate well and let their movement then deform the visual geometry. This allows us to share the same sim setup across multiple visual meshes, which is a huge productivity boost for tech art. We can seamlessly blend the simulation on and off, so we can disable the simulation at a distance. Back to the football.
Wie der schaut.
Everything that is dynamically simulated is able to interact with the cloth, from ships, over crates, boxes, and even footballs. We ensured that the collisions are accurate and believable. As you can see in the image, the football parts both layers of the gown. The cloth itself supports self-collisions, which means it will create folds and wrinkles, but not interpenetrate itself or other layers of cloth. The same applies to the static environment as well.
Ah, ja.
The cloth will drape itself around the environment. So brushing up against objects will result in the behavior you expect. We added tapered capsules
Glaub
to
mir, solche
improve
Sachen
collision
sind wichtig.
detection accuracy. A tapered capsule is a
Auch wenn ihr jetzt so
capsule
sagt, so die Klamotten sind ja nicht so wichtig, aber solche Sachen sind wichtig, Freunde, für die Immersion, weil wenn sich das irgendwie immer komisch verhält, das Zeug, wenn ihr so ein Hemd anhabt oder so, das nimmt man wahr. Und dann denkt man immer so, das ist noch nicht ganz fertig. Wisst ihr, was ich meine? Also solche Sachen sind wichtig, auch wenn die einem jetzt komisch vorkommen. Ich finde die, ich fühle das komplett.
Pose significant problems for our cloth simulation. If you look at the upper torso, you can see the collision proxies are actually completely hiding the cloth, and they're essentially completely useless. So now notice the difference on the same body represented with tapered capsules. We can now faithfully represent the hips, legs, and arms of the character. An additional benefit of tapered capsules is that the collision detection is significantly faster than with regular capsules. Currently, we're only using them for cloth collision detection,
Es gibt Wichtigeres zu programmieren als
we'd
sowas.
like to use them for everything.
Amilo,
We simulate the cloth always at
mal kurzer
120
kleiner
FPS
Hinweis,
or
denk mal an
120
Scroton
Hertz,
42.
regardless at which update rate
Was
the
meinst
game
du, warum
is
sie
running
das
at.
jetzt machen?
We do this to be faithfully able to detect collisions with a fast-moving character. As we're simulating at a higher rate than the game updates, we have to interpolate the joint positions between updates we get from the game. At each simulation step, we perform collision detection, simulation, and update the cloth sim cage. Now, if the game is running at 120 FPS, we do one update for the cloth simulation.
Chris, gebe ich
If
dir
the
recht,
game
auf jeden
updates
Fall.
at 60 FPS, like in the image, we simulate the cloth twice.
Aber ich glaube nicht, dass sie das vergessen.
Now, if the game runs slower, like at 30 FPS, we need to update the cloth 4 times. You can see this in the image. It becomes apparent that we need to make the cloth run as fast as possible, and we spent a great deal of amount of time optimizing this with various techniques, including handwritten vectorization and using every trick in the optimization handbook. The effort pays off because we can faithfully capture very complex movement and fast-moving characters, even at low frame rates, without any clipping or tunneling.
Habt ihr gehört? Ohne Clipping.
One area that poses a significant challenge for character cloth is when multiple pieces of garments layer on top of each other, like a tight-fitting jacket that lies on top of the pants, as you can see in the image above. This is a very difficult region to simulate properly because you don't have much
Moonlight,
space
ich
and
geb
the
dir recht,
simulation
100%.
collisions have to be absolutely
meine Meinung.
accurate. This, what I'm going to show you, is a very subtle effect.
Hallo,
but
komm,
once
Leute.
you notice
Du hast
it,
schon
you
sehr viel
cannot
verpasst.
stop
Sehr viel.
noticing
Sehr
it.
geil bisher.
I want to focus your attention to the waist region of the character. Here we tweak the simulation settings in real time to see the effect.
Ich behaupte auch, dass der Typ, der jetzt gerade redet, noch nicht von Anfang
Here
an
you
dabei
see
ist.
a rendering with a high fidelity cloth disabled.
Oh, wen haben wir denn? Hier, jetzt seht ihr, warum das wichtig ist.
And here the same scene with it enabled.
Ja. Denn was nützt es, wenn die Gesichter so realistisch wie möglich sind und die Haut, wenn die Klamotten aussehen wie
To be
Papier?
continued, tomorrow much more can be seen about star cloth in the character advancement panel. Be sure not to miss out. Thank you. So, next up, star hair.
Star Hair, geil.
Currently, we
Hört
have
sich
the
an wie eine
ability to
Friseurkette.
simulate the effect of moving hair with joints that are essentially simulated pendulums. The hair is skinned to these joints, and when these joints move due to the
Ich bin
pendulum
mal gespannt, wie die Haare
simulation,
jetzt
the hair
werden.
moves with it.
Ich habe noch nie ein
This
Game
leads to
gesehen,
a
noch
fast and
nie,
believable
wo die
movement
Haare
of
mich
hair.
überzeugt haben.
However, the
Also
quality
es
is
ist schon
directly
besser als früher,
correlated to the
aber
quality of
so,
the
dass ich sagen
skinning,
kann,
which is
perfekt, habe ich noch
tedious
nie
for
gesehen.
tech art to achieve for some complex hairstyles. Further, apart from gravity, the pendulum joints do not react to external forces like collisions or wind or explosions. So we asked ourselves, can we somehow improve upon this? And I'd like to show you some early prototype results of our research.
Wir werden die Haare von Tischi
This is
im Wind wehen sehen,
An
Freunde.
image of the raw geometry you saw in the previous image. You can see many strands of hair, and we thought to ourselves, maybe we can simulate all of these strands.
Genau. Ich finde das auch extrem wichtig,
This
die
is a
Haare.
single strand isolated from the rest. As these are simple triangle meshes,
Tischis
we
Haare
initially thought
werden im Wind
we
wehen.
could simply use our cloth simulation and simulate such a strand like a sheet of cloth. That didn't work out at all. It turns out hair does not behave like clothing. Also, the sheer number of strands and their individual triangles and vertices are simply too much to simulate efficiently, even for our highly optimized cloth engines. We realized then that our artists are actually using splines to create these strands. And a spline is a smooth curve or line through space. You could see that in yellow. And we thought maybe we can just simulate these. They're much simpler. So, and hair simulations need to be able to maintain the original hairstyle. You cannot have the hair simulation change the visual appearance of a character. One of the reasons why using the cloth simulation for hair did not work out at all is that the cloth only simulates vertices and they have no concept of orientation. So you do not know how the next segment
Bin mal gespannt, wie das
has
aussieht,
bent
wenn das sich
in
bewegt.
relation to your current segment. In other words, you cannot easily simulate twist with vertices alone. For splines, however, that is very easy to do. So all of this together allows us to simulate the strands according to the theory of Kosarat rods. A Kosarat rod allows you to model the behavior of slender one-dimensional rods, exactly what our splines are, and simulate bend, twist, stretch, and shear, exactly what we need. Hair also needs exact collision detection to not intersect with the head, the ears, the cheeks, the jaw region. The video I'm about to show you is some very early prototype footage of how such a simulation actually looks like.
Oh, jetzt geht's los. Schaut mal. Ja, doch. Kann man die mal ein bisschen größer sehen?
So this is a test of various head movements to see how the hair reacts. Hair simulation is one of the hardest things to simulate, especially in a real-time context.
Das stimmt.
And very tricky to get right. We're actually simulating all the hair strands.
Das sieht gut aus, das habe ich noch nicht gesehen. Das habe ich noch nicht gesehen, Freunde, schaut.
So, we will have characters being able to run their hands through their hair and have the hair react realistically.
Tischi, ich freue mich drauf.
A barber simulation next.
Bisschen näher ran. Der macht das live übrigens.
Man, this was
Der macht das live.
very touching moment for me when I made this video.
Hat schon lange keine Frau mehr so berührt, hat er gerade gesagt.
Thank you. Thank you.
Da geht es jetzt nur um die Physik von dem Haar, gell? Nicht darum. Das ist doch geil, oder? Ich finde das gut und wichtig.
Next, I would like to introduce Maelstrom, our physically based destruction system. And I would like to do that with a video that I believe speaks for itself.
Meint ihr, das war aufgezeichnet? Ja, der hat so einen Play-Button gehabt, gell? Ja, okay. Oha. Hallo Dori. Zerstörbare Umgebung. Wie in Battlefield. Wow.
See the water splashes?
Ja. Wasser haben wir gesehen. Geil. Vergesst nicht, das Panel heißt, was die Star Engine alles kann. Und die kann auch Haare. Haare sind schwierig. Haare sind verdammt schwierig. Und die Star Engine kann auch Haare. Nicht nur Planeten, sondern auch Haare. Und zerstörbare Umgebung.
Away from hit point pools or other abstract models to simulate damage, but rather have damage be calculated from a physical model and from the physical material properties of each entity. If something breaks off due to its structural integrity decreasing below a certain threshold, Maelstrom allows it to break off in a realistic fashion. If you shoot off a wing, the missiles and weapons on that wing should still remain attached. If the broken off part still has power, electric items should still function. This means Maelstrom was needed to be designed to work with a hierarchical setup to begin with.
Maelstrom ist doch ein Begriff aus Cyberpunk, oder?
We want to break off to the same hierarchy on a higher level for items like power plants, lights, weapon systems, and so on. Maelstrom is persistence and networking ready. We designed it from the ground up to work with high latency situations, to persist and replicate easily.
Mittwoch.
To achieve all this, we gave each physical geometry instance an identifier to be able to uniquely identify it within the universe. So your Gladius wing is your Gladius wing. We added physical material and damage properties that can now be replicated across the network. One of them, and that's the most important one, we call integrity. And this determines how much structural or internal integrity a physical geometry has. Integrity is modified from dissipating, or rather absorbing, energy from kinetic impacts or energy weapons.
Ein riesiger Wirbel in
and
WoW,
also
genau,
in the
stimmt.
future from absorbing energy from
Stimmt,
external
kenn ich
factors
auch
like
noch.
extreme temperature or fire, as you've seen before. We also track which physical part or geometry belongs to which visual geometry and which high-level entity. So if the structural or internal integrity collapses, we know which visual geometry is affected and which item might be affected as well. So a power plant will cease to emit power or implode, explode. A weapon will cease to fire, and so on. To make things break apart, we create what we call breakable clusters. A breakable cluster is a set of physical geometry, the visual geometry, and the entities on top that can break off. Between breakable clusters, we create abstract cantilever beams to be able to model stress and strain. I'll go into more detail in that in a bit. Breakable clusters are hierarchical. They mirror the hierarchy of all attached entities involved. They also embed the hierarchy of all animated joints. And they also embed the hierarchy of all physical geometries. They essentially represent a ground truth of the entire hierarchy necessary to perform all our goals for Maelstrom.
Das ist super spannend gerade, finde ich, gell? Und sehr technisch, aber auch ein bisschen trocken, oder? Wie findet ihr das gerade? Erinnert mich so ein bisschen an frühere CitizenCons.
I'd like to show one more video of Maelstrom.
Aber sehr geil. Aber mal gucken. Oh, jetzt. Viel trinken, dann geht's. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Das war geil.
We needed to find a good way to easily and efficiently determine when a breakable cluster breaks. We chose a well-established model from material sciences and structural engineering, cantilever beams.
Da hat noch Feuer gefehlt bei der Gladius.
In essence, a cantilever is a structural member that has a fixed support and a free end. Forces experienced on the free end can be used to calculate the amount of stress the fixed support is enduring. The basic ideas behind that are best explained from a very simple example. If a ship were to collide with the horizontal part of the crane in the image, far from the vertical part, the fixed support would endure a higher stress as if the ship were to collide closer to the vertical part. But not only does the point of impact determine how much stress the cantilever beam experiences, also how large the surface area is connecting the cantilever and the fixed support has a large influence on when a cantilever beam will break. In our case, this actually means we analyze the cross-section of the intersection of the set of geometry from two breakable clusters to calculate the surface area. A wing attached to the body has a rather large connecting surface area compared to the surface area calculated for the stabilizers.
Freunde, ich gehe mal kurz mit unserer kleinen Hündin raus, gell? Die guckt mich nämlich schon so an. Ich lasse euch mal kurz alleine, ich bin gleich wieder da. Nicht weglaufen, okay? Viel Spaß, erzählt mir nachher, was ich verpasst habe.
Over time, this stress turns into strain, and if we reach a certain threshold, the beam snaps. The result, simple, efficient, and deterministic breakability. But this is not just about ships and buildings that you saw in the videos before. We want Maelstrom to be a systemic system that we can use on all types of entities. So here's some video of some test footage of AI shooting each other behind breakable cover and Maelstrom barrels. Physical material properties influence damage and breaking and have a direct influence to how things break and fracture. To achieve this, we added various properties: density, yield strength, resilience, thickness, toughness, Young's modulus. And this is more or less what I wanted to talk about Maelstrom, but I don't want to leave without showing one more video of what carnage Maelstrom can create. So thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to hand over to Benoit.
Great, thank you. All right. I am not this person, but I'm filling in with him. So far, I mean, you guys think this is gonna change your game up to now? All these new features? Hell yeah. Okay, so we've seen updates from fire, water, we've just seen force, we've seen sun and light. So the next thing that's left to build a ludicrous space game is audio. And so I'll leave you with Graham, who's gonna show you some of the new audio enhancements we bring to Star Engine to make it even more realistic than it is now.
Hi CitizenCon, Graham here. Good to see you. Recently in the audio team, we've been looking at how we can create a greater psychological connection and emotional impact within our games through the use of improved audio technology. Audio can play a crucial role in the immersion of the player. And with that in mind, the audio code and technical sound design teams have been looking at all of our tech from the ground up. For example, when you're under threat, you should feel a real sense of danger. When you're armed, you should feel the dangerous power that you hold within your hands. Earlier this year, we showed you our resonance tech, which allows us to bring the action much closer to the player even when they're deep in the bowels of a ship and far away from where all the hits and the explosions are happening. But that's just one part of a much larger push to create a better, more immersive audio experience. With that in mind, let's take a look at some of the tech we've been working on. First, let's listen to some of our weapon sounds in action.
Nur spielen. Let's go. Was habe ich verpasst?
They're a great simulation, but we wanted to take them further and express the sound pressure, the forces being exerted. Our new in-house audio effects, particularly the multiband compressor, tuned by our sound designers, give us this result.
Geiler Sound.
The compression serves to illustrate the power of the weapons and the effect that they have when going beyond the limits of the listener.
Cool.
Let's show you the same audio effects applied to the ship weapons, taking us from this to this. But it's not just about feeling powerful. Changes in audio can create a sense of danger, of being out on your own and under threat. Here's an example of ship combat.
Der Sound ist viel geiler. 2 Gladius ineinander gekracht und abgestürzt.
Sounds good. But what if we wanted a little more realism?
Schaut mal, das Radar in der Mitte sieht ja viel besser aus. Da wird ja was geleakt. Viel geiler. In-game sound.
The audio propagation tech that we've been rolling out makes it easier to change the soundscape in real time. And a nice use of that technology is to provide a more realistic option.
Das klingt jetzt viel dumpfer, wenn man das
your own weapons
von innen
resonate
hört.
through the hull of the ship. Only what's in the pressurized cockpit is heard clearly, and the threat level feels higher due to the isolating lack of enemy weapon and ship audio. Making these changes creates space in the audio, both spectrally and temporally, making impacts seem bigger, more damaging, more of a problem for the player. This realistic mode isn't limited to the flight experience, it's applied appropriately to the game as a whole.
Oh.
Here's an FPS battle in a depressurized area.
Geil. Das hört sich ja super an, oder? Wie unter Wasser.
With realistic mode, we get that sense of isolation again, giving the location a different colour and adding variety to the audio experience. Player breathing and Foley are exaggerated and other sounds are transmitted through physical contact.
Was ist das da für eine Basis überhaupt? Was sehen wir denn da eigentlich? Ist irgendwo ein Pyro, gell?
That's all from us for now. We look forward to getting these new audio features into your hands.
Sound, Raytracing, neue Grafik. Wie geil wird das eigentlich? Super, oder?
All
Paul
right.
Reindl.
Hello, everyone.
Ah, schau mal, er hier.
Persistent entity streaming, replication layer, and beyond. My name is Paul Reindl. I'm Director for Online Technology. And I'm going to show you a little bit insight in our technology for persistent entity streaming and the replication layer.
Das ist ein Deutscher.
I thought about what's the best way to show you something about that tech. And I thought about putting some technical drawings on the slides or maybe
Die Haare bei ihm
video,
sind echt, glaube ich,
like
ja.
we did 2
Die
years
sind
ago.
echt.
But really, the best way to show you how persistent entity streaming works is to give you a live demonstration. And that's what I'm going to do. All right.
Ein Deutscher mit
So
weißen
this
Haaren und
will all be
Brille.
live, so please bear with me
Ist
if
mir
there's
sehr
any
sympathisch.
glitches. So let's keep this rolling. I think I'm supposed to press the button. No, it's already switched. Before we start, a little bit, I just give you a little bit an overview what you see here.
Jetzt nicht den falschen Verlauf
set up
zeigen im
everything.
Browser, gell? Kann schnell passieren in einem Livestream.
One moment, sorry. So on this left side, you will see my client window. And on the bottom side, you will see the server renderer. So for this demonstration, and I start a second client, I'm just stopping that. Sorry about that. This is live, all right.
Betrete
So again,
niemals
on this
Pyro mit
side you
einem
see the
leeren
client.
Magazin. Oh, guck mal hier, 30k.
And he just logged out because I started a second client. So let's do this again. One more time. On this side, you see the server renderer, which is currently, it has nothing streamed in. I'm showing a small demonstration level. And on this side, you see the entity graph, which is our online database. That's powering what you see in persistent entity streaming, what you play since 3.18. And I also have some metrics on the screen, which shows the entity graph worker, the requests per minute, per second, the mutations, and you also will see entities created and destroyed once I do that. All right, so let's wait for my client to come up and join this level.
Hast du
So
noch
the first
mal
thing that will happen
eine
when I join
Einschätzung,
this
wann wir das
level, you will
alles
see
live
on that
bekommen?
server everything streams in, and my client get connected and also streams in everything on the client view. What would happen on the behind the scenes is that my player just
Also pass auf.
into that chart.
Ich sage euch jetzt mal, das ist ja alles so ein bisschen trocken und der Typ fummelt ja auch noch mit seiner Technik rum. Der grauhaarige Deutsche mit der Brille. Ich sag euch mal was. Ich glaube, die Sachen, die wir jetzt gesehen haben, Grafik, Sound, Nebel, Wolken, Lichteffekte, Pyro, Sound, habe ich ja gerade gesagt. Ich glaube, wir haben das auf dem PTU noch dieses Jahr, glaube ich. Weil alles, was wir gesehen haben, war in-game. Auch das Wasser. Alles, was wir gesehen haben, war in der Engine drin und funktioniert. Ich glaube, wir haben sogar ein Wurmloch gesehen. Ich glaube, wir kriegen Pyro auf dem PTU dieses Jahr. Hoffe ich. Und mit Pyro den ganzen Müll auch. Das ist das, was ich glaube. Aber ich arbeite nicht für CIG. Ich kann es nicht wissen. Es hieß auch mal Pyro Dezember 22. Ja. Aber jetzt nicht dran festhalten, was die mal gesagt haben. Weil das, was wir jetzt hier sehen, sind ganz andere Sachen. Pyro PTU ist doch vorhin gesagt worden. Eben. Siehst du? Und ich glaube, dass wir all das, was wir jetzt sehen, auf dem PTU haben, mit Pyro. Wir haben vor Jahren auch Kräkentierchen auf Thurston gesehen. Und wo sind die? Also, so optimistisch bin ich für heute nicht. Ja? Das ist ja eine Einstellungssache, wie man durchs Leben geht. Ob man optimistisch ist oder ob man sagt, wir werden alle beschissen. Am Ende haben wir alle keinen Einfluss drauf, sondern nur, wie wir mit der Zeit zwischendrin umgehen. Ob wir positiv sind und gute Laune haben oder ob wir mit langen Gesichtern durch die Gegend tränen und am Ende dann halt überrascht sind und nach dem Haar in der Suppe suchen. Das kann ja jeder selber entscheiden.
Die Pengus I spawn in the other zone get attached to the other zone.
Die wollen Geld verdienen mit der Star Engine, alles Marketing.
Transition one of those, they will also transition between the different zones. And the same works for ships or more complex entities. If I spawn this buggy here, you will see this one gets created with all its attachments and everything else attached to it.
Im Spiel als Video fertig fürs Sommer noch, glaube ich nicht.
Here. On live, we have up to 600,000 dynamic entities that get created for one single chart. And this is just the initial state. After 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Also jetzt mal, ich nehme euch jetzt mal beim Wort. Die machen, also die zeigen uns das nicht, um uns zu zeigen, guck mal, das kommt alles auf euch zu in nächster Zeit, sondern die zeigen uns das als Werbung für die Star Engine. Und dann kommt das irgendwann in Star Citizen im Sommer 24. Wer soll denn die Star Engine kaufen, um Himmels Willen? Also welcher Game, Publisher, Hersteller und so weiter soll denn das jetzt sehen und sagen, oh cool, das kaufen wir für viele Millionen und machen dann unser eigenes Game? Hä? Wer denn? Ist doch unlogisch. Also die entwickeln ein Spiel und zeigen das jetzt bloß, um Werbung zu machen für andere, die die Engine dann kaufen? Hä? Nee.
that purple zone streams back in with all
Also
the
Starfield 2, genau. Also ich bin ja immer offen für alle möglichen Meinungen, aber ihr müsst doch offen sein für meine. Das ist Unfug.
So Ben, if you wanna
Auf jeden Fall ist diese Con schon mal viel geiler wie letztes Jahr. Ja, finde ich auch.
Hey Ben.
Die sind technisch ja viel weiter. Wir haben jetzt technisch Sachen gesehen, die man vorher ja nie für möglich gehalten
I'm going
hat.
to spawn a couple more penguins here. Because the next thing I want to talk about is new technology we are right now developing and we are about to put on the tech preview for you to play.
Die werden das für Indies
And this
öffnen?
is actually the replication layer split.
Seit wann bist du bei Star Citizen? Seit
And that's the big
2013.
next step in our great vision, obviously, as you might know. So in this demo, my client and my servers, they are no longer directly connected. Actually, I have a new service running here.
Genau, die Engine
And
können
that
sie ja
is our
weiterverkaufen,
replication
aber
service.
da wird sicherlich niemand in der
So my
Lage sein,
client
innerhalb von
is
kurzer
connected to
Zeit
this
ein
replication
neues Game
service,
damit zu machen
and
mit
my
der
server is
Engine.
connected to this replication service. And the replication service, its own the sole purpose is to get all the entities which are in the entity graph and stream them to clients and servers which are connected to.
Soll ich euch was sagen? Wollt ihr mal wissen, was ich denke, wenn ich das höre? Ich bin gar nicht... Ich glaube, dass du dann immer noch an eine 100% Erfüllung eher einer CitizenCon glaubst. Also das, was wir jetzt hier sehen, haben wir in den letzten 2 Jahren nicht gesehen. Und ich glaube auch, dass ihr jetzt nicht Anti-Star Citizen seid und so, sondern ich sage euch was. Ich reiße euch jetzt mal kurz die Maske vom Gesicht und halte euch den Spiegel vor. Ihr seid so begeistert von dem, was ihr da seht, dass ihr Angst habt, enttäuscht zu werden. Und weil ihr keinen Bock habt, enttäuscht zu werden und weil ihr euch naiv fühlt und angreifbar, wenn ihr euch darauf jetzt freut, seid ihr lieber vorsichtig. Und das kann ich verstehen. Das kann ich verstehen. Aber was ihr hier seht, Freunde, ist alles real shit. Hier, schaut mal, der verändert da Parameter. Das ist alles, sind keine gerenderten Games mit Sandwürmern, die wir jetzt bisher gesehen haben. Das ist alles drin in dem Ding. Okay? Ob das später im Verse funktioniert oder nicht, ist eine andere Sache mit der Servertechnik. Aber ich glaube, dass ihr einfach die Buchse voll habt. Friends. Herz für euch. Und das finde ich voll okay. Da habe ich überhaupt kein Problem mit. Ich habe sie nämlich auch voll. Ich habe auch das Gefühl, ich habe auch keine Angst, enttäuscht zu werden. Wenn es um Star Citizen geht, bin ich auch wie eine kleine 15-Jährige, die beim oder wie eine 19-Jährige, die beim Abschlussball stehen gelassen wurde. Das Gefühl kenne ich gut.
But this time, we're doing something different. So let's first go in here. This is my development tool. I can talk about it.
Manni sagt, ich denke, hier brauchst du den Spiegel. Du sagst, es kamen Versprechungen, die wurden nicht eingehalten. Wie lange hast du eigentlich das Game nicht gespielt? Du hast gerade eben selber gesagt, dass du es eine Weile nicht gespielt hast, gell? Ich würde dir empfehlen, installier das doch mal und geh doch mal rein. Geh doch mal rein und guck's dir doch mal an. Ich hoffe, du hast recht mit deiner Vermutung, dass es das bald im Spiel geben wird. Aber ich sehe da aber wirklich sehr viel Werbung für das hinter den Kulissen. Ich hoffe, es kommt alles gestern im Spiel, aber dass es in letzter Zeit so wenig Sinnvolles passiert, ich habe leider ein wenig die Hoffnung verloren. Verstehe ich voll. Ging mir auch so. Ich habe nicht mal eine Buchse an, sagt Smoking Joke. Perfekt. Dann geht alles direkt auf den Stuhl. Ich habe so viel Ingame gesehen, dass ich immer noch nicht, was immer noch nicht da ist, meine ich. Ich bin nur vorsichtig, sollte man auch sein, verstehe ich auch voll. Das ist nicht böse gemeint, wir haben schon mehrere Jahre Videos gesehen, letztes Jahr gab es Pyro-Videos und es hieß nur noch Mashing und dann kann das alles euch gehören. Aber wir haben jetzt ja ein ganz anderes Pyro. Wir haben jetzt ein Pyro mit Nebel, mit Bodennebel, geileren Wolken, mit Raytracing-Lichteffekten in den Wolken, mit Wassereffekten. Hatten wir letztes Jahr nicht. Serverprobleme eben. Nicht, dass sie es nicht können, sondern es ist immer viel länger gedauert, als es wirklich drin war. Das stimmt. Ich bin seit 10 Jahren dabei und wer Star Citizen spielen will, muss Zeit und Geduld mitbringen. Richtig. Und Smokin' Joe macht aufs Sofa. Aktuell haben wir die F8C und die A1. Eben, genau. Jetzt gucken wir mal, was dieser nette deutsche Entwickler uns zeigen möchte.
Server 2, you are the authority over the green area, and the last server is authoritative over the red area.
Ach, das sind jetzt.
You can still see that those servers have all those entities replicated, but only the entities within their zone are actually authoritative on that server. So while I'm in this green zone at the moment, my entity is simulated on that green server and just replicated on the other server.
Der spielt übrigens gerade live, gell?
And now, as I transition between those zones,
jetzt geht er in die blaue Zone.
See that on that green server, I just lost authority, and on that purple server, I just gained authority. And because my player was replicated on both servers, this completely works seamless. And again, let's do that a couple of times. You see on my client here, I don't notice anything of that. This all happens behind the scene.
Okay.
And this doesn't work only on me. Let's turn on
also statt da jetzt an der Grafik und Audio etwas rumzuschrauben, sollten Sie erstmal Ihre Server und die Technik hinkriegen. Ist ja toll, dass es so super aussieht und grandios klingt, aber wenn es nicht richtig toll läuft, bringt einem dieser Ingenieur-Porn keinem was. Moment. Moment. Wir sind gerade in dem Panel The Future of Star Engine. Das ist gerade das Panel. Und wir werden noch Panel kriegen, Navigating the Verse. Wir werden schon noch Panel kriegen, wo es um die Servertechnik geht. Aber jetzt geht es darum, was die Star Engine kann, Freunde. Versteht ihr? Das ist gerade das Panel. So, mal gucken, was der hier ballert. Nicht Äpfel mit Birnen verwechseln. Ihr müsst zuhören einfach. Wir überziehen brutal, habe ich auch das Gefühl. Der überzieht jetzt eine halbe Stunde schon.
When I go into this buggy, I will become part of the aggregate, and that means that now my buggy and myself will transition authority together. And this is
Kann einer mal kurz erklären, was der weißhaarige Deutsche da zeigt? Der zeigt gerade die verschiedenen. Ich meine, der demonstriert gerade die verschiedenen Serverzonen, weil das sind verschiedene Server, die das berechnen. Der blaue ist ein eigener Server, der grüne und der rote da oben auch. Er zeigt gerade Server-Meshing, genau. Also halt auf einem kleinen Scale, aber wie Server-Meshing funktioniert.
And it's a little bit wasteful because you have 3 servers, all need to replicate all those entities. And that's where streaming come into play. I can turn on streaming here and you will see
und genau, wo wir gerade dabei sind, wenn ihr gerade über Server redet, hört zu, das zeigt er. Das ist gerade das, was er uns zeigen will.
So let's see what's happened when I drive my buggy backwards into that into the red zone. What happens on that purple server? And I just disappear. So right now, on this server, there's only Benoit replicated. And Benoit, if you come to me over in the red area,
dann kommt er da.
You will see that now on this server, there's no client at all. And in theory, we could now completely stream out the entire area on that server. Or stream in a new area.
Die demonstrieren hier gerade Server-Meshing, Freunde. Und zwar live. Da hocken gerade zwei Typen. Da hocken gerade zwei Typen, die live zeigen, wie der Char von einem Server auf den nächsten wechselt.
On the other side as well. Let's get a couple more player join. I have a couple more QA in the back, so you can just see the whole thing running at live. Running in live with a bit more things going on.
So, jetzt kommen so ein bisschen mehr Typen dazu.
get out of this buggy.
Also ich finde das jetzt auch gerade trocken und so. Man muss sich halt vorstellen, was machen die Typen gerade. Und tatsächlich diesen Raum, den man sieht,
clients are currently replicated on those servers.
das sind 3 Server, 3 virtuelle Server, die im Prinzip dieses ganze Ding bilden. Und die zeigen uns jetzt im Prinzip, was passiert, wenn man von einem Server auf den nächsten wechselt, und zwar ohne Verzögerung. Und das ist Server-Meshing.
So yes, this is pretty much it. I hope you guys enjoyed this.
Das ist live gerade gespielt, Lucky Devil.
It has been a long time to come to this point, and I just can't put in words how much tech and work we had to put into this. Big shout outs to the network team. Big shout-outs to the online services team. Big shout-outs to Chris to let us doing this.
Ich glaube, dass das auch eine ziemlich tricky Sache war, weil wenn das schief gegangen wäre, der war am Anfang auch ziemlich nervös. Man hat sich auch verzettelt.
And I've got to say, the team has done an amazing job. They've been working diligently for the last 4, 5 years. We've had a couple of false starts. We finally have an incredible, I mean, the way the replication layer works and how we can spin up servers and down and keep the state constant, even if a server goes down, is, I think, a genius design. And the first time I saw this, about 3 weeks ago, working fully, I cried.
Ja, eben, Freunde. Chris hat geweint.
We did it!
Weint auch mal.
And we wouldn't have been able to do this and work on this kind of tech without all your support.
That's right. 100%.
Now, you guys
and your trust.
allowing us to take the time to do it right.
Also, für
to
die,
really
die es nicht
build
verstanden
it.
haben,
So thank
Server-Meshing
you
funktioniert.
so much for everyone,
Chris
and
hat
thank you
geweint.
everyone at CIG that's really worked hard.
Also wenn Chris
to
weint,
deliver
Freunde,
all this
hallo, was wollt
amazing
ihr?
Stuff that will be either in your hands now or in your hands very soon. And this is just the beginning of CitizenCon. We got a lot more stuff to show you.
Yeah.
That's what we need for this MMO, guys. That's what we need.
Great demo, by the way.
Bitte alle mal ein Herz in den Chat, Freunde, für die jetzt noch nicht 100 Pro verstanden haben, was wir jetzt gerade gesehen haben. Ich will nicht tun, als wenn ich es jetzt kapiert hätte. Ich sehe natürlich alles schon durch die positive Brille, definitiv. Aber bitte alle mal kurz oder ein Plus in den Chat schreiben oder meinetwegen Herz, mir ist es egal. Wir können das euch auch nochmal so ein bisschen erklären. Ich bin auch kein Super-Experte, okay? Also pass auf, wir haben gesehen eine Live-Demo von Server-Meshing. Wir haben gerade gesehen eine Live-Demo, wie Leute live auf mehreren Game-Servern spielen, und in dem Moment, wenn der Charakter die Gegend ändert, wird er sofort auf dem anderen Server repliziert, und das ist nur möglich auch mit diesem PES. Also es greift wirklich Hand in Hand. Und das bedeutet quasi, dass wir später, wenn wir das Verse haben, wirklich verschiedene Game-Server haben, die in der Lage sind, verschiedene Gegenden abzubilden, je nachdem, wie viele Spieler da gerade sind, und das auch im Prinzip on the fly anzupassen. Also wenn zum Beispiel viele auf Microtech sind, dann kümmern sich vielleicht 2 Server um Microtech und 10 um den ganzen Rest vom Verse. Und das geht alles im Prinzip nahtlos. Und wir haben gerade gesehen, dass die Technik geht. Und wir haben gehört vor allem, dass Chris das selber erst gesehen hat vor 3 Wochen. Das heißt, vor 4 Wochen hatte er noch nicht das Wissen, dass das überhaupt möglich ist. Okay? Und jetzt haben wir aber live gesehen in der Demo, dass es funktioniert. Das war jetzt nicht besonders beeindruckend optisch. Das waren alles Polygone, das waren alles, es sah jetzt nicht aus wie Raytracing, das ist mir alles klar, aber da ging es da darum, die Technik im Hintergrund zu zeigen. Okay? Versteht ihr das? Also so habe ich das verstanden, das Panel jetzt gerade. Wenn Sie es jetzt auf das Universum übertragen und das ordentlich läuft, dann ist es wirklich ein Meilenstein. Die haben es live gezeigt, da muss man schon Eier haben. Von Theater of War habe ich auch schon Live-Demo gesehen. Ich bin immer noch vorsichtig. Ihr dürft alle vorsichtig sein. Und das ermöglicht theoretisch auch tausende Spieler. Hoffe nur, dass es dann auch genug Parkplätze für die Schiffe gibt. Und Chris hat geweint, eben. Und er hat nicht geweint, weil es nicht geht. So, jetzt kommt das nächste Panel. Das Repair-Panel. Das kommt, glaube ich, als nächstes. Fix it and fly it. Ah, da kommt der Typ schon. Dass man was live in einer Demo auf der CitizenCon sieht, heißt nicht, dass es funktioniert. Gibt genug Beweise. Ich bleibe realistisch. Skeptisch bleibst du. Die Optik ist für die Technik auch gar nicht entscheidend, sondern die Skalierung auf der Anzahl aller Entitäten, die gestreamt werden. Genau. So, das ist der, den kennen wir. Thorsten Leimann. Der war auch auf der Con 42 im Übrigen.
Here's a little disclaimer. Everything that you are about to see in this presentation was done by the EUPU team, so, well, mostly. We got help from the vehicle content team and the VGPU team. So what you will see here is mainly placeholder art that was either done by Guillermo, Bastien, or me, so members of our team, and it's gameplay that we focus on in this presentation. So what you will notice here is also that the UI is still work in progress, so visual changes even throughout this entire presentation. So we are still iterating. But let's start with the actual presentation. Those that follow us for quite some time probably know about the resource network already, but let's do a brief recap.
Definitiv.
We will be talking here about our technology, that is
der wird aber
the engineering gameplay
in 10 Minuten wird
can
er
be
cooler
called a
sein.
child of the resource network. The engineering task will allow you to manage your ships, outposts, and possibly other things. Let's have Guillermo talk about the technology first. So welcome on stage, Guillermo.
Genau, wird sich noch entspannen. Das ist so wie ein Livestream. Ich bin auch die ersten 10, 15 Minuten, muss ich auch rudern, damit ich locker rüber. Manchmal geht's super, manchmal nicht. Guck mal, der ist wahrscheinlich entspannter hier.
I'm Guillermo Bilbao, gameplay programmer for this team, and I'm going to talk about the resource network. So, what is the resource network?
Guillermo Bilbao.
The main drive for the resource network was
Jetzt
replacing
kommt
the
Reparatur-Gameplay,
previous
genau.
pipe system you might have heard about with a new system that was more generalized, easier to expand, and that would support all the gameplay we actually want to do. And yeah, so it is a network, as you can see on that picture.
Das ist auch eine Frage, ob man sowas gerne macht, ob man das kann. Definitiv.
It enables specifically the relay gameplay we're gonna show right after.
Also jetzt sehen wir Reparatur-Gameplay für alle, die es wissen möchten. Und jetzt geht es nicht nur darum, dass man Sachen halt repariert, also so nach dem Motto, ich bewege einen Schraubenschlüssel und dann ist etwas wieder heile, so wie wir das jetzt haben. F1 drücken und auf den Knopf drücken und dann macht's plopp, das Schiff ist wieder heil, sondern wir sehen hier jetzt quasi, dass Systeme miteinander zusammenhängen, dass man zum Beispiel Energie umleiten muss, dass man, wenn irgendein Ding ausgefallen ist, dass man irgendeinen anderen Stecker, irgendein anderes Kabel connecten muss. Versteht ihr? Also das ist eine ganz andere Geschichte, als einfach nur etwas heile zu machen. So, Pyro-Zugang ab 31.10. für Randomize, genau. Ich sag's doch. Wir haben Pyro auf dem PTU zum Jahresende. Das ist my guess.
Your journey did not start yet, so you adjust your ship items based on your goals for the travels. Exchange sub-items, adjust the default settings of your power plant, basically operations that require you to turn off the items or even remove them from their sockets. The next activity is maintaining, and this is all about damage control and keeping the items in pristine or
Es gibt Pyro auf dem Preview-Channel. Sehr gut. Okay.
You are the mechanic that makes sure that everything is and stays operatable. Maybe even go further in the sense of caring for the items. And what caring means is here reducing the wear and tear rate by regularly removing dust or oiling the items, just as some quick examples. So let's actually show you some of the
Jetzt ist
maintenance
cooler,
you
hört
can
ihr?
already do and will be able to do.
Ja, ist cooler.
So here we start with 2 gameplay mechanics that are already in the game. So technically nothing new, but the entire engineering loop ties them nicely together. Here you saw me collecting IMC, or still collecting, and now I will take the shield generator of the recently destroyed Gladius to use them as a spare part for myself.
Geil.
So all of this is of course optional. So you can purchase those items already and in the future even assemble them for yourself. So crafting. While the Fury approaches, you might get the glimpse of a debug UI. So there's the Fury now coming.
Smoking Joke steht auf
I
Tiere.
activated the debug UI to show you the health state of each item. And what you should have seen is that the shield generator is fully destroyed and the power plant that I'm about to take out now is in low health. Low health means you can still repair it. So which you will be happening now with Guillermo and Pete repairing the power plant after I removed it from the Fury. So it's making it fully functional again. And here you see the debug UI, the health is now fully up again, and that means that it runs at full efficiency again. And here you also see that the shield generator is at 0 health, so the destroyed shield generator cannot be repaired because it's destroyed, so I have to exchange it with the spare one that I collected from the Gladius.
Ich gebe das Geld nicht auf, ich bin nur vorsichtig geworden in den letzten Jahren. Lucky Devil, irgendwann wirst du total happy sein.
So with all those repairs being done, the Fury is operatable again and it can go its way. So getting back to the responsibilities. A big one is managing your ship, which includes resources, but also more general aspects. You have to manage the power distribution and come up with informed decisions, like reacting to hazards, like malfunctions, fire, low energy, but also calling out items that need repair and maintenance. You will delegate the rest of your crew to keep your ships intact, like giving clear priorities of what needs to be done first. Let's take a look at another video here. So this is the first glimpse of the engineering UI in action. It is still being worked on, so it's heavy work in progress. Let's start with looking at the item view.
Ah, geil.
So you can see the full setup of the network with the relays, the green dots connecting to each other, and the relays connecting to the items. Color and shape below the icons should help you identify the different item types, like power plants, weapons, also helping differentiate between consumer, producer, and converters. You can tell the current state of the item, that means the amount of energy it produces, consumes, or has stored. The health state it is in, the current wear and tear on the item, and the current state it runs in, like charging or being in an idle state. You can directly interact with these items, turn them on and off, and in the future even switch their states. If you hover over a relay, that I will be hopefully doing soon, you will also see that the amount of fuses that are still active and
Ja, VR ist auch geil.
A relay
Hallo lieber
consists of several
Dissi.
fuses,
Schön, dass du
basically
da bist.
their own set of lives. And here
Schön, dass du
see
da
all
bist.
the details. And you can click on the items to see a 3D render of the power plant here, the quantum drive, sorry. And here's the relay overlay. Here Pete shoots a relay to show the UI updates on the screen. So once this relay got shot at, you will see the update here on the UI that
Cool.
suddenly the entire right-hand side of your ship lost power connection. And what you might have not picked up on the screen is that actually the power plant here that I'm now focusing on is on low health. So I'm commanding Simon to repair the power plant to get it fully operational again.
Was ist denn das eigentlich für ein Schiff?
So, something to highlight here. Take a closer look at the doors. Since we also track the door states, you see that you can watch movement inside your ships now nicely. So you can track players moving around in your ship and even close doors for them, or like compartments in this case where Simon just forgot to close the compartment. Yeah, so Pete destroyed the relay, but we need the ship in fully functional state. So yeah, I'm running now with a fuse and place it in the relay, so make the relay work again. What you can also do with the doors is that you can create safe pathways, because you sitting at this engineering screen have more information in regards to your ship than the others.
Ja, das müsste eine C2 sein.
Create a path that the players on your ship has
Oder eine
have to
A2,
take.
genau.
Now to the room view. That is mainly the life support controls plus controlling all doors. Again, we show the details of each room, like the temperature, pressure, atmosphere composition, so everything that is relevant for like you living on a ship. We also show the door states where you can now have precise control over each door in your ship, as you see here. This will also allow you to have more control over which door or compartments to open. So here, again, showing opening the power plant. That
Supergeil,
also
oder?
helps very much in already telling players, hey, you should repair this item, so I open that door for you, and they directly know which item you mean.
Also ich behaupte, das ist auch mehr, als wir vorher gesehen haben.
Like the outside-facing doors much better.
Da könnt ihr jetzt auch wieder sagen, das Reparatur-Gameplay gibt es ja schon eine Weile, aber so haben wir das noch nicht gesehen.
Ramp or the front-facing ramp or the back-facing ramp.
Ja, da ist in der Titan halt weniger drin. Oder halt kleiner. Aber im Prinzip... Ich finde das geil, dass der Ingenieur von seiner Konsole das alles machen kann und das passiert dann wirklich im Schiff.
So we did it last year already, but
Genau.
Let's make our crew suffocate again. So the moment that you basically pull off their helmets and now...
Viele sehen das hier und denken dann, ja, das haben wir alles schon mal gesehen und wir werden ja, das erzählen wir uns ja schon seit Jahren und wir werden ja die ganze Zeit hingehalten und bla. Aber nein, zum Beispiel das hier haben wir noch nie gesehen. Also das da so in der Form haben wir noch nie gesehen, Freunde. Das ist neu. Das ist so, weil sie es halt jetzt gemacht haben.
So, as you can tell, engineering gameplay will bring a lot of changes. Some of those changes are adding batteries to ships that will allow you to get a little bit of extra power for a short amount of time. Allowing you to control items directly, where it's not only their on-off state, but also their resource consumption. And where the biggest change that will come in this update is basically to the resource consumption and generation. So let's talk about energy balance. Currently ships are balanced.
Diese Menschen sind Magier. Ja? Die haben auf jeden Fall viel Fantasie und sie setzen das um, wovon sie träumen.
Of all items requires less energy than the power plant will provide. And this has to change. The energy rebalance that I will explain to you now will affect mainly bigger ships. Single-seaters will still behave like they do now. For big ships, we will focus on item groups. Those require energy, but your ships will not provide enough energy to have all components run at 100% all the time. Instead, you have to decide what you want to have permanently powered by your power plant. So managing decisions will have an impact now. You could decide, as in this example, to shut down your thrusters to turn on the weapons. Isn't the best choice, since you will not be able to maneuver, so might not help when you are attacked. you would be able to
Morgen
shoot
ist auch noch CitizenCon, ja.
And here comes in the batteries. In scenarios where you need to react, you can activate the batteries and use the additional power. Batteries won't last forever, but you at least can power additional systems. You will be able to recharge the batteries again, but you need to free up energy from the power plant to direct into the batteries. I think that was a little bit more than just a recap, but now Guillermo will talk about malfunctions.
Ist geil, oder? Mit den Batterien. Also man kann ja, man kennt das ja aus Starfield, dass man seine Energie im Prinzip den Systemen zuweisen kann. Aber hier ist es auch so, dass man, wenn man zu wenig Energie hat, Batterieenergie noch zuweisen kann. Und dann muss man gucken, dass diese Batterien später wieder geladen werden. Also das ist nochmal eine Dimension drüber, die das Ganze noch geiler macht. Dass vielen endlich mal klar wird, dass man nicht alleine so ein Riesenschiff zusammenhalten kann. Ja.
Or signature burst, which increases your signature and makes you show up on enemy sensors more easily. As for how you will counter them, you've seen suffocating people with life support. You will also be able to suffocate the fire with life support, which is probably more useful. You will be repairing them, not necessarily only with a repair beam, but also replacing
parts. Du hast halt extra Energie, aber nur für eine gewisse Zeit, solange wie die Batterien halt voll sind.
Else fails, just turn it off and on. And here's a video of the fire in action. You've seen in other videos the fire. This is a small fire. You can just put it out with a fire extinguisher. Pretty simple. It just works. Here's a bit of a bigger fire. It might be that you cannot only put it out on your own.
Krass, wie sich das ausbreitet. Und jetzt macht er wahrscheinlich eine Tür auf oder so.
So here we have one crew member that's going to try to put it out with a fire extinguisher.
Ja, das wird nichts, das ist zu groß.
To mix results. And here we have the option of using the life support system Thorsten showed up before, and yes, venting the area.
Venting the area, jetzt lässt er Luft ab. Das habt ihr eben gefragt, ob das geht. Jetzt seht ihr das, wie das geht. Es geht. Zieht er da den Sauerstoff ab aus dem Ding und dann geht das Feuer aus.
And now you can see that the fire, once we get to that compartment, has been successfully put out. Okay, so let's get Thorsten back on stage. You saw a lot of the systems in action, but let's get a video of one of our play sessions, which is gonna probably show it.
Das ist schon komplex, ja. Hoffe, das wird nicht gefaked. Nein.
So, yeah. I have to excuse
myself davon gehen wir jetzt mal nicht aus. Können wir uns darauf einigen?
This group of players being attacked by the Gladius.
Warte mal, können wir uns darauf einigen, Freunde, dass wir keine White Knights sind und keine hirnlosen Gläubigen, die sich verarschen lassen nach Strich und Faden? Wenn wir jetzt gemeinsam beschließen, dass das, was wir hier sehen, nicht gefaked ist, wollen wir uns mal darauf einigen? Herz für euch. Also, weil in so einer Welt will ich nicht leben. Ganz ehrlich.
So, yeah, being attacked by a Gladius for an A2 isn't like a big challenge, but in this setup we were not like fully staffed. That means we had our engineers running around and no one being seated in the turrets. So yeah, our goal was basically to flee the Gladius, and with the Gladius actually shooting the quantum drive and damaging it, I thought, hey, it's a good idea to tell Pete and Simon to repair the quantum drive as a priority. As you can see, I somehow missed that the habitation room caught fire. I tried to, prevent further damage to it, but I failed. So
wie geil.
That was causing a bit to the panic, so I even got distracted in this moment.
Jetzt nur, falls ihr das nicht mitgekriegt habt, die wollen jetzt den Quantum Drive reparieren, der kaputt ist, damit sie fliehen können von der Gladius. Und gleichzeitig war in dem Ding ein Feuer und das hat er übersehen. An das hat er nicht gedacht. Das Feuer hat weitergebrannt und hat was kaputt gemacht. Überlegt mal, wie geil das ist. Du konzentrierst dich darauf, was zu reparieren. Irgendwo da hinten brennt noch was. Wenn du daran nicht denkst, dann sind diese Systeme alle im Eimer. Also mit anderen Worten, du musst noch priorisieren, worum kümmerst du dich?
Simon and Pete still tried their very best to fix it, but didn't manage to. The attack moved to the forward side, targeting the batteries.
Kann man als Singleplayer auch bei einer Reklame eine Kuh und so weiter kaufen? Ja, das kann man in Zukunft. Also wenn du jetzt hier das da siehst zum Beispiel, dann kannst du das als Spieler hier bedienen. Und anstatt, dass du deine Mitspieler anweist und sagst, mach das und das, kannst du später auch NPCs anweisen, dass sie das machen. Weil den Bildschirm, den du jetzt gerade machst, den machst du als Singleplayer oder als einzelner Spieler.
At the quantum drive position, that means that the quantum drive cannot be accessed from the pilot seat. That means that I also had to get that repaired. So it was a bit chaotic. Everything was also happening a bit too fast.
Hat's Feuer vergessen.
Trying to save the second power plant because we were already running out of battery life. If we would have lost the second power plant, that would have been our certain death. And I think in the next part of the video, we basically asked someone to fix the relay at the back so that we still be able to jump away. So we at least managed to save one of the power plants. That's now, I think it was Pete running there and fixing the fuse. And the next step was the pilot trying to push the
ist übrigens auch Live-Gameplay gerade, gell?
The quantum drive, but it was too late. We died. And the end of the show. Yeah, thanks.
So, also wir haben Reparatur-Gameplay gesehen, Freunde, und man muss ganz fair sagen, auch das hat funktioniert, und zwar in einem Umfang, den wir vorher so nicht gesehen haben. Also ich zumindest nicht. Und es hat geklappt, das war live.
It will introduce systemic gameplay with allowing players to come up with creative ways of manipulating their environments. Sabotaging a power plant or destroying a vital relay that connects it all to shut down an entire enemy base that can include its life support or security systems. It would also tie in nicely with Maelstrom that you just saw, and anything that will break off will lose its connection to the network and therefore have an impact on its functionality. So it's a real systemic feature. The technology allows us also to take further steps into the crafting profession as well as in the base building, where both are related to each other. Bases built by player will also form resource networks and come with their unique challenges similar to ships. We are all really excited about the future of this tech and all the associated features. So there's a huge thanks for all people involved. So thanks to the entire EUPU team, the vehicle teams, Jared, active feature team, and the arena commander team. They all were super supportive to get this behemoth into a state that you could see here. And it's something that has been a long time coming, and we are really proud of it. So thank you for sticking with us.
Ich habe jetzt gerade mal geschaut, was noch kommt. Nach dem Panel haben wir noch einen Cosplay-Wettbewerb. Und dann haben wir, so wie es aussieht, 1 Stunde Pause. Ich gucke immer mit einem Auge auf meine kleine Hündin, die schläft jetzt, aber die muss sicherlich bald raus. Und dann kommt Navigating the Verse. Ich glaube, da kommt eine neue Starmap. Jetzt will er uns noch was vom Arena
we want to
Commander
bring you
zeigen.
what you
Geil,
saw
warte
here
mal.
as an experimental mode before we put everything into the PU.
Okay, let's go.
And this will be soon. So, thank you.
Camera 4. Hi, everybody. I think it's, there we are. You know, when we started this, we said we'd have a nice, relaxed pace. That's a lot of new content coming in just the last 2.5 hours now. We are going to slow things down. We're going to take a little fun break here. We're going to do a cosplay contest, because why the heck not? And then we're going to take our lunch. So all you restreamers during the lunch, you can have a time to open your mouth and talk to your communities, because I can imagine you over the last 2.5 hours just trying to get a word in edgewise. So let's go to the cosplay contest, hosted by Galactica, our social media manager, with special judges Kat, Forrest, and me.
Das ist zu laut. Er ist zu laut. Das Mikro ist kaputt gegangen. Das hat es nicht ausgehalten.
Hello and welcome to the Citizen 2953 cosplay contest powered by Toby Gaming. I'm Galactica, social media manager for Star Citizen, or as I like to say,
So, jetzt schauen wir mal kurz ein bisschen auf die Zeitplanung, Freunde. Also, wir haben jetzt den Cosplay-Wettbewerb. Und danach haben wir, da geht eine halbe Stunde, danach haben wir eine Stunde Pause. Das heißt jetzt so 1,5 Stunden, wo wir es so ein bisschen ruhiger angehen lassen können, wo wir nicht viel verpassen. Und ich werde jetzt mal kurz mich um meine kleine, süße, vierbeinige Freundin kümmern und mit der mal pieseln gehen. Und ich lasse euch hier mal kurz alleine. Rennt nicht weg, gell? Ich komme wieder. Und die Pause könnt ihr nutzen, um was zum Trinken zu holen und so weiter. Also in total mit Cosplay und Pause circa, nee, nicht 2,5. Schaut. Da, Cosplay geht von 1:30 bis 2, das ist 30 Minuten, und von 2 bis 3 das eine, also es sind 90 Minuten. 90 Minuten. Gell? 90 Minuten ungefähr. Der Stream läuft weiter, ja. Ich breche den Stream nicht ab, aber ich werde jetzt auch, weil wir sind jetzt schon 4 Stunden live, dürft ihr nicht vergessen, das ist eigentlich ein vollwertiger Stream für Samstag schon fast. Und wir haben alle eine kleine Pause verdient. Also wir machen es jetzt, der Stream läuft weiter, aber wir machen jetzt die nächsten 90 Minuten ein bisschen easy. Ich werde immer wieder kommen, ich werde aber auch aufs Töpfchen gehen, ich werde gucken, dass meine Kleine pieselt und so weiter. Aber hier läuft das weiter. Ich lasse einfach diese nette Dame weiterlaufen und wir sehen uns. Genau, gibt einen langen Stream. Also wir machen alle eine kleine Pause. Viel Spaß, guckt vorbei. Wenn ich wieder da bin, seht ihr das ja. Ja? Ich komme spätestens in 90 Minuten wieder, aber ich denke nicht, dass ich 90 Minuten nicht komme. Aber ich werde jetzt natürlich auch ein bisschen aufs Klo gehen und so, ganz klar. Ne, so wie wir alle. Also bis gleich, Freunde. O7 und viel Spaß.
Who is this? Who is this?
This is the Artemix Elite Hurston Armor.
If you want to get a closer look or ask any questions, you're more than welcome to.
Hey, do man.
I can't see anything and I can't hear
It's right here. I'll guide you. He can't see anything. Come this way and stand right here. Just don't move. You'll be safe.
We're letting them walk right off the stage.
We're ready for cosplayer number 2 with Kin Shadow.
Wow.
Make some noise for Ken Shadow.
That was Ken Shadow?
That is Ken Shadow. All right, and number 3 is a little bit special. We have the entire Ninetales gang.
Quick.
Hey, you guys know this isn't Grimhex, right?
I think we're human shields right now.
All right, I think Jumptown might be safe right now.
How tight are those pants?
Tight? Not that tight. Not for a good time.
Do this?
Squat test confirmed.
Okay. Next.
All right, next is Hindrosa.
I want to move you. Oh, come on down here. Everywhere. I got you. Right there. Good job. Okay.
So if you are not familiar with
Anybody?
Hindrosa does stream on Twitch, and I was lurking a little bit in his chat while he was making this outfit, and he told me that he has never made a cosplay before, and that he had to learn how to sew and do a lot of different fabrications in order to make this outfit, which is quite impressive for a first cosplay. I've made probably about 100 cosplays, and they look nothing like that, so GG's. All right, up next, we have Lito as Jimmy. There we go, I was waiting for that.
Speech.
I'll be right back. Keep going without me.
Are we gonna get Jax?
Where is Jax? Have you seen him? Have you seen Jax? No.
Are we waiting for Jax?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's take a look at him while we're waiting.
Anybody want to sing a song? T-pose? All right, for everybody who's on stage, I want you to do like your best in-game emotes impression. Oh, there we go.
Oh!
Well, the real Jimmy,
Did he just
please
have
stand
that?
up.
Like,
He always has that.
I can't see.
All right, and up next we have Britty Kitty.
What's your name?
Wow.
Can you see in that thing?
That's amazing. All right, and next we have Jack Montana. I'm
The only
the
one that's
backpack.
going to be able to bring Luke back.
I know.
All right, and next we have a familiar face, Sigelian. Also, side note, if you have never had pizza made by Sigelian, I highly recommend it. You're missing out. All right. And up next we have Cyber Wolf 74.
-5 points.
Right over.
Doesn't know where to go.
All right, And last, we have Kat.
Guys, step forward on this line. Step forward on this line. In the middle of this.
And her Pico sidekick, of course. We can't forget Pico.
I love your 9
That is so great.
Step forward.
Perfect.
All right, judges, feel free to go around, ask questions, think really hard, and let me know when you have your top 3.
All right. Hey, John, can we kill the... Good. There you go.
Testing. My mic is on. We good?
Are we back on? All right.
All right.
So that was that was easier than we thought. You got yours, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got mine. I think I got mine.
Yeah, we're good.
All right, let's announce our 3rd place winner.
Step forward.
I'll let Kat announce it.
So in 3rd place, we have Diabolus in the Artemex League Hurston armor, and you win a Tobii Eye Tracker 5 and an A1 Spirit. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Awesome job.
Wait, and a Spirit?
Yeah.
All right, if I can have you when you're done, just stand right here.
All right.
All right, let's have you stand right here, because then we're gonna have everybody line up. I don't know if he can see very well. I was gonna lead you along. All right, right here. Okay, right. Yep, don't need to get off stage, but right here is fine. Okay. And 2nd place winner, Forrest. Who do we got?
Step back, right here.
For 2nd place, went with Hydrosa with the advocacy. Woo!
Oh. Congratulations. All right, I'm gonna have you stand right here. And can we get a drum roll in the audience, please? Make some noise.
All right. 1st place is an OG. This is a Star Citizen, goes back to 2012. I've been to Disneyland with this guy. I've played with this guy. I pushed him around in a wheelchair. Just so happens to have our 1st place costume this year. Ken Shadow with the Tobii Eye Tracker 5 and an Anvil Carrot. All right. Pictures. And then receive your trophy.
Congratulations. I'm going to have you stand right here. So we know that these cosplayers put a lot of work and time and dedication into their outfits. So as a little token of appreciation, we're also going to give everybody here on stage with us today a free ship that I cannot announce until the next panel. So if you want to know what that ship is, stay tuned for the next panel and you'll find out. But thank you all for being here and for putting all this work into your outfits. The judges, do we have any final thoughts?
No, I think we need to get together and take a big photo and then go to lunch.
Let's do that.
All right, let's get together. Here. Close gaps. Close ranks.
Huddle.
Get in here, boys.
Woo! Say Soul Citizens.
Now, say Star Citizen. You too, Tyler? Yeah. All right, everybody, that does it for us. We're going to take a break for lunch. We'll come back at 3 p.m. with Talking Ship. So,
And as your resident social media manager, I have to remind you to make sure you're using the hashtag CitizenCon 2953 when you're uploading your photos to social media. We're actually going to reward some of our favorite posts with some VKB joysticks, so make sure you're putting those on Twitter or X, whatever we're calling it these days. Thank y'all, and enjoy the rest of your CitizenCon. Thank you guys so much. Congratulations.
So. Hallo Freunde, wir haben ja noch die Pause. Ein paar von euch sind da. Sagt mal kurz Bescheid. Ich bin noch nicht ganz zurück, aber ich habe mir was überlegt. Bevor ich jetzt hier noch eine ganze Weile den Pausenscreen filme, kann ich euch ja im Prinzip das zeigen, was an der CitizenCon geil ist oder geil war bisher. Nämlich dieses unfassbar coole Dings, wo Chris drüber redet und so weiter und dann diesen relativ langen Teil, wo man eine ganz lange Reise durch das Verse macht. Und das gucken wir uns an, weil das habe ich als VOD jetzt schon gefunden. Das lasse ich für euch jetzt einfach mal laufen. Bis gleich. Tschüss. Für die, die es verpasst haben, ist es in erster Linie. Bis gleich.
Now it needs to, come back. There you go. Sorry. So we thought this CitizenCon would be a great place to share a lot of the tech we've been working on for the last couple of years. This presentation will be from our core technology group, which is what we formed our graphics and our online tech, audio tech, engine tech under, and they're responsible for building the tech and our engine that runs both Star Citizen and Squadron. And we're going to give you a basically a session talking about some of the new stuff that's coming into the engine in the near future. But before I do that, we're going to run a little video here to remind ourselves just everything we have in Star Citizen and our tech does, because I think sometimes people don't realize everything that we can do all together. So let's run that video. I think that sequence holds the record for the longest spline in the history of computer games. I think we're close to 1 billion kilometers traveled during that whole sequence. So hats off to the engine team and supported by our cinematic artists that put it together. I also need to call out Pedro Camacho's music, which is always beautiful and sets the scene so well. And it's pretty stunning to think that hopefully from this video, and we're going to go into some of the new features later on in more detail, and you'll see actually better representations of some of the simulation that was happening there. But it's pretty amazing to think that all that happens inside the engine seamlessly without switching, loading screens, or anything else. You can go from down up close to a blade of grass all the way out, looking at a whole planet, to moving to another star system. And that's actually one of the hardest things to do, especially when you do it at the scale we do online with that level of physical simulation, with hundreds of players, thousands of AI running around. It's hats off to our tech guys who are going to be coming up and talking about what they're doing. Now, obviously, some of the things in here aren't in the current live build of Star Citizen. Like, for instance, at the very beginning, I don't know if you noticed the conductor with the hair blowing and the tails blowing. That's all simulated in real time, and we'll talk about that on the physics part of the upcoming speech. But I'm going to turn the stage over to the core technology group to talk about some of all this new tech that you just saw and go into more detail. And we'll be rolling into Star Citizen over the next 12 months or so. And some of it, like some of the new cloud stuff, will actually come in 3.22, which is great. But before I do this, I wanted to introduce Benoit Beauchesseau, who, as a lot of you know, Turbulent have been our long-term partners here in Star Citizen since the end of 2012. And they built our web platform and our digital distribution platform, and a few years ago started to help us on developing the game. We have almost about 100 game developers in Montreal, because Montreal is a great place for game developing talent. And this year we brought Turbulent into the fold of CIG, and they're now fully part of CIG. So this July they joined us, and Benoit, who is the Chief Technical Officer of Turbulent, has now become the Chief Technical Officer of Cloud Imperium. And along with him and Marc Boudet, who is the CEO of Turbulent, is now our head of global studios. They're strengthening our management team at CIG, and I'm really, really happy to have them. And I want to introduce Benoit to come to the stage, since he leads up the tech group, and he can give you a little setup of what we're going to be doing this year and going forward, and some of the new initiatives we're going to go. So Benoit, come up to the stage.
All right, let's do it.
Here's the clicker, or did you take your own?
Yeah, that's good, thank you.
All right.
Bonjour! Bonjour, CitizenCon. We are so happy to be here. It's been so long to see you guys physically, and just being able to interact has been fantastic so far. We're super excited about all this. The video you just watched outlined a lot of features in the Star Engine. It's a reminder of what makes this game so special. It's a focus on fidelity. I said it. It's a focus on immersion. And it's a focus on seamlessness, being able to go everywhere, and you're just there. The accomplishments from the tech teams at CIG have been numerous in building all the technology that allow you to run the game and allow you to experience the same things that we see in our.
Hallo Freunde, habt ihr Bild, habt ihr Ton, könnt ihr mich sehen, könnt ihr mich hören? Ich bin wieder da. Wir gehen jetzt gleich wieder rein in den zweiten Teil von der CitizenCon. Da hocken sie auch schon. Sagt erstmal Bescheid. Ich hoffe, ihr hattet eine schöne Pause. Ich habe ein bisschen vom bisherigen Stream gezeigt, damit das nicht so langweilig ist und ihr nur einen Pausebildschirm seht. Man müsste gehen, gell? Warte mal. Ja, geht. Alles klar, ich habe das hier. Ich denke, die werden sich irgendwann, wenn jemand eine gewisse Zeit nicht mehr in deren Nähe war, einfach resetten. Wäre eigentlich das Logische, denke ich. Ja, genau, die Strukturen. Nein, die werden nicht alle kaputt gehen. So, jetzt geht's rein, Freunde. Wir gehen
As it
wieder
was
rein
until it was live.
in den Livestream.
Guys, we've seen 2 presentations so far. The first one had a whole lot of things in it. All at once, what was your favorite thing you've seen so far?
Space cows.
Space cows? Server meshing! No, that story Chris told is the absolute truth. 3 weeks ago, we're just having a meeting, just this general, like, hey, what are you, just checking in on everything we're going to show at CitizenCon. And Paul shows him and goes, I have this video to show.
Wir sind wieder live,
I think I know how to show server meshing. And we watched it, and we're just like, and Chris challenged him right there. I said, hey, if you were brave at all, you'd do it live on stage. And then challenged him again to add 2 people, then challenged him again to add 6 people. And yeah, that's what we do. If you can do it live, you can do it live. What's the thing you're most looking forward to? Pyro? Pyro? Just wait.
Der Stream von den
Remember, there's a day
Eier.
2. Also, you may have missed it during Chris's announcement. The Pyro
Geh da nochmal neu rein.
live release. So with that, let's go to the Pyro Playground. Dan, take it away, man.
Thanks, Jared. It's good to see you. Glad to see you're back out from backstage. Welcome back, everyone, to CitizenCon 2953. We are back on the show floor. Specifically, we are at the Pyro Playground. Easily the key feature of the show floor.
Flocky ist mir noch gefolgt bei 22
to our
Minuten.
two
Vielen
sponsors
Dank
who help
dafür.
make Pyro Playground and Checkmate Station possible.
So, und
Shout out to
weiter geht's.
Celix Gaming and Asus Republic of Gamers. You guys literally helped make this show happen. You helped make the Pyro Playground happen. If you look behind me, you see all these amazing gamers who are experiencing Pyro for the very first time. It's one of the key features of CitizenCon this year, and we're so excited to bring Pyro into the hands of everyone who's here. Hopefully you guys get a chance to check out the Pyro Playground later today. I want to talk a little bit about what made Pyro so spectacular to bring it here, and to help me do that, we got Michael Smith. You guys may know him as Bayor, head of the player experience team, talking a little bit about what it was like to bring Pyro here. How's it going, Bayor?
Pretty good, really good.
Now, Bayor, really quick question. What were your expectations bringing Pyro into players' hands for the first time? I mean, it must have been a very kind of nerve-wracking thing. There's a lot of anticipation for something like that. So what was your expectations bringing it here today?
Well, honestly, I didn't really have a lot of expectations because Pyro's an entire system. So it was just, let's get it out there, let's see what happens, and see how much we can get done, how much content we can get out. But yeah, I have no expectations.
Yeah, it's so big that you just can't think about how big it is. It's so monumental. And from what I've been seeing, people are having a blast. Everyone I've seen come out of the Pyro Playground has a big smile on their face. Their faces look blown. They just look so happy to experience Pyro. And so, what's the coolest reaction you've seen so far today?
Honestly, a lot of it's been the environment, but the big surprise has actually been some of the FPS AI. I think players who are going to fight the FPS AI are kind of surprised they're so hard. Some of that stuff is new tech, so it's neat to see players dealing with that and realizing, oh my god, I have to really struggle with this and really fight to deal with these AI. It's really fun.
So would you say it's a little bit more improved than what's currently on live right now?
Miles better, yeah.
That's fantastic.
Nochmal fieser.
So give us your 30-second journey of when you got your hands on Pyro, because we've had multiple
ja schon die
internal
KI
play
kennengelernt,
tests
die neue.
leading up to CitizenCon. I've been in several of them, and I know what it was like for me being in Pyro for the first time. But for you, what was it like getting to play Pyro for the first time?
Honestly, by the time I played it, it was pretty polished, pretty surprising, and it was just so mind-blowing to see how different the environments were. But it's also moved a long way since then, and so it's been fun to see every single iteration. But yeah, the first experience is just super mind-blowing. It just looks so different.
Yeah, it's just being on Checkmate Station. You could get lost for there forever, and players only have 40 minutes to do the Pyro Playground. And I've seen people go back in line. I've seen people just like go and redo things that they didn't get a chance to do the first time. So what advice do you have for people who are here at CitizenCon? Spoiler-free, again, we want to give people at home something to look forward to. What is your spoiler-free suggestion for people who are here going through it?
Honestly, I would suggest to get out of the station. The station is really cool, but get to a ship, get to one of the planets, and get to an outpost, and especially see if you can do one of the FPS AI missions, because they're really cool, and that's a really fun journey.
And we have Chief Technology Officer Benoit here. Benoit, what do you feel, completely unplanned, didn't ask him to come by and he just stopped in. Benoit, what do you feel about Pyro?
Oh, Pyro is fantastic. I love the new experience. I love the new environments. I love the FPS we're getting on these machines here. If you were at the playground, oh my god, like this is great. So I'm super excited about the...
Yeah. Sorry for cutting you off there. Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the screens, and it's so smooth. Like, it's so great to see people like enjoying Pyro for the first time with such a great experience to have for the first time for Pyro. So thank you guys for bringing Pyro to the players' hands for the first time. And we're going to talk really quick. Thank you, Benoit, for your photo bomb. Thank you, Bayor. We're going to talk to a player who just got to experience Pyro for the very first time. We got user Nick at Night here. So tell me, Nick at Night, again, what was your spoiler-free impressions of Pyro? Sort of impressions or feelings when you got to be in Pyro for the first time?
Yeah, I mean, I think calling it a playground is just missing how immersive that is currently in this build. I, as Bayor mentioned, got out of the station, was able to see everything in the universe, and man, was it just amazing to kind of go between the asteroid belts, into the new planets, and see all those new things that you guys have been working on. So I was really excited.
I love that. Yeah, there's some really cool things. I cannot stress enough how, if you are here at CitizenCon, come over to the Pyro Playground because it is just such an amazing experience. It's nothing like Stanton. It is so unique.
Aber ich hatte ein bisschen anderen. Ich hatte den Voll-RGB.
How do you think we did making Pyro here at CitizenCon? I mean, the people at home have seen bits and glimpses, but for you who's been able to see the whole thing, do you think we did a good job recreating Pyro now that you've gotten a chance to be in it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, from the game into the booths, to the community events, to the way that you guys have put everything together, I mean, it does feel like we are in Pyro right now. It's amazing.
Good, we did it, guys. Everyone wrap it up. We're calling it a day. That's not true. We're still got another day of panels left to do. So last question, this is kind of a fun one. When Pyro makes it into live,
Nova sagt
where are you
gerade,
setting your spawn? Are you
komplett
setting it to
kaputt.
Stanton or are you setting it to Pyro?
Sag mal was genau, vielleicht können wir dir helfen.
You heard it here. This guy had such a great experience at the Pyro Playground that he is going to set his spawn to Pyro. Nick and I want to thank you for coming up here. Really appreciate it. I'm going to throw it back to Jared really quick and make sure that we are on our way back to the panels you guys are looking forward to so much. We'll see you back here on the floor soon.
Am I on?
Ja, du bist live, Junge. Schiffe spawnen außerhalb vom Hangar? Ehrlich? Das habe ich noch nie gehabt. Echt jetzt? Das habe ich noch nie gehabt.
Am I live? I can't hear anything. Wave to me. Okay, there we go. Hi, everybody. It's very loud here in the community booths area. We're here in front of Solar Armada, Altoma Energy. There's Atlas Defense Industries. I don't know why. I just decided I was going to pick on you today. It's all right, cool. We're here. I want to show something off. So one of the things that happens anytime that we show up at one of these events, whether it's Gamescom or CitizenCon or even a Bar Citizen, is people give you things that you have to fit into your luggage when you go home, which is not always the easiest thing on an international flight. Today, just 9 minutes ago, I got something I'm gonna make some room for. So there is an org. They do this amazing, we had an older version, you may have seen me show it off
das ist
before.
nicht normal.
Delta Consulting Aviation Products. They make air traffic controller manuals for every landing zone and POI in the Stanton system. The one I've had for the last 5 years is one of my absolute most treasured items, and the guy just showed up and handed me another one. So I don't know what I'm leaving behind from my luggage, but we're gonna have some like Survivor style, you must leave the island. So we're leaving something behind. So with this, let's take a look at Solar Armada here. Solar Armada is one of the community orgs that have a booth here. I don't have time to interview. We gotta get to the show. I just want to see your jacket. Yeah. Show us your jacket. Big Benny patch from Star Citizen. The Star Citizen. That's the killer. You got a giant Invictus patch. So, what legal clearance did you get in order to make that?
Absolutely nothing. I'm sorry. It's one of one.
Toast! He's floating around here somewhere. I won't tell him if you want. All right, let's come on over here to what is this? Altoma Energy. You might have seen Sigelian from Altoma Energy in the cosplay contest before we went to lunch. Altoma, how you doing, guys? I noticed this full-size Starfarer in Lego. I will trade you a flight deck man. No, I'm just kidding. There's no way I'd get that back through customs or survive in my luggage. And then, of course, over here, We have Atlas Defense Industries. Oh, hi, Jesse.
Hi, how you doing, Jared?
I work with Jesse in the office. We have Atlas Defense Industries over here. What do you guys got going on?
Oh, we got a raffle going on, so if you haven't come by, sign up for
You got a raffle?
Yeah, we're giving away 3D printed stuff, so I've printed out some awesome stuff like this tiger's claw here. I've got a little Pisces here, and then some 3D printed artwork here that I've done up. So if you want to come over and get in the raffle, we're also giving out a ship at 5. And we're giving out every hour, so come on over.
What happens if I win?
Oh, well then you get an awesome back rub from our lovely JDM.
All right. You might think Jared's being really bad at this and he's not putting the microphone in front of this guy's face, but he just offered to be a back rub, and it was just better if that didn't go out on the live stream. Okay, we got one more thing to check out. What is this? This is for me to take home? What is this, touch me?
Are you going to make room for it?
Touch me? Oh my goodness. Wow. Wait.
Ah, wie geil.
There's an Easter egg.
Can't. It's just like my book. Wow. At this point, I'm legitimately so tired I don't have anything to offer in retort. This is just dang cool. Oh, all right, so I'm in my ear. It's time to return back to Hall A. Talking Ship with John Crew, Ben Curtis, Ellen Batchelor Jr., and Mark Gibson is coming up. So stay tuned. After that, Navigating the Universe with members of our UI team. And like I said at the beginning, everything you were thinking you were going to see, you're going to see that and more.
So, Freunde, jetzt gucken wir mal, wie es weitergeht. Jetzt geht's mit dem Panel weiter. Talking Ship 2953 und da geht's um neue Schiffe und danach geht's um die neue Starmap. Das ganze Ding geht jetzt hier ungefähr eine Stunde, von 3 bis 4 oder von 12 bis 1, je nachdem wie ihr wollt. Und für alle, die es nicht mitgekriegt haben, an alle Zuschauer verlosen wir noch eine Crusader A1 Spirit mit LTI und Game Package und heute und morgen könnt ihr da teilnehmen über die CitizenCon. Genau, passend jetzt dazu der Werbeclip zu dem Ding.
And secure. Forge the future you want to see. The A1 Spirit from Crusader Industries.
Und schreibt doch mal in den Chat, wer noch wach ist, Freunde. Ich habe das Gefühl,
Hi,
ihr pennt
everyone.
alle. Sagt mal alle Hallo.
Have you had a good morning looking at cool stuff? Great. My name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at Cloud Imperium Games.
Hallo Hidden, hallo Skashone, hallo Tingeln, hallo Mugulatsch, hallo Redwing, hallo Monsterduck, hallo XMM, hallo Tommy, hallo Aztec, hallo Nova, hallo Smoking Joke. Sehr schön. Hallo Huni Mahoni. Hallo D-Intech, hallo DW oder so. Hallo Cyborg Rülps.
Again, you're not supposed to have seen,
sehr gut.
But what you've seen is wrong. So
ihr seid noch da, perfekt.
Clear that up for you all. Right, so that was the
Und
A1 Spirit
Zornspitze ist
trailer.
auch noch da.
Pretty cool video. But we're now going to do a bit of a slightly deeper dive into
Und
the
Skash
actual
Ron ist auch noch
art
da, sehr
and
gut.
visuals of the ship.
Jetzt kommt der teure Part, genau. Jetzt kommt die A1.
And then we go straight into engineering.
Ja, ihr wisst Bescheid, Freunde, gell? Ihr wisst Bescheid.
Up front, we've got a completely fully featured habitation area, suit lockers, weapon lockers, pod beds.
Wie lange machst du heute noch? Solange es geht.
And then right at the
Solange
cockpit,
die
we have
machen.
a two-pilot cockpit, and I think the Crusader engineers have done a fantastic job of
putting everything that the pilot needs right at their fingertips. So, in the heat of battle, you kind of might just eke out that advantage. Exterior-wise, it's classic Crusader. We've got our recessed weapons. We've got our rear-mounted remote turret. And then underneath is all business. We've got the missile racks and we've got the big bomb bays. And I think overall, Crusader have done it again. They've done a amazing job of packaging something that's like super feature rich and something stylish, sleek, looks fast, but still super aggressive. And then here is one last look. Oh, or not. Okay, that was one last look of the interior.
So we had a really cool cutaway that you half saw. I'm sure we can.
Nein, ich bleibe bei euch. Ihr müsst nicht umschalten.
If you like what you saw there, that is available now on that link and a QR code there that hopefully takes you to the right place.
iDesigner, iDesigner ist jetzt Follower. Vielen Dank, iDesigner. Vielen Dank für deinen Follow. Vielen Dank, sehr lieb. Vielen Dank.
So yeah, that's the current. Let's talk about something a bit further in the past.
Und zum ersten Mal gechattet auch.
We have a timeline here from the today all the way through to today in
Also nochmal kurz checken, Freunde.
And throughout that time period, we have
das Ding geht eine Stunde
manufacturers in law,
geplant.
starting with RSI in the very near future, going all the way through to Mirai, which is this year in game. And over that, we have some very old ships, ships that people think are quite old. We have the Hornet, we have the Aurora, and we have the Gladius. However, as you can see, there is quite a gap from the current day to these old ships. So let's talk about one that is a bit older than that.
Die Shots vom Schiff sind nur so dick wie eine Cola-Dose.
So, the RSI Zeus.
Uli, ich habe die C1 vor einem Jahr gekauft und jetzt habe ich es auf dem Live, die A1. Wie kommt das? Das ist ein Loner.
RSI made some major kind of advancements in quantum technology.
Monster, weil die C1 ist ja noch nicht fertig. Jetzt hast du stattdessen erstmal die A1. Wenn die C1 da ist, dann kriegst du die.
That had quantum capability.
Hast du geliehen.
This kind of mid-range explorer really put RSI at the kind of forefront
Erst als
of
Zeus,
development.
geil.
Now, it was a really good thing. It really kind of boosted them as a company, but it wasn't kind of all good. The original RSI Zeus had some major issues with its whole integrity. That being said, there's always kind of been this demand for RSI to release the Zeus. It's kind of had this cult following that's grown up over the years.
Mal kurz gucken, wie die aussieht.
I'm kind of very happy to announce today that RSI have kind of taken that challenge on board. They've developed a whole new vehicle that is designed to ferry a whole new generation of travelers across our universe. Visually, it's something
das
that
ist ein
pays
Transportschiff
homage back
für
to the original
Passagiere.
Zeus, and something that's really is justified to have that name. And I'm even happier to say it exceeds all
Ein
current
Space Shuttle
standards
sieht geil aus
and
irgendwie,
all
finde
our
ich.
current ship production techniques.
Ich finde, dieses Logo sieht
So,
auch so Space
Do
Shuttle-mäßig
you want to have a
aus.
look at the all-new RSI Zeus Mark II?
Süß. Die süß.
Okay then.
RSI süß.
Here
Oh,
it
die
is.
sieht aber viel heftiger aus. Oh,
So,
die sieht aber gar nicht.
we are going to hand over to Elwin and Mark to go through this.
Die
And
sieht geil
you can see
aus.
there's three of them there. So
Aber
we're going to do a
sieht-
bit of a deeper dive onto
Sieht die
these
alte
three
nicht
ships.
besser aus, Freunde?
So, over to Mark and Elwin.
Warte mal.
Let's give them a welcome. Come on, let's go, let's go.
Ist die alte nicht cooler gewesen? Jetzt mal ernsthaft?
Hi there everyone, my name is Mark Gibson. I'm the lead vehicle content designer at Cloud Imperium Games.
Das ist das erste Quantum-Schiff. Wir haben auch die dicken Zeus-Space-Anzüge. Sieht aus wie eine Aero auf Anabolika. Also sie sieht auf jeden Fall nicht mehr so besonders aus wie diese hier. Diese hier finde ich ziemlich besonders.
Awesome. All right, well, let's take some time now and take a look at this classic
So sollte
RSI
sie sein.
design and see how we've reimagined it.
So, when we decided we wanted to tackle the Zeus, we had to consider what direction RSI would take it in if they were going to do it today. We couldn't just remake the original Zeus.
Ich glaube, die Leute waren auch nicht so begeistert, habe ich den Eindruck. Die alte sah so aus wie die Titan, genau. Ich meine, die ist geil, aber sie sieht nicht mehr so besonders aus. Mal gucken.
Allowing you to pick which way you want to actually play the game. So what we're going to do is talk about those variants that we decided on in the end and go into a bit more detail with them. First of all, we have the ES. The ES is the essential. It's the long-range exploration version of the Zeus. It's designed to let you go out for a long time and explore the universe.
Carrick hat sich auch verändert.
Next up, we have the Mark. The Mark is the bounty hunter version. This is there for you so you can actually go out,
wenn sie sie so bringen würde wie die ursprüngliche, würde jeder denken, seine Titan auf Steroide. Kommt die ins Game? Ja, die kommt rein. Ich weiß nur nicht, ob die jetzt kommt.
Finally, the last version we're going to talk about is the CL, the Clipper. Might be a name people are familiar with if they know much about maritime. This is the cargo version of the Zeus Mark II. This is designed so that you can move your goods around the universe.
Of the three variants, the Zeus Essential is the one that harkens back the most to the original design, with the original white on black paint job and the vertical stabilizers. We also worked to maintain the silhouette of the original, but brought that forward to modern day RSI design with tons of technical detail and layered panels. And on the underside, the landing gear and the underslung turret,
Schau gerade mal
as
was
well
für
as the
euch.
Entrance ladder, fold in perfectly flush, leaving behind a super smooth underbelly, just like the original design.
But you probably all want to see what the inside looks like, so let's have a closer look.
Der Chat, der Original-Chat sagt gerade, es ist eine smaller Galaxy und hatet das Ding gerade ziemlich.
You have a fairly comfortable habitation and recreation area, so that when you're out away from home, it's not too unpleasant. In addition to that, the rear room has a 32 SU cargo capacity, as well as being able to fit a Cyclone, so if you do decide to land on our planet, you can have a
look around. Ich finde sie auch gut, aber ich glaube, die Leute mochten die andere lieber.
It's a ship designed for 3 crew. It comes with 4 size 2 shield generators, 2 size 2 power plants, 2 size 2 coolers, and 2 size 4 pilot-controlled weapons. And obviously the lower turret that Elva mentioned earlier is a size 3 remote turret.
Now, the Zeus Mark was always designed from the beginning to be a sleek and aggressive bounty hunter. As such, the black paint will help you stay hidden in the shadows until you're ready to strike. We've also redesigned the spine in order to embed an EMP and a quantum dampener, which allows us on the art side to really crank up the level of detail on the exterior. We've also added a second remote turret on the top.
Looking at the interior of the Mark, you see that the habitation's taken a little bit of a hit. It moved forward, but what we've been able to add in exchange for that is a massive armory. Let you take all the different weapons and equipment you might need while you're tracking your target along the verse. Looking into the rear, we actually have a dedicated area just for the actual bounty hunter pods, similar to what you'll see in the Cutlass Blue. So you can stack up the pods and take multiple people back with you. It has less SCU than the ES. It only has 16 SCU. And it does have a different loadout with the components, only having 3 size 2 shield generators. Like Owen said, it does have a top-mounted forward-facing turret so that you can put the pressure on the target as you're chasing them. The EMP and QD drive are designed to stop the target escaping once you've caught up with them.
Da schaut. Die ist im Shop.
Because the Zeus Clipper focuses on hauling cargo, we've decided to lean into the industrial aesthetic. We've covered the exterior.
Muss mal gucken, ob man die jetzt kaufen kann.
Job,
Exploration
and we've
Expedition.
covered the exterior with more technical detail and armor plating. In addition to that, it comes with a remote tractor beam which is mounted on the rear to the side of the ramp to make it easier to haul cargo in and out of the cargo hold. We've also added thrust capacity to the base of the wings.
View Buying Options, da ist sie,
There
Freunde.
is an absolutely massive rear to it compared to the others. The habitation areas have been massively pushed so that you don't get much space, but we can get way more cargo in. It actually has 4 times the cargo capacity of the S, coming in at 128 SUs of cargo.
Das ist eine Mark
This one
II,
also
genau.
features three size 2
$160
shield
kostet das Ding.
generators, and like Al mentioned, it has a size 3 tractor beam to make it much easier to get those cargo containers in and out as you're actually playing.
Billig
What do you
gegen die
think?
F8 tatsächlich, ja.
So, last year we introduced the Spirit, and if anyone that may be playing on live for the last couple of days might have seen a new ship adding to the verse, the A1. We hope to follow a similar route with the Zeus, where we announce it today.
Kostet ungefähr so
and then
viel
in about a
wie
year's
eine,
time,
wie eine
ready for the
A1.
public to actually play with. But
Wir haben zwei neue
this isn't
Schiffe.
just
Wir
a
haben eine
concept. We're
A1
not
und
just
wir haben
gonna show you some
eine
images. The
Zeus.
Zeus is actually in active white box development right now. Just wanna
Die
have a look?
Seite ist voll überlastet gerade, Freunde. Tut mir leid.
Shall we?
Die lädt echt super lahm.
Okay.
So, wir haben zwei Süß. Hier, da geht's.
All right. So as you guys have seen with the Spirit and with the many ships we've released thus far, our ships can, when they're finished, look absolutely gorgeous. But before any of them get to that point, they have to go through a very specific development process. And this is the first stage in that process.
White
We
box.
call this white box. At this point, we've taken the concept, ripped it to shreds, and then reassembled
nur die
it
White
and
Box
plugged it all
Version,
back
die ist
together
noch
within
ohne
the
Paint.
editor so that we can get a real
Ist
good
nur
look at
für
what
die
players are
Entwicklung.
going to see when they finally get this game.
Also die sieht
At
nicht
this
so aus,
stage,
keine
with the
Angst.
Zeus, we've already ripped out all the thrusters,
Die
we've ripped out
Zeus.
the landing gear, the turret, the seats, the beds, all of the interior spaces, plugged those guys back in, and we have what you see here.
Die sieht geil aus, aber sie sieht halt völlig anders aus wie die Originale.
So again, the beginning of the process. At this point, we're able to jump in, start throwing in cargo, interacting with doors, getting in and out of beds, maybe in and out of toilets, and just getting an overall sense of what it feels like to interact with the vehicle. And it is very common that in this stage, we will make some adjustments from the original plan. As an example, on this ship, we've just made the decision to expand the center corridor, add a little bit more space to the rooms. And as a result, that's going to make it much smoother experience for
Ich
players
finde
to
auch
traverse
das Ding
the
ist eigentlich ein
interior of the
Conny-Killer,
ship,
gell? Wenn wir
as
jetzt
well
mal
as
ehrlich
for
sind.
AI to traverse the interior
Ich
of the
weiß nicht,
ship.
ob da
We've
Laderaum
also
ist.
expanded the main airlock that leads to the enter-exit ladder. And up here in the cockpit, we've separated the co-pilot seats a tad bit just to allow players to get in and out a little easier. So with White Box, not the prettiest stage in the process, but it is essential that we nail this because it means we'll be able to deliver a beautiful ship that is also extremely fun to play.
Die sieht spitze aus. Die sieht schon spitze aus. So, mal gucken, was kostet das Teil? Also, da haben wir zwei.
So that was the RSI
Drei.
Zeus, the three
Einmal,
variants.
zweimal,
Obviously, as the screen says behind me, it's available
dreimal.
now on the Star Citizen website. You all follow that URL or the QR code behind me. Now, we've just talked about the ship with the longest legacy in the universe. It was the first ship with the quantum travel. Let's change pace a little bit and talk about a much newer ship.
Ein neues Schiff kommt
We're going to
jetzt.
talk about the Cutter. Good little ship. So, obviously, last year, IE, we unveiled the Cutter, and you guys seem to love it. Some interesting information about it. It was actually the single most popular straight-to-flight ready ship we've ever released.
Das sind die
You guys
Versionen.
really, really liked it. In addition to that, it's actually
Süß
the
Mark
best-selling
II
Drake ship to date.
CL.
But what people didn't know, and we kept a very good guarded secret that no one
Mark
managed
II
to figure
MR.
out. No one.
Kosten alle so
It was always meant
160
to be a
bis
family of three.
200.
Now, what everyone is already familiar with is the base. That's the version that's out in the universe right now that you're already enjoying. What we're
Cutter
going to do today,
Explorer.
though, is we're going to talk about the next variant in the family. The
Mal
Scout.
schauen. Die Cutter Scout.
All right, let's just take a minute and sort of enjoy the incredible work that the art team has done pushing this guy out.
Die kenne ich schon, ja, die ist süß, die Cutter.
When the original when the original cutter was released, it helped us to refine the Drake aesthetic. And now with the variants, we'll be able to add a
Ich finde, sie sieht aus wie eine kleine S-Bahn
on
oder
the
so.
Scout, we've decided to replace the main thrusters with a dual
Eine
thruster system.
Straßenbahn. Ist sie als Startschiff zu empfehlen? Ja,
You'll
ist
see
sie.
here we've also added a radar dish to the top, which relates directly to the scanning gameplay that comes with this ship. In addition to that, we have a series of exterior bottom modifications to
Ist ein
just
sehr
push that
süßes
flavor a little bit
Starterschiff.
further. And you'll see here a transition between the default and the Scout, so you can clearly see the differences. On the interior, we've expanded the rear section of the ship in order to include a dedicated standing scanning station, which will show up here in a second. Along with that, we've also increased the space in the rear to house the larger components that are necessary to support that gameplay. Now, expanding the rear did encroach into the habitation, but we were able to rearrange
Damit ist die dann der kleinste Explorer im Game, gell? Kann das sein? Nur die Frage, wie viel Sinn das macht, ein Schiff von der Größe als Explorer.
It's the same cockpit
Aber
that you all know and love from the original cutter.
Ist halt
From
was
this
für
view, you'll more
Abenteurer.
clearly see the shift that we had to make in the rear in order to support the gameplay that we're trying to achieve. We're really proud of what the team has done with this ship, and we hope you like the Scout as much as we do.
Ja, das ist süß, auf jeden Fall. Das ist eher ein Scout, so wie die Terrapin, okay. Sie soll eher vorausfliegen für ein größeres, das nachkommt. Okay. I
Obviously,
see.
we've just introduced the Scout. What are the main differences between the base? It is a variant after all. So the first big difference is the radar. It has a size 2 radar, and to supply that, it comes with a size 2 power plant and a size 2 cooler. Getting tripped on my own words. As well as the dedicated scan terminal that Ella mentioned earlier. Obviously, as you saw, habitation got a little bit cozier, and unfortunately it has lost 2 SU compared to the base, so it only has 2 SU cargo capacity instead of the 3. Now, what we also want to do is talk a little bit more about the future of scanning, if people are interested in hearing about that. So what is the future of scanning? We'll touch on it lightly. At the moment, there are 2 main ways for you to interact with the scanning gameplay loops. The first one's obviously the scan, and the second one's the ping system. Both of these are going to be merged into a single system known as a scan wave. When you send a scan wave out, if you get any successful pings, what will happen is it will immediately populate your HUD with an AR marker, giving you information about what you've been able to scan, as well as starting to give you far more interesting information than you get now, rather than just the name of the ship. The underlying system will work on the signature system, similar to what it does today, and there are 2 main scans. There is the quick scan. The quick scan is just a low version of it. It has a very small impact on your own signal output, so if you want to stay a little bit more covert and potentially not be seen looking at something you shouldn't, you can use that one instead. The main benefits are small increase to your actual passive detection range, as well as being able to detect things that maybe are a little fainter than you should be able to see. This has a decent amount of cutting through interference, but not phenomenal. The other version is the charge scan. The charge scan is the big scan. Now, this will actually allow you to detect things up to quantum boost range, which is way, way further than the current passive detection range. And not only that, but it'll actually drop a marker allowing you to jump straight to that location for whatever it is that you found. Now, you don't want to be jumping in blind. And as I said, it's going to give you way more information than it did before. Some examples, but not limited to this, are things like whatever it is it charging a quantum drive? Is it firing? Is the shields generating? Does it have any shields? Is it perhaps charging an EMP maybe it's got a snare up trying to catch you. It gives you that additional information, so you can make the decision whether you actually want to get to that location.
Ich wollte gerade sagen, das Ding haben wir auch zum Verlosen gekriegt,
That's just a brief
Freunde.
glimpse into the future of scanning and what our vision is for it. Right now, the Cutter Scout is actually in 321. It's available.
Schau.
If you go to that address,
CitizenCon
go to our
giveaway,
website,
Drake Cutter
QR
Scout.
code,
Da ist
it's
sie.
actually in the universe right now. You don't need to wait for a patch for that. I've been Mark.
And I'm Elwin. And before we step off,
Sehr
if you
schön.
haven't had a chance to get one of these hats, this one in particular is signed by 7 members of the ship development team. And if you want it, during the meet and greet, if you can tell me the name of the 7
Pyro schon
people who
draußen.
signed
Tischi, da
this,
bist
all
du
of
ja
who are in
endlich.
attendance here, by the way, today, the first
Los,
person to
komm.
give me those names gets to keep it.
Komm
Other
in
than
Discord.
that, thanks guys and have a great
Die Jungs
CitizenCon.
warten.
Small hit for you. John Crew is one of those names. Well, fantastic, guys, everyone. We're going to hand you back to John and Ben. They've got a few more surprises for you.
Tischi, schau hier, für dich. Du kannst mitmachen. Hier, es gibt eine A1 Spirit während der CitizenCon-Zeit. Schau.
Right.
Da.
So, as Mark said there,
Hier, schau.
scanning stuff is coming in the future. We
Vielleicht
didn't
gewinnst
show
du.
a lot of it.
Da ist er.
Because it does sort of turn up in some other teams' panels, and we didn't want to steal their glory a day early. So I highly recommend sticking around for both the UI one and the flight one tomorrow. So, we've talked about the past, we've talked about the present. Let's talk about the future. So, here is a big block of squares that represents our backlog. So, each one of these squares is a ship
So,
or a
jetzt bin
vehicle.
ich gespannt.
All the light blue ones are all the ones we have released to date. All those grey ones are the ones that we have not done yet. The dark
Worauf
blue
wartet ihr
ones
immer?
are the ones that will be in your hands by the end of the year. So, we have over 200 vehicles for us to support as a vehicle content team. For those of you that are trying to do the maths in your head right now going, that's a wrong number. This includes every single vehicle that we've ever shown to you, whether that's in a Squadron 42 visual tease or like a trailer. Some of them are obviously Squadron exclusives, some of them are going to be NPC exclusives. We still have to support them all. So
Guck mal, wie
every vehicle
wenig
in the
Schiffe
game,
hier überhaupt
we
noch
have our
fehlen.
hands on, and
So
we
viele sind schon
do a lot of
draußen,
work
die
to
kommen
support them
noch
for you.
in
Not the only
2023.
thing we do. We obviously introduce new content like the Mirai Fury. We deliver previous promised content. And as you'll see today and tomorrow, we do a lot of gameplay support. So obviously we help out ships that are like the heroes of the game.
Nein, das große Alienschiff.
You
Ihr
saw in
wartet
the
doch alle
Resource
auf das
Network,
große Alienschiff.
engineering,
Die Banu,
panel, how that's going to impact ships.
nicht die Defender, sondern eine
You will have
andere.
seen, if you've been paying super close attention, some UI elements.
Ich glaube,
to do
der
with
Andi
maps.
wartet auf die.
Stay tuned for that. We do
Die
all
Merchantmen,
that.
genau,
So we
richtig,
do a
Banu
lot of
Merchantmen.
work across all aspects of both projects. And to do all that, we need to do a few things.
Okay, yeah, so John's talked a bit about the backlog. I'm going to kind of take a little bit, how are we going to deliver this? So in April 2023, we actually kicked off a new
Idris.
ship team in our newest studio, Turbulent, based out of Montreal.
Ich habe mit der Süßmarkt 2
Ja,
MR mein Traumschiff Common-Schiff mit CRG hat sie gemacht. So, ob ich sie
We've now
bestellt
got,
hätte und es ist auch
5
noch
artists, or vehicle
süß,
artists,
genau.
1 vehicle designer, 1 embedded QA tester, and 1 producer. And
Mark II
that kind of
MR.
gives us everything we need to start bringing content out of another location. And it also means that we now have kind of reps globally for the vehicle content team in all 5 of our studios. What's the really nice thing about that is it kind of opens up a new pool of kind of talent that we can pick from, and it should really help us to deliver some more content to the game. And you've actually just seen the first 2 ships out of that studio. So the Scout variant and the Zeus are both being developed by our Montreal team. Yeah, they're doing great. We're going to look a little bit more in depth at the kind of the art team and how we've grown over the years. You can see from this graph, this is our kind of like live numbers of how many vehicle artists we have dedicated to the project. You can see there's a nice trajectory going up. And with more team members, that also means we get kind of like not just more people to throw at stuff, but we get more experience, we get more knowledge. And that's, that allows us to kind of tackle our larger, kind of more complex ships. You will notice there in 2022, there is a little dip. And unfortunately, when that happens, that has kind of real consequences on what we are able to do as a team. I think, less people, so less power to put on stuff, but also some of that knowledge leaves us. With that leads us to have to make some kind of pretty hard and heavy decisions about what we're working on. And I think most recently and probably most
Jane
well
Clay,
known,
Glückwunsch.
Banning Merchantman.
Ich habe gerade nochmal geguckt, wie teuer die ist. $200 ungefähr.
We're going to take a quick look
$202.
where we got to with the Merchantman, just to show
Geht
where we were
eigentlich
up
noch
to
vom Preis, finde ich.
before that happened in 2020.
Oh, da ist die Merchantman, geil. Da ist sie, die Merchantman. Endlich mal wieder Infos. Da hängt das Ding. Ist das ein Riesenteil, oder? Schaut mal. Hallo Rani. Ich finde die geil. Ich finde, die sieht super aus, so. Auch in weiß. Schau mal, was das für ein Riesending ist. Weiß ich gar nicht, was das sein soll. Oh, das ist das Innere. Hier, das ist Whitebox-Phase vom Innenraum. Oder schon mehr als Whitebox? Also mindestens Whitebox. Oder eher Greybox schon. Schaut mal, wie weit die schon ist. Die kann jetzt noch nicht kommen, Tommy. Die ist erst in der Greybox. Aber die kommt bald. Das dauert nicht mehr lang. Oder ich schaue mal in den Shop. Man weiß nicht. Aber ich glaube nicht, dass die jetzt schon kommt. Würde mich sehr wundern. In Concept, aber man kann sie kaufen. Im Convoy-Pack. Wann kommt die Kraken? Weißt du das? Nein, weiß ich nicht. Geiles Schiff. Monstertag, die Süße ist schon da. Die kannst du kaufen. Die Süße ist draußen. Nur ein Konzept? Moment. Ach ja, in Concept, ja, scheiße, tut mir leid. Tut mir leid. Die ist nur ein Concept, aber kaufen könnt ihr sie.
So that video shows, where we got up to with the Merchantman. You can see we finished white box.
Jetzt habe ich die.
We were kind of in grey box. Some areas were further than others.
Habt ihr gehört?
And I think
Finished
one
White
of the
Box?
best
Wir
things
sind
about
schon
working
in der
at a company
Grey Box,
like
also so wie wir gesagt haben.
Is that we're able to be pretty honest and pretty open with our development. one of the biggest questions we get is.
Ja, habe ich verkackt mit der Süß, sorry. Ich dachte, man kann die schon kaufen.
And the Merchantman brought a lot of unique challenges to us. It was a completely new art style, something that's very, very different from what we normally do with our human manufacturers. I think, we could have paused other ships. We could have moved some of our other artists onto the Merchantman. But with the kind of exodus of our kind of senior team in 2022, we didn't just lose.
Ist das eine geile CitizenCon? Jede geile CitizenCon hat Infos über die Merchantmen, finde ich.
What we decided to do at the time is
Und diese CitizenCon ist eine geile CitizenCon.
To get it done, we looked at where we were, and for us, the most important thing was growing our team back up. We wanted to invest in our team and use our seniors and our kind of managers to help get us up to the point where we can tackle multiple large and capital ships at one time. I think the graph previously kind of showed that we've got the head numbers now, and now it's about onboarding our new staff members. It's about skilling them up and getting them to the point. And I would absolutely love to be stood here on a stage and going, yeah, look at the Merchantman, it's amazing, like it's done. But we're not at that point just yet. We do see all the comments. I do see all the notes about it, and I absolutely want to get this ship out and done. I just wanted to be open and honest as to where we are up to with the development.
Yeah, to add to that, it is probably the most question I get asked at any event, and I really want to get it done, get it out for you guys, but we don't want to give you a half-baked thing. We want to give you a really great product that we can all be proud of, and it's delivered alongside gameplay. So, let's talk about something else quickly. So, Squadron 42 vehicles.
Oh, jetzt wird's fett.
How many of you have an Idris of some kind? Right.
Oh, jetzt bin ich gespannt.
So, we plan to deliver the Idris alongside the Squadron, and that doesn't mean just the M. We're going to deliver the M, the P, and the K kit all together in one delivery.
Also die Idris kommt mit Squadron 42.
Javelin owners, I'm afraid you're going to have to wait a bit longer after that. Is obviously the bigger ship players can own.
Das heißt, wenn wir wissen, wann die Idris kommt, wissen wir auch, wann Squadron 42 kommt.
What is left to deliver on it? We've got plans. There will be modularity with it. And yeah, that will come after Squadron releases.
Ja.
And those of you who also have
drei Süß-Varianten.
Blade, after Squadron
eine
releases,
Explorer,
you will also get the updated
eine
models
Abfangjäger
as well.
und eine Frachter.
Right. Next.
Okay. No kind of ship panel at a CitizenCon event is kind of done without looking at what's coming up next. Previously, we used to do these kind of like silhouettes, but we kind of always felt they were a little bit predictable. We ended up
Exploration, Combat Interdiction und Transport.
So
die
last
drei
year we changed things up. We asked what manufacturer do we want to see make our next large mining ship, and you're going to see more about that at IEE next month. But again, this year we decided just to mix things up a little bit with how we wanted to deliver this. So you're about to see in a minute a video. It shows some ships you might
Transport
recognize.
geht direkt in meine Richtung.
Hopefully,
Geil.
it will show
Sehr
you
schön.
some that you don't recognize. But feel free to get on Spectrum afterwards, take a look, give us a guess at what you think they might be, because we'd love to hear your input.
So, jetzt mache ich wieder ein bisschen
I would
Ruhe
just add
hier.
to that as well. We aim to deliver everything you see in this video and more in the next 12 months.
Oha. Also alles, was wir jetzt sehen, kommt im nächsten Jahr, Freunde. Herz für euch. Das ist, glaube ich, das eine Ding, dieses Hoverbike, was in die 400i reinpasst. Das ist so ein Ursa Rover Derivat. Was das ist, weiß ich. Ah, das ist, glaube ich, so ein Transport MPV oder sonst was. Die X1 war das, gell? Das müsste die Polaris sein, oder? Kann das sein? Das war die Polaris, gell? Das Ding haben wir ja schon. sieht aus wie eine kleine Redeemer, keine Ahnung. Das ist, glaube ich, die Süß. Oh, das ist eine Retaliator, oder? Eine überarbeitete. Oh, und das ist die... Ja, geil. Was war das jetzt gerade? Das war nicht eine Galaxy, sondern eine Perseus. Nee, das war, glaube ich... Nee, es war die Polaris am Ende. Das war am Ende die Polaris, genau. Die Polaris kommt noch dieses Jahr, Freunde.
We've done a lot of talking.
Kommt noch dieses Jahr, die Polaris.
So yeah, okay. Just wanted to touch again on like, why are we doing an RSI ship? Like, what is with that?
Haben sie gesagt. Die Schiffe, die sie zeigen, kommen dieses Jahr noch raus. Und das war gerade die Polaris, oder? In den nächsten 12 Monaten? Okay.
And it gives us the ability to kind of train up teams on something that's kind of quite a known element. That is absolutely not the only benefit, though.
In den nächsten 12, okay, alles klar, sorry. Innerhalb eines Jahres, okay.
The Polaris is not tackling it as one ship, but actually we want to tackle, well, anyone that knows our backlog knows we have a number of large RSI ships on there. And our kind of plan is that we tackle that as a family of ships. We don't just tackle one of them and then we go off and do something else for 6 months, a year, come back and do another one, something else, come back and do another one. We want to tackle them all together, one after the other. And what that really allows us to do is just kind of streamline our development process.
Die ist fett, die
We're able
Polaris.
to, for our more common areas of the ship, we're able to build kits that we're confident in, that we can reuse and we can make the most out of them. And then that allows us to focus our development time and our efforts really on the much more unique.
Wäre schön, würden sie bis Ende des Jahres kommen. Nein. Innerhalb von einem Jahr, sorry, ich habe das verkackt.
Tackling them as a family kind of allows us to expedite their development. We leverage the experience that we've got.
Du hast die Polaris beleidigt, wie denn? Ich habe doch gesagt, die ist geil.
Like I say, streamline everything. So first up, we've got the Polaris. Next up, we've got the Galaxy. Then we've got the Perseus. And that kind of closes out most of our large RSI ships. And then we can,
die ist
see what we want
fett.
to take
Nee,
on.
das habe ich anders gemeint.
Well, I think that's pretty much everything we want to talk about today. However, before we go, we're going to... Torsten's already stolen the predictable joke here. So we'll do one last thing to show you guys. So,
ich habe so das Gefühl, dass ich meine Charakter bald wieder einschmelze für irgendwas Größeres.
In its white box state.
So, was haben wir denn hier jetzt Schönes? Ist das eine Idris? Nee, das ist keine Idris, Freunde. Das ist die Polaris, gell? Polaris Whitebox. Whitebox heißt, dass nur quasi der Grundriss, das Gerippe und so, da sind noch keine Texturen, keine Details und so, sondern nur die Proportionen. Fetter Hangar. Wann hört denn das Ding auf? Es hört ja gar nicht mehr auf. Ah, hier. Das ist eine Idris. Und das ist die Polaris. Mit einer Scorpius. Oha. Hat jetzt gerade die Polaris die Idris gekillt? Verstehe ich das? Hat die Polaris gerade die Idris gekillt? Mit einem Schuss? Mit Missiles? Marketing. Skantos. Der X-Wing war das. Das war der X-Wing.
Whoa! Did you guys see that? That was amazing! Give it up for the ship team, everybody. That was amazing. We're back on the show floor at CitizenCon 2953 to show you more awesome things you guys might be missing if you're not here at the convention center. Come follow me a little bit. We're going to go on a little bit of a journey down just a leisurely Sunday road drive.
Das waren die Torpedos von der Polaris,
I take my favorite vehicle for driving,
Nicht
the
der X-Wing,
Drake
ihr
Dragonfly.
Straßenfritz.
That's right. It is back from 2018 with a fresh
Da steht sie.
fresh new pyro paint job that you can see in the digital goodies pack if you purchase it now from the Robert Space Industries pledge store. Check it out now. JRDF did an amazing job making the Dragonfly look super pyro themed. Look here, we have the pyro amalgamated label, I guess you would call that. I don't know what you would call it. I'm not a car guy. I'm not a Drake guy. We have like some very cool details, designs. I'm gonna try and hop on it. Let's see how badly this goes.
Kann man so sagen, Torschütz.
Like a glove. It's super cool being up here, actually. I didn't think it would be this cool being up here, but it feels like you're about to drive a Dragonfly. If you guys are still here at the show floor, be sure to check out the Drake Dragonfly. I really just want to like drive this thing off the stage. You know that like, what's that feeling you have where you're like on a balcony and you like look over the balcony and you're like, there's a little internal, it's intrusive thought. There's an intrusive thought where it's like jump. My intrusive thought is drive away. And I want to drive away on the Drake Dragonfly right now. This is so cool. We have photographers taking photos. If you guys are interested in looking at your photos afterwards, JRDF will be making those photos available to everybody. I'm sure we'll tweet it out. Galactica, get on it. You know, that's your job. Anyways, I'll cut it back over to Jared. I'll see you guys back here soon. Have fun.
Ich finde die alle so sympathisch. Das sind irgendwie alles so Leute wie du und ich, gell? Findet ihr nicht?
All right, so we are here with members of the vehicle team. I want to say, at the start of the show, I made it very clear that marketing did not make any of those videos. Developers made any of those videos. I can't help but notice that Polaris took out that Idris really quick. Are you trying to start about 50 different arguments on Reddit?
Oh, yeah. We love for the arguments. Love them. Polaris for life.
F the Idris.
Ben, would you like to go on record?
All ships are equally.
Ich glaube, DC pennt.
Until they get what's coming to them.
And Elwin, would you like to revise your answer?
F the Idris.
The views and opinions of Elwin Batchelor Jr. do not represent those of Cloud Imperium Games, Robert Space Industries, or its subsidiaries. Don't look at us. Ben Parr's off the side. It's like just whatever. All right, so the Zeus. First question that I see a lot of people had on Twitch watching the stream is obviously it doesn't look like the Zeus that we've all known from the lore and stuff. I mean, I think the first image of the Zeus was probably in 2012 or 2013 in that really early lore post. Why did we change it?
Warum sie die Süß geändert haben?
Were they not listening to the presentation?
I wasn't.
Ja, der hat gerade eben gesagt, F the Idris.
There's a few things. Obviously, it was built as a product of its time, both in lore and back in the day.
I was too busy looking at how handsome you look.
Oh, thank you. But also, and I think Ben will probably want to talk about more of this, is we have design languages for RSI now, and it doesn't really fit in with them anymore.
Yeah, I think when we look at reimagining one of our ships, our manufacturers, we didn't want to just release the classic Mini today. We wanted to look at it and
today, so maybe tomorrow?
No. So what we wanted to do was bring it up to standard, both in terms of its quality and what it can deliver as a ship, but also visually. I think RSI has grown as a manufacturer over the years. I think you can see how not all ships roll off
the production line in day one. Each of our manufacturers also have a history, and I think it's fine to see progression for that.
Ja, das kann sein, Jane Clay.
Ja. Just say you hate the Zeus.
Dass die Conny auch noch so überarbeitet wird.
It's not just the visuals of it though, it's important that the amount of time it would take to get your jalopy, because that's why I ask, and up to level.
Weil die Conny nämlich auch schon so uralt ist.
He did it. He did it. This is the real reason. You can be in the center. You can be in the center now. Go ahead.
The amount of time it takes to actually get a ship, the amount of time it takes to get a ship actually flight ready in any universe, it would be a lot of work to get something that, for the most part, has about the same amount of space as a space shuttle, and you wouldn't be able to use any of the gameplay. You wouldn't be able to fill it with cargo. It'd be really difficult to get in and out. And if we're spending that amount of time getting some
Manche schmelzen Connys ein, ja. Oh je, ja. Tut mir leid, Mann. Herz für dich, Tirshi. Tut mir so leid.
Do more with. It's far more interesting to get a ship that you can do bounty hunting in, or cargo in, or... He comes over, asks us to do an interview, and wanders off.
It's going to be one of those live streams, huh? All right, we're almost at the end. All right, so enough about what the Zeus isn't. The Zeus, favorite thing, top of your head, what's your favorite thing about the Zeus? Ellen? F the Idris. Mark, favorite thing about the Zeus?
EMP, quantum dampener.
Okay, favorite thing about the Zeus?
The white and black color scheme.
Favorite thing about the Zeus?
Its belly. It's got a really lovely, sleek belly.
Like a space shuttle.
I just had this image of a Zeus wearing Spanx.
Was findet ihr besser, Cargo Süß oder Exploration Süß? Ich würde tatsächlich die Exploration Süß besser
What are you laughing at? All right, so we also talked about the
Ist aber Geschmackssache. Ich glaube, in die Exploration geht auch genug Cargo rein. Und als Cargo-Schiff würde ich die Süß zu klein finden. Aber als schnellen Explorer finde ich sie cool.
Absolutely not. There was obviously that mysteriously third blurred image. So Montreal, the Montreal team, did both of them as basically their first onboarding task into the vehicle pipeline. Both of them are done now. So you will see the third one soon, TM.
You just have a done spaceship and you're not putting it out there.
Strange, isn't it?
That entire talk about the pipeline was BS. You've got a done spaceship. Put it out, John Crew.
No, we've just really streamlined it.
It's about the belly. All right. We're working with diminishing returns here, so we're going to wrap this up. We're going to go back to Dan. He's back in Hall B. I think he's at the merch booth. Dan, what do you got for us?
Well, the opposite of diminishing returns is amazing merch. I am here at the merch booth with some amazing merch that we made just for CitizenCon. Now, if you guys are at home feeling
Die Farben
FOMO,
in diesem Bereich finde ich geil. Das haben sie sehr schön gemacht. Licht ist so wichtig.
If you're not here, most of the merch on display behind me is available for you guys to pick up at the RSI Pledge Store right now. There are obviously some exclusive CitizenCon stuff only for CitizenCon attendees. So if you're here at the show floor, come over to the merch booth. The line was astronomical earlier today. It's much more manageable now, so if you haven't gotten a chance to pick it up yet, now might be a good time to make your way over to the merch booth and pick up some stuff. I was given a sweet box as an early Luminalia present, so we're going to do a little bit of an unboxing to show you guys some of the cool stuff. I mentioned earlier that I helped the subscriber program at one point, and one of my favorite pieces of subscriber flair that I was responsible for was the CDF bobbleheads. We have brought them to life, finally. I know everyone has been asking for a long time for us to make these bobbleheads. Sure enough, we did. You can see them. People are blocking the way. Trust me, they look exactly like the ones in-game. They're super cool, super awesome. Again, if you want a little bit of the verse in your home, pick up a bobblehead on your way out. Thank you, Luminalia Claus.
Mehr wie das Doppelte der C1 und die ist gleich lang.
Hard to do with one hand. What else we got here? We have this very nice.
Also die Conny wird auf jeden Fall nochmal überarbeitet. Weil die Conny kostet ja einen 100er mehr.
That, haters.
Minimum.
This is actually really soft. they gave me this for a bit. I'm probably just going to steal this, to be honest.
Überlegt mal,
You
die
guys won't tell,
Explorer
right? You
kostet
guys- hey,
160
no
und die
narco.
Conny Aquila
Everyone chat,
kostet
be cool.
um die 300, oder? Oder 250?
And we finally hit, man, this is so cool. I've heard about this, but this is like feeling it for the first time. We have this Black Star Citizen hoodie. You can see on the sleeves we have Xion and Banu. I asked Dave Haddock directly what these said, and his response was, I don't know. So whatever they say, I'm sure it's something very profound and wise from these alien races. Again, I'm just going to steal this, so sorry, merch team, if you were expecting profits on those merch, you're not going to get them. Now, we do, again, have 3 exclusive merch items for people who are here at CitizenCon. We have a Pyro t-shirt, and we have 2 lithographs. I don't know if you can get... Oh, get... I can't take him anywhere. Truly, I cannot. I don't know if you're able to see that Burn-In Pyro t-shirt off over there. That is exclusive to people who are here at CitizenCon 2953. Also in the middle there, we have those 2 lithograph art pieces. Again, exclusive. This guy, I can't take him anywhere. Who was that man? No one important, I'm sure. But yes, we have those 2 exclusive art pieces for people who are here at CitizenCon 2953. Oh, what's this? Oh my God, that strange homeless-looking man also gave me these AirPod cases with a little Finley attached with it. You know what? Maybe that guy was all right. Whoever he is, I hope he's having a good day. But I actually do need new AirPod cases, so again, like everything else, I'm just going to keep this. I think that wraps it up for me, so I'm going to throw it back to the main convention floor. There's going to be a lot more stuff here at CitizenCon. You guys will see it either later today or tomorrow. See you guys then.
So geil. Bin ich der Einzige mit weißem Bart, der Star Citizen geil findet? Schaut. I love it. Hallo. Wenn Star Citizen fertig ist, haben alle weißen Bärte. Lol. Mann, geil. Herz finde ich, Mann. Der war gut. Ich sehe unseren Freund Wieborg nicht. Alle mal winken. Alle mal zurückwinken. Müsst ihr mal machen, winkt mal und dann winken die euch zurück. Das ist lustig. Hallo. Er hat auch einen weißen Bart. Geil. Die NPCs mal wieder. Ich möchte gar nicht wissen, wie viele von euch jetzt gewunken haben. Ach ja, die stehen so wegen NPC. Ich kapier's. Sehr geil. Auf dem Stuhl. Lol, wie geil. Das ist lustig. Ich schreibe, wie die da stehen, das ist lustig, echt. Da sind viele über Ü30 dabei, na klar. Ich glaube, wenn ich das jetzt hier richtig interpretiere, warten wir wohl aufs nächste Panel, Freunde. Denn das hier ist so ein typischer Lückenfüller. Ich schaue noch mal kurz, für alle, die es noch nicht mitbekommen haben, über die CitizenCon könnt ihr eine Crusader A1 Spirit mit LTI und Game Package gewinnen. Also für alle, die noch nicht mitgemacht haben, einfach Ausrufezeichen Giveaway in den Chat. Und für alle, die mit uns quatschen wollen über die CitizenCon, einfach Ausrufezeichen Discord. Und hier geht es jetzt gleich weiter. Talking Ship haben wir. Und jetzt haben wir gleich das letzte Panel. Navigating the Universe. Und das hört sich für mich ganz so an, als wenn wir da eine neue Starmap präsentiert bekommen, Freunde. Drückt mal alle die Däumchen. Schreibt mal alle ja, ein Herz in den Chat, wenn ihr auch wollt, dass wir eine neue Starmap kriegen und dass wir die jetzt gleich zu sehen bekommen. In 3 Minuten müsste es losgehen. Genau, und ansonsten habe ich ja gesagt, wir haben noch ein neues Schiff, was wir verlosen können, nämlich die Drake Cutter Scout. Sehr schön. Aber die alte ist doch geil. Welche meinst du? Die alte Starmap. Ach so, okay. Okay, jetzt wird die Musik wieder heroisch. Hier seht ihr es, Navigating the Universe. Damit geht es jetzt gleich weiter und wir schauen, ob wir vielleicht den V-Bog noch sehen. Die Typen da alle, hey, ich fühle die alle, jeden einzelnen fühle ich. Einfach so herrlich. Die Mütze hier habe ich auch von ihm hier. Die da. Die sind zusammen da. Schaut mal hier, süß. RSI süß. Voll die Nerdversammlung. Ja, Mann, jung und alt. Weiße Bärte und guck mal hier, der sieht aus wie ein Footballspieler. Auch der ist ein Gamer offensichtlich. Also es sind nicht nur die Kellerkinder oder er hier. Ich glaube, das ist ein Bayer, so wie der aussieht. Das müsste einer aus Bayern sein, glaube ich. Die sehen, glaube ich, so aus Bayern. Und der hier hat sogar eine Maske an. Ah, herrlich. Das ist, glaube ich, das Geilste. Bayer, der in Österreich wohnt, genau. Was wäre der beste Fighter für den Luft-Weltraumkampf? Also wenn er mich fragt, die F8. Aber ich glaube, mich fragt niemand. Hallo? Ich winke jetzt eben zurück. Es macht irgendwie glücklich. Die F7C. So, weiter geht's. Navigating the Universe. Ich habe jetzt den Knopf bei der Süß Transport gedrückt. Sehr schön, Monstertag. Sehr schön. Wir müssen Schiffe verkaufen, gell? Während der CitizenCon.
How you doing, Los Angeles?
Servus. Das ist der neue Mapman.
Boys, a lot of you here. It's great to see you. Hi.
Der ist ja cool.
My name's David, but everyone calls me Bone.
Hallo, Bone.
Don't ask. Or maybe ask me later.
Wahrscheinlich, weil er so dünn ist.
So, my job is to oversee all the technical implementation of the UI across the company. And if I'm lucky, I get to do some programming from time to time. At previous CitizenCon, one in the flesh, in Manchester, I talked about UI tech with my friend and colleague, Zane Bien. And we were making new tools and technology to help our developers with, to develop their UI. So that was a few years ago now, and now I'm really privileged to share with you how this technology has been utilized by our talented designers to help improve your experience in the verse.
Hey, ich bin jetzt sehr gespannt, was kommt.
Along with some of my UI friends that are hidden out the back there, we'd like to show you some of these improvements which are going to help you, the players, navigate the Star Citizen universe.
Space is big.
So, why are we doing this? Well, Star Citizen is big, really big. There's so many unique places, massive planets, moons, space stations, rest stops, you know, there's just loads of places to explore. We have a huge range of spaceships of all shapes and sizes, and there's an enormous amount of things to do and see and people to meet, and all this can be shared with friends online.
Na, jetzt komm noch mal raus mit der Info. Was soll denn das?
And as we've seen today, as our amazing online technology grows,
das ist ja so wie bei einem Giveaway, wenn bevor ich auf Auslosen drücke.
Grows, the possibilities become almost endless. So how are we going to make sense of all this? Right. Well, one of the main ways we do this is with a user interface, or UI for short. Well, that's where we come in, fortunately, being the UI guys. And we do this in loads of ways that you see already, whether it's your vehicle MFDs, or the HUD, or the kiosks, where you get your spaceship, or you trade commodities, or buy weapons, and all manner of diegetic UIs that you see, diegetic meaning like things in the world that you can interact with. But our first real opportunity is through the helmet visor display. Now,
bitte sag das
the
Wort
visor
Starmap.
display gives you vital information about your status and the environment around you.
And the Starmap.
But this display has gone through many iterations over the years, and it's been built upon and adapted. And I don't know if who remembers Arena Commander 1.0 that came out. That came out about a year after I started, which was primarily space combat and racing. So the visor was geared towards that. And then it evolved with our first ventures into the online universe. And as all the features get added and all these new things, the visor grows and we put things on it to show you, different statuses and tells you all about what's going on. But with all this evolution, we sometimes lose focus. There's so much we need to know, and when we need to know it is important. So how do we zero in on what's important and at what time? So leaning on this technology
MK2MR ist ein Abfangjäger, also ein schwerer Jäger. Warte mal. Ich zeige das Ding gleich.
Rework the visor for you. So I'm not going to tell you about that. I'm going to invite Simon Bursey onto the stage, and he can tell you more about it.
Die hat ein EMP
Simon?
Und einen Quantum Dampener. Also ist im Prinzip ein fetter, dicker Abfangjäger.
Hey everybody. Okay, so Star Citizen, as you know, is a big project which has evolved over its lifetime. Early on in the project, we added the visor, which is the display you see on your helmet when you're walking around the universe in first person. Because the game is always expanding, we often add new gameplay features. And with those come new UI.
Ich wollte gerade sagen, kriegen die alle nichts zu essen in der Abteilung? Sind ja alles so voll die dürren Typen.
But this eventually meant the view became very complex.
CNG-Werbetext, da der Schwerpunkt auf Sicherheit liegt, verfügt die süß MK2MR über ein EMP-Gerät und einen Quantendämpfer, um feindliche Kräfte zu neutralisieren. Sehr schön.
And sometimes the overlaps can make things difficult to read. So, as you can probably tell, the UI team wanted to do a redesign. We wanted to improve the player's experience by presenting the important information in a clear way. We also needed to create a new framework that supports all the
Die
existing
sollen nicht
features
essen,
and
sondern
allows us to add more in the
programmieren.
future. And
Oh mein
finally,
Gott.
we wanted to bring the visuals up to the high standard we're setting for Squadron 42 and soon the Star Citizen persistent universe.
Ich bin mal gespannt, wie das
So
jetzt
how do we go
aussieht.
about that? I believe user interface should always be a collaboration with the teams who build the underlying features. So we worked closely with them on a new layout, keeping some pieces, combining others, and maybe getting rid of a few. Once we'd figured out the design, we built a new framework using our 3D UI system, and then we worked closely with the various game teams to take all that complex data that existed before.
Die halten
and
uns so
hook it
lang
up to the
hin,
new
gell?
user interface.
Ich platz gleich. Freunde, ich platz
When we
gleich.
design player-facing UI, we often try to start with the worst case first, so we can see everything we have to deal with.
Ich will
It was
wissen, wie es
important for us to
aussieht.
keep the central area as clear as possible to make
Hallo,
it easier for you to see
Terminator.
the underlying game. We designed a set of regions that attach to the different parts of the view, and with each of those, we have a set of widgets that can show, hide, and stack when you need them.
Ja, ja.
So, I've told you about everything we wanted to achieve, but wouldn't it be great to see it in game?
Jetzt geht's.
Does anybody here want to
Jetzt
see a
will
live
ich's wissen.
demonstration?
Ja, auf geht's. Let's show it.
Good. I was hoping you'd say that, otherwise it would have been a very short demo. Okay, so we're going to show you some of our new UI running live in the game.
Mhm.
Everything
Live
you see
Demo.
is in real time, but I have to tell you we've created a special mission just for the show, which is a little different to what you see in the live game.
Alles, was Sie jetzt sehen, passiert in Echtzeit.
Okay, so as you can see, Bones driving.
Okay.
I'm going to say Bones' name a lot, and the other guys too, so it's probably the most times you'll hear that in any presentation.
Bisschen breit gezogen, das Bild,
Okay,
würde ich
welcome to
sagen.
the Orison Providence platform. You may have spotted it earlier, but today is the first time we've shown the new visor we developed and tested in Squadron 42. But you'll be happy to know all the UI you see today is going to make its way to Star Citizen. But this is secret UEE Navy tech, so we'll give it a different look for the persistent universe. As you can see, the display is very clean by default. Many of the elements are contextual, meaning they appear when you need them to avoid cluttering the screen.
Kann der Typ jetzt mal endlich
We've
die
also
Taste
temporarily
F1
hidden a couple
drücken?
of things, so we can focus
Oder
on them later in this
F2,
demo.
bitte? Einfach
Okay,
mal
Bone, let's move
F1.
into the scene, please. All right.
Bitte. Ich will jetzt mal das UI sehen.
Okay, when we get a new mission objective, it appears in the top right of the screen.
Aha,
And you can see
Contracts.
that our first mission is to repair a radiation leak.
Okay.
We've done a major overhaul of the augmented reality marker system,
Der
so we can
Kompass
follow
ist
the yellow
neu, ja.
on-screen marker to get to our objective. At the top of the screen, you'll also see the compass.
Mhm.
Okay, Bone, let's head towards the objective.
Jetzt ist alles markiert.
We were already happy with the way the player status widgets worked,
In
showing you
Geduld, du dich
contextual
üben
information
musst.
about your character and environment. So we've given them some visual polish and added a few new ones.
Finden wir das geil, dass da immer markiert ist, wo man hin muss? Mögen wir das?
The environmental radiation here is quite high, and over time it will wear down our suit and damage the player. Looks like we can see the source of the radiation there. I think somebody's damaged a pipe, so how are we going to fix it?
Also
If we
ich
were in
muss nicht einen
space, we could use a
Questmarker
salvage and repair
haben.
ship. Luckily, UEE have some advanced portable tech. Bone, please equip the military multi-tool.
Dass die Sachen
The
immer
military
dann
multi-tool from
eingeblendet
Squadron
werden,
42 has
wenn man sie
various
braucht,
modes,
finde ich okay.
One of which gives us the ability to salvage and repair on
Wenn man es ausschalten kann, dann auch okay.
Okay,
Habe ich
Baron,
auch
let's
gerade
use
gedacht.
multi-tool to repair that
Ich würde
pipe.
es tatsächlich ausschalten. Aber schau, was man sehen kann, es werden immer die Sachen eingeblendet, die man gerade braucht. Was macht denn der da jetzt gerade? Macht er das
Okay.
jetzt kaputt
Right,
oder
we can
was?
see at the bottom left of the screen, the radiation levels are decreasing.
Mhm.
So let's head into the scene. Go on, Bone. Let's walk forwards a bit.
Da neutralize intruders.
Now we fix the damage, we need to find the enemies that caused it.
Ich wollte
While we're on the
eigentlich-
way, you'll notice that the on-foot emissions at the top of the screen. We're emitting infrared, electromagnetic radiation, and also sound. If any of these go higher than the background levels, it will be easier for the enemies to detect us. Let's take a look at the bad guys, Bone. As part of the emissions and radar tech, we also have the ability to scan while we're on foot. If we tap the button, we can do a quick scan to reveal everything, to reveal info about anything that's in our view currently.
Monstertag,
Okay, Bone, let's do a quick scan.
Ich war auch in der Pause, kann ich dir sagen. Danach war ich ein Kilo
This
leichter.
highlights whatever's in our line of sight.
Aha, okay.
There's also some risk and reward to the scanning system. By holding the button, we can charge our scanner, and this reveals enemies through walls using a more powerful wave. But it does cause a spike in our emissions, which makes us easier to detect. Okay, let's do a charge scan, please, Bone. Okay. We can also see the augmented reality box outs.
Ja, das mit dem Scannen meinetwegen, okay, gut. Und
Okay,
warum nicht in einem Space
weapons.
Game nicht auch so scannen wie da,
Let's get
auch
the
okay.
gun out, please, Bone.
Aber diesen permanenten Marker, so nach dem Motto, da musst
Okay,
du
we
hin
wanted
für
to
deine
help the player see
Quest,
their equipment during combat, so we upgraded the weapons display.
das ist mir ein
As well
bisschen
as the
zu
ammo in the
doof.
gun and the spare mags in their pockets, we also now show the player's explosives and med pens. Okay, let's fight the bad guys. There you can see our new explosives marker, designed to help you spot deadly grenades, mines, and missiles more easily.
Knallt ihn ab, bitte. Knallt ihn bitte ab. Bitte, bitte, knallt ihn ab. Bitte, bitte. Der spielt mit Wallhack. Bitte knallt ihn ab.
You can do it? Okay. Well done, Bone. Success. Okay. There's no more hostiles nearby, so let's take a moment to talk about the Mobi-Glass.
Bisschen zu
The
bunt ist mir
Mobi-Glass
das,
is the
muss
Star
ich gerade
Citizen
sagen.
equivalent of your smartphone. It
Ich
has
muss das
various
nicht,
apps that
muss
hook
das
into the
nicht so
gameplay
bunt haben.
systems. Like all the UI we're showing you today, we wanted to redesign it with the player's usability in mind.
Vielleicht
To make
drückt
it
er
look
auch immer
good
eine Taste.
And also lay the groundwork for future expansion. Let's bring up the Mobi-Glass, please, Bone.
Ah ja, endlich sehen wir mal das Mobi-Glas. Vielen Dank. Das sieht tatsächlich besser aus. Ja, das sieht besser aus, definitiv. Das
Pretty
ist
cool,
geil. Ja,
We've redesigned the interface to give a smoother user experience.
ja, ja, vielen
We've
Dank,
overhauled
dass
the
wir das
visuals,
jetzt
as you
endlich
can
mal
see,
sehen
to make
dürfen.
it feel more three-dimensional and holographic.
Das ist fett,
This is
oder?
actually a sneak peek of the UEE military Mobi-Glass we've created for Squadron 42. This version has a focused selection of apps, and we're going to expand on that when we bring the Mobi-Glass to the Star Citizen persistent universe. We'll also have more of a smartphone feel in the PU with a wider range of apps.
Mhm, genau, ja. Jetzt bitte F2 drücken.
Okay, let's briefly talk about this home screen. It gives us an overview of our health, the environment, and even our ship.
Hier, da steht ja
We can also check our
Starmap,
mission
Galactipedia und dann Starmap.
Okay, so
Na, willst du mal auf
that's enough about the
Starmap drücken?
Mobi-Glass. We've got some more really cool UI just around the corner. And to tell you a bit more about that is the very talented Zane Bien.
Genau, um das zu sehen, müssen erst ein paar Menschen sterben. Ich finde, da fehlt eine Ammunition links für volle Blase und ja, eben.
Throughout human history, as we have ventured towards the allure of the unknown, we have used cartography as a key component to help shape our understanding and make sense of the world around us.
Sehen Bienen.
Without these systems in place to catalog our experiences and to
Der
chart our
macht Sport,
journey,
wollte ich auch gerade
we are
sagen.
forever lost
Ich wollte auch gerade sagen.
amidst our own environment.
Er sieht
And
so
we are
hübsch
just
aus,
running around
OMG.
aimless.
Ja, auch so
This
jung,
is
gell?
why it is super important
Der passt
that
gar nicht da
you,
rein.
as citizens of our ever-growing,
Ich wollte gerade sagen, der
evolving,
trainiert
persistent
bestimmt viel.
universe, are equipped with the tools necessary to make your ventures meaningful.
Der geht auch nur einmal die Woche ins Fitnessstudio, aber der trainiert dann 8 Stunden.
I want to show you something that I think is extremely cool.
Ja, bitte die
So,
Starmap.
Bone, our next objective is to go to the map kiosk and
Tischi,
download
reiß
the
dich
terminal.
zusammen, bitte. Na, wo ist jetzt die Starmap?
Let's go ahead and activate it.
Nein,
What you
ich-
see on screen, zoom out a bit, what you see on screen is a fully live 3D representation of the environment that we are in.
Oh, das ist sehr geil. Ja.
You can see callouts of the various default points of interest.
Ist aber sehr schwerer Kaffee dann,
You
gell?
can pan the map around, you can rotate it, and you can even cycle the floors that you're on to isolate the visuals.
Nein,
of
jetzt
the
seid
floor that
fair,
you're
das
on.
ist eine schöne Map. Herz für euch. Bitte, lobt auch mal hier,
So,
was wir
our
sehen.
current
Das ist eine geile
objective,
Map.
It's much
Bitte
more
Herz in den
interesting
Chat,
if
wenn ihr die
we can
Map geil
actually
findet.
take this on the go.
Es ist nicht die
So
Map,
let's
die wir
download it
wollen,
to our
aber es
databank.
ist eine schöne Map.
As you'll notice, we now have the representation of the environment in the upper left corner of our visor.
Ah, das ist aber geil. Also falls einem der gelbe Pfeil nicht reicht, der einem sagt, du musst da und dahin, hat man gleich noch das da. Das finde ich
Now,
aber
the thing
cool.
that's really interesting to note at this point
Das gefällt mir.
is not all environments will have such a convenient kiosk available. You may encounter run-down settlements, or you might come across a cave that no one else has ever set foot on before.
Das ist übrigens die
What will
Stoffanimation,
happen
seht ihr
in this
das?
instance
Hier,
is
da.
Your radar will
Sieht man
incrementally
meinen Pfeil,
update
da.
your map,
Stoffanimation,
and it will
die wir gesehen haben,
incrementally
earlier.
reveal,
Da ist sie.
your environment and
Es wird
save
alles
that to
bald
your
kommen,
database.
Freunde.
So you kind of reveal it incrementally. So
Starcloth in Action, genau, richtig.
this map,
Nova hat aufgepasst, perfekt.
what we see in the upper left
Herz für dich.
corner of our visor is
Sehr
not
guter Mann.
really just a map. What it really is actually data. It's our radar. And we
Ellen
can
Steiner,
see
Namen. Ich habe keine Ahnung, wo es geht,
contacts on our
aber
radar
Herz.
as we
Hallo,
scan.
hallo Ellen, schön, dass du da bist.
And it's
Uns geht's auch so.
basically,
Fühl dich willkommen.
what we have available stored in our databank. So
Tischi weiß noch nichts von den neuen
because we
Frisuren.
have
Nein,
the
er weiß noch
location
nicht, dass er die
data
Haare
saved
wehen
to our
lassen kann.
databank, we can obviously access that via our Mobilglass.
So,
let's go
Sportsfreund,
ahead and
jetzt
pull
zeig
it up
uns
in
doch
our
mal die Map.
Mobilglass,
Wie wär's denn
because
damit?
This is going to get really interesting.
Erstmal den Pulli gerade ziehen. Ja, wir haben eine geile Hairtag, Tischi. Ja, okay, das ist, du bist hier.
So, Bone, I would like you to cycle between the different floors for us, please. So you
Das
can
sieht
see
schon geil
this
aus.
Slurping transition between the different floors and marker callouts of our objective and also where we are. I would like to talk a little bit about the tech behind this. What you're seeing
Ich mag das.
is not a pre-baked asset. And I want to reiterate that because all of our environments can be very dynamic and they can change. They can take damage. Perhaps economic shifts might cause changes in the environment. And we can't
Brustbehaarung?
export
Nein, Tischi, tut mir leid.
wholly
Sei froh, dass
custom
deine Haare jetzt
assets.
im Wind wehen können. Sei nicht immer gleich so gierig.
So what we've done is
Übrigens, was wir hier
collaborated with our
gerade
graphics
sehen,
team
Freunde,
to
ist die gleiche
enable
Map
us
wie
to
beim
render
Ingenieurs-Gameplay.
the environment in this way.
Und das ist die
And what
gleiche
it
Map,
is,
die wir
is
gesehen haben,
we're
wenn
actually
wir
whitelisting
auf die
objects
Javelin
that
gehen,
we render
bei der
and
IAE.
excluding
Da
everything
gehen wir
that
doch
we
auf
don't
die
need to
Javelin,
render.
da wird doch die Javelin
So,
gezeigt, in
in
einem
our
Raum.
level markup,
Das ist genau das, was
we
wir hier sehen.
basically
Das
have
bedeutet
designers
In-Game-Tech.
and artists mark up only the bits that
Und das ist
are
auch die
necessary
gleiche
for the
Karte,
map.
die man als
This
Ingenieur
lets us
sieht,
have
wenn man
a
seine
very
ganzen
compelling
Knoten und so
visual,
weiter.
but
Wisst ihr,
without
was ich meine?
much of the
Wird
cost.
überall eingesetzt.
So I think what we can do at this point, what I want to
Tischi, wir
show
hinten über
you
das Rücken haben, Wind.
is something very interesting. So
Was
you might
passiert denn,
look
wenn man
around on
hier
this
drauf
map
drückt?
and
Da.
note down certain areas that might look interesting that we might want to revisit later.
Mm.
We can see some doors on this map, and these doors are entities that are called out on the map, and they may change state. So there can be some doors which have a locked state.
Ich finde es cool, ja. Die Türen werden angezeigt.
And
ja,
doors that are
grün und
open
rot.
will be green. And there are other entity callouts that can happen in our map.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and find a
Darf
location.
Rusus ist jetzt Follower. Vielen Dank, Darf Rusus, für deinen Follow. Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank.
Maybe that one. Maybe that door looks interesting.
Nein, die wollen uns quälen. Der Sportsfreund will uns quälen.
So,
wir können was markieren.
What we can do
Geil.
is set a marker, and we can customize the details of that marker. Now, what you'll notice as well is as we set markers, there's metadata that is encoded into each of these markers on top of the customized name that we can
Das ist geil.
specify.
Geht das auch auf
So,
Planeten und Monden? Frage
can
1.
mark
Und Frage
as many
2.
markers as
Geht
we
das
want
auch
in
mit
this
der
map.
Starmap?
And
Ist die
these are
Frage.
all saved to our data
Ist
bank.
jetzt die Frage, gell?
And we can eventually share these markers and even sell these markers on the market. So the
Ja.
thing about this, we can't really talk about markers without mentioning data running.
Ja, Data Running. Uli, das wird heute nichts mehr.
So you might specialize in exploration.
Was hat denn der für eine Hose an
perhaps a miner
eigentlich?
might specialize in the equipment and they make investments in their
Wie viele
equipment.
Marker kann ich
So you
speichern?
as an explorer might be in the business of going
Was ist denn,
around
wenn man hier drauf drückt?
exploring
Hier
and finding
eigentlich? Da?
locations that are very valuable to other professions. And the role of these markers are very important in coming up with the data and
Marker Data Bank
yeah,
steht
so
da auch.
it's very important. We can basically, when you name your markers, you can make
You
it
can
as
give any name. Du kannst jeden Namen geben, ja.
maybe
Okay,
obvious, or you can leave it a mystery. So
Ja,
you'll have when you sell it on the market, you
Then-
could get rated for how accurate the data is.
Das heißt, die Marker
So
sind
the other
für
thing
alle
is we
sich.
have a mission objective as well, and it would be very nice to be able to route to that mission objective. How do we get there? That is another purpose of the map, is basically navigating and letting us know the way towards that objective, towards a destination. So let's go ahead and plot a route to this objective. So we can see a line being drawn from where we are up the stairs to our destination and where we want to go. So you will no longer be lost amidst all of our super complex environments.
Da hätte ich mit dieser
And what's
Marke,
worth
mit
mentioning
dieser
at
Map,
this
hätte ich da nie
point,
alleine hingefunden.
and what's really cool
Meister Hosenschiss ist jetzt Follower. Vielen Dank,
under the
Meister
hood is
Hosenschiss, für dein
actually
Follow.
utilizing
Und herzlichen
piece of
Glückwunsch
tech,
zu deinem
AI
Nicknamen bei
pathfinding.
Twitch. Der ist ja wirklich
And
fantastisch.
so
Nochmal
what that
herzlich.
allows
Also
us
ohne diese
to do
Route
is
wäre ich, glaube ich,
leverage
nicht drauf
other
gekommen,
existing
dass ich da die Treppe
tech
hochgehe.
to
Kein blindes
basically,
Herumirren mehr, nice, ja.
It does all the heavy lifting. We just make it look pretty. So because of that, there are certain cases where
Und ich meine das gerade ernst,
the
das ist
path might
wirklich
be
ein schöner
blocked.
Name, gell?
It might have a
Wollte dich
locked
nicht
door,
verarschen.
or there might be a fire that is in our way. The AI pathfinding will account for that. It will go through doors, it will handle elevators, and it will handle fires, locked doors, and it will just handle everything. So that is an example
Die Map
of
ist gut, um heiß zu
sort of a
planen,
piece
ja.
of tech that we've leveraged
Oder
under the
den
hood
nächsten
to
Einkauf.
help us achieve this
Sowas
goal.
ist für mich recht überflüssig beim ersten Mal, um was zu finden. Okay, aber danach würde ich das nie wieder brauchen.
So,
Gehört er auch zu den Leuten, die beim
one
Navigationssystem
last
im
thing
Auto
to do
erstmal den Ton
at the
ausmachen
moment is
und die sich ärgern, dass man es
we
nicht
want to
immer
make sure,
ausmachen
we
kann?
want to ensure that there are no more hostiles in our way as we make our way to our objective. So what we can do is we can send out a ping. Bone, if you send out a ping, please.
Mhm.
So the scanning will also be represented in the map in the same fashion as it is when you're in FPS. So we know that there's no more hostiles. Let's go ahead and make our way to our objective. As you can see in the upper left corner, we now have the route line represented, our destination, and the distance it takes to get there.
Okay.
As we traverse this path, the path automatically updates, and if you deviate from that path, it will recalculate the route you need to get to your destination.
Mhm. Ja, das ist schon geil. Ich finde es geil. Wir sind nur alle fickrig wegen der Starmap Sterntee, weißt du, wie ich meine? Weil am Ende wird er sagen, and finally, I want to show you, aber vielleicht macht das der Chris selber. Ich kann mir vorstellen, dass der Chris das selber macht.
To the right.
Oh, da kommt eine Carrack. Ein schönes Schiff. Die USS Major
You'll
Tom.
also notice the pin that we've laid down, as well as our marker objective called out on the map. And as you'll notice, as we head up the stairs, the floor will dynamically change as you head up the stairs. If we can get past this first bit, if we don't trip up.
Mhm.
So as we make our way into the Carrack, it's not just environments or caves or cities. We can represent the ship on our interior map.
Ich glaube, die Carrack, die repräsentiert einfach Star Citizen.
As you transition between the two. So let's go ahead and pull up our Mobiglass again and get a wider view of our ship.
Warte mal, jetzt fliegt er doch, oder? Er fliegt doch jetzt gleich. Was braucht man denn, um zu fliegen, Freunde? Was braucht man denn? Oh, die Carrack, schaut mal hier.
So we are now on the technical deck.
Aber wenn er gleich fliegen will, was braucht er denn dann?
But we can also see the other floors. If you traverse the floors, though,
Uli, beruhig dich.
just to demonstrate it.
Gehe ich euch auf die Nerven?
Here's our cartography deck. Down one.
Treibstoff.
And our habitation deck. So
Pilotenschein.
you will have noticed from a previous presentation
Just kidding.
that this was very similar looking, right?
Kann auch sein, dass ich
utilizing our tech.
übertreibe.
So
Bin ja eigentlich eher so der ruhige Typ.
Not only will this benefit you as a player, but it also
So,
benefits us as
Dr.
developers.
Hodenkobold
Because we
ist jetzt voller
generalize
Mensch.
this system
Zuerst
so
Meister
that other
Hosenschiss und
developers
jetzt
can
Dr.
leverage our
Hodenkobold.
map
Je
to
später
create
der
compelling
Abend,
gameplay.
Freunde, desto schöner die Gäste. Perfekt. Schön, dass du da bist
So,
und vielen Dank für deinen Follow. Das freut mich
Other
sehr.
teams can leverage our tech, and we leverage the tech from other teams, and it's a circle of life. And I think that's just too cool for school.
Ja, das ist toll, weil auf der Carrack finde ich mich auch nicht zurecht.
So, we've been talking about environments, cities, representing ships on our map, maybe planet terrain.
Ja, Planet, ja. Mhm.
These are quite, I mean, our universe is quite big, right?
Oh, jetzt geht's los.
That's only a small fraction
Der Sportsfreund will
of
uns
what our
hinhalten.
universe is.
Der läuft doch so ein bisschen nach vorne gebeugt,
What
gell?
if, what happens? Have we tried this? What happens if we just take your mouse wheel and just zoom out a little bit?
Oh Gott, jetzt geht's los. Tu es bitte,
Keep
bitte.
going.
Bitte zoom raus, bitte zeig's uns.
Keep zooming out all the way out.
Ja, weiter,
all the way
bitte.
out.
Weiter, bitte.
Let's go.
Und jetzt kommt die alte Map, die wir alle kennen. Oh, nein.
So, it's not just the interior map. It's not just the radar. It is the map. It is one single unified system just across different scales.
Mhm.
And I want, at this point, we are above Crusader, and at this point, I want to invite Emily Hansen onto the stage to talk
Nein.
about the map as seen at this scale.
Jetzt kommt ein
Thank you
anderer.
very much, everybody.
Jetzt kommt ein anderer, eine Typin kommt jetzt.
Hello, CitizenCon.
Hallo.
Are you ready for this?
Ja, zeig uns die Starmap, bitte. Das ist unfassbar. Wollt ihr mich verarschen?
Sorry?
Ja, lach
Wanna
noch
click
ein
on the
bisschen
marker?
länger. Lass dir Zeit. Alles gut.
As you all suspected, this is the Starmap.
Yes! Jawohl, da ist sie. Das ist so geil. Ja, weiter
I'm
rauszoomen,
so excited
ja.
to be here today to reveal this to you all.
Flieg mal bitte
I hope
irgendwo
you're
hin.
excited too.
Zeig doch mal bitte,
Now,
ob die
I think we all know the current Starmap needed a bit of work,
ist shit.
and we've done that. Now, mapping the universe is no easy task, but we've taken some big steps forward with this upgrade to
Ja.
make it so much easier for you to navigate the stars.
Eine Doktorin für die Map finde ich gut.
Before we dive into the
Angemessen.
details, let's just take a
Angemessen.
second to admire Crusader's new look. Bone, why don't you take a look around?
Ja, geil, ja.
Much like the interior map, the star map is holographic.
Mhm.
And this lets us add some cool interference effects and details to our planet textures.
Scroll doch mal ein bisschen raus, bitte.
You can also see our improved player marker and that we're currently at Orison.
Mhm.
The player and location markers have merged at this scale because they're so close together. The player marker takes priority, which is why the marker displays the player icon and color. By smartly merging with bigger points of interest at larger scales, the
Die hat
player
wahrscheinlich
marker
extra
always
studiert, um
remains
die Map zu
visible to
machen.
you.
Und die haben so lange gewartet,
You'll
bis sie
always
mit dem
know where you
Studium
are
fertig
relative to
ist.
points of interest near and
Und
far.
promoviert hat.
So, is everyone ready to see more?
Und die Doktorarbeit ging über die Starmap.
Bone,
jetzt-
let's take the step back button. That's the one on the right over here.
Ja.
So we can see, take a look at Crusader and all of its moons.
Schön. Also, wir haben eine neue Starmap, Freunde. Die Katze ist aus dem
Yeah,
Sack.
so here we
Geil.
are, Crusader, its moons,
freu mich.
orbits. You can also see that labels have received a
Ich freu
major
mich.
visual update. They're now fully 3D, and this gives them a really cool perspective. Most labels are aligned to the galactic plane,
Stanton
and they rotate with
University.
the map. Bone, give the map a spin.
Können wir die Player-Marker ausblenden, eventuell? Damit wir nicht
Bone?
in den Mond crashen?
Can you tilt past the horizon, please? Cool. When we do this, the labels flip so you can always read them clearly.
Oh ja, das ist aber geil. Toll. Sehr geil. Mhm.
Labels for city
Early
markers and outposts
2030.
work a little bit differently. Bone, let's double click on Selin now to focus on it.
Oh, das sieht gut aus.
Surface labels face the camera and appear when they're in the central part of the
Otto
planet,
Octopus
producing
ist jetzt
on-screen
Follower.
clusters.
Hallo, lieber
Bone,
Otto
let's show this in
Octopus.
action.
Mensch. Ich sag ja, je später der Abend. Oh, hier. Was hat die jetzt gedrückt?
Markers on the far side of the planet fade out, so they don't take focus from the locations you currently care more about on the near side of the planet.
Also
Bone, can you double click on one of the points of interest?
dann ist jetzt die Schrift nicht überlagert. Und jetzt zeigt sie hoffentlich auch, dass man einen Marker selber setzen kann.
As we selected this marker, its label will stay visible at all angles.
Das ist cool.
So far, we've showed you that you can use buttons and double-clicking to jump to objects you're interested in. But wouldn't it be nice if you could also freely zoom out and into locations?
Ja.
Shall we try it, Bone? Just
Ja.
zoom out until we can see Crusader.
Komm, Bohnen, zeig uns das doch mal, Mensch. Da steht Z-Marker, eben. Ja, aber sie zeigt es uns zwar nicht, die zeigt es uns erst in 15 Minuten. Wir sehen das jetzt alle schon seit
You have
15
freedom to
Minuten.
move around, but this flexibility requires us to be really careful about how and when markers appear. Markers need to disappear when they get too small, but also stay visible when they're still relevant to your view. This isn't simple because objects in a solar system are vastly different sizes. Think about the size of a star versus a planet versus you, the player. You're kind of small compared to a star, right? Our solution is a technique we call cosmetic scaling. This allows us to draw a marker at its real size when we are close to it and artificially increase its size as we zoom out.
Ich werde so viele Streams machen, wo ich nur an das Starmap rumscrolle, Freunde. Mindestens 3 Streams.
You can see this in action here.
Nur
There's
Starmap.
no way Crusader and its moons are this size at this scale in reality.
Alles
They've been
ausprobieren.
scaled up massively so you can see them. Bone, let's zoom out a bit more so we can see the moons disappear.
Ja, jetzt geht's. Guck mal hier, das ist geil, wie sich das anpasst.
You can also start to see Crusader's orbit line around the sun here. But before we move on to that, let's zoom back in so we can see everything come back as we get closer.
Ja, zoom noch mal zurück. Ist geil. Ist eine gute Map. CRG, danke nach
As
oben.
well as zoom, you can also pan around the map unrestricted. Bone, feel free to have a quick look around. As we draw closer to a marker, the cursor automatically magnetizes to it. This ensures you never lose track of what you're trying to view when you zoom in. No more zooming in on empty space! Bone, let's use this technique to take a closer look at Yela. The magnetic cursor does not require us to click on markers. Keep zooming in.
Ja, zoom
Bone,
mal
can you keep
weiter.
zooming in?
Bone, weiter zoom bitte. Nicht
Okay.
einschlafen mittendrin.
You can see that the surface markers appear without us needing to select Yela itself. Imagine how much easier finding that outpost will be now. Crusader, as you all know, isn't all there is though. We've got a pretty big universe out here. Do you want to see some more? Let's have a look at a location further afield. Can we just pan to Calliope maybe? Bone, let's give that a try.
Was macht denn ihr jetzt?
Yeah, I think we're getting lost. Pretty sure we can all disagree this might not be the best strategy. So, what can we do?
Rauszoomen?
Let's try clicking on the middle button over here.
Ja,
This returns us to our previously selected marker. As I mentioned, we did not select Yela, so we've gone back to Selin. So, now we know where we are.
Jetzt kommt noch ein Professor und
but we're still not
zeigt
at
den
Calliope.
Rest. Oh Mann.
So, we need to find a different way. Bone, could you use the step back button until we can see the
Sheldon
whole solar
Cooper.
system, please?
Oh ja, da sind wir doch. Ja, da sind wir doch. Geil. Sehr schön. Stell dich mal vor, die sind verheiratet und sie sagt zu ihm immer
is one of
Bone.
Microtech's moons. So if we double click on that bone, we should be able to see it.
Ja, das ist toll.
And there it is.
Ja, das ist toll.
Bone, let's pan to it and then zoom in so we can see that magnetic cursor in action again.
Das sieht so aus, als wenn die Monde sich jetzt tatsächlich auch um Umlaufbahnen bewegen. Denn Clio und Utopie sind relativ dicht beieinander. Das habe ich so noch nie gesehen.
It's so
Das
cool to see
ich
more of
glaube,
our
die
moons and
bewegen
planets
sich
and how
jetzt auch
different
auf
they all
ihren
look.
Umlaufbahnen. Das haben sie vorher auch nicht gemacht,
Okay,
behaupte ich.
so this is great. But what if I hadn't already known where Calliope was? Surely there's a faster way. We've got you. We've provided a drop-down that lists the points of interest in the solar system. Bone, want to expand it now?
Marker Databank. Oh, wie geil, Select. Oh, guck mal, das ist ein Menü. Drück drauf, bitte drück drauf, komm. Ja, drück drauf. Auf geht's, du schaffst es.
We're actively working on ways to improve the way this list is presented to you, to make it even easier to find what you're looking for. And yes, this will include search functionality.
Und auch noch, ob da...
But for now, Bone, let's use this to go to Ariel.
Oh, toll, animiert, toll.
I absolutely love zooming around on this map.
Ja.
Phone, want to find Area 18 for me?
Ja, drück doch einfach einen drüber. Das ist ja jetzt extrem schwer gewesen. Aber wie sich das bewegt.
So, Area 18 is currently on the dark side of the planet, it seems. Of course, it's not just planets and moons. Bone, how about we take a look at Security Post Korea? It's quite a long way down, isn't it? This is where the upcoming search will really come in useful.
Ja. Also die genießen das zu zeigen. Das
Bone,
gönne ich
want to
denen
zoom in a
auch.
little and show off our holographic model of this station?
Das gönne ich denen auch volle Möhre. Schaut mal, jetzt kann man da auch noch reinzoomen in das Ding. Die können das auch noch 2 Stunden länger zeigen, ist mir scheißegal.
Bone, can you also drop down again, please?
Ich will jetzt nicht wie eine Unke klingen, aber dass wir uns darüber freuen, wie kleine
As
Kinder das
you
auch
may have
projektbezeichnend.
noticed, the recent list in the drop-down populates as you click on locations in the list.
Schweig, du
It will
Hater.
remember your 3 most recent
Ein Spaß.
selections, so you can use this to quickly return to places in case you want to check something out again. Bone, let's use this to go back to Ariel.
Muss man aus der Frage rausgehen, um die Starmap bedienen zu können? Ja, geil. Das können nur Leute bedienen, die nicht in einer Party sind.
Okay,
Nein,
so we've
scheiße.
done a lot of exploring. I think
Gott.
it's time that we head back. We could do this by selecting Orison from the list, but we also have
Smoke and
our
Joke,
own
das ist
marker
aber
that we can
nur
take
ein
advantage
Singleplayer-Game,
of
ist nur solitär.
The eagle-eyed amongst you may have
Starfield
noticed
ist
that the
solitär.
player marker clamps to the edge of the
Mit
map,
Ladebildschirm.
keeping it visible to you no matter how far away you go.
Das kannst
To
du gar
get
nicht
back to our
vergleichen, die beiden
position, we
Games.
could double-click that marker, or we could click the first of the navigation buttons to zoom straight there. Now, I'm sure many of you have been wondering if we can go back to our carrot map from the star map, just like how we got here from the carrot map just a few minutes ago. So, let's see what happens when we focus on our player marker. Go ahead, Bone.
Ja, drück auf das, genau. Da, zoom, zack, und da ist er. Auf dem Technical Deck, ja, da ist, Also ich glaube nicht, dass die Map von Starfield das kann, lieber Smoke and Joke.
Alright.
Aber du
So
kannst
yeah,
mich gerne
here's my
eines
carrot
Besseren
again.
belehren.
Being able to simply zoom between these map contexts lets you draw meaningful connections between what's on the ground and what's in the skies like never before. Bone, just for fun, let's zoom all the way back out so we can see the entire Stanton solar system.
Smoke and Joke ist so ein Typ wie C3PO, der die ganze Zeit
It's
sagt, wir
just
werden
so
alle
cool to watch
sterben.
the verse open up before our eyes.
Sinus hat gerade überlegt. Vielen Dank, Sinus, für deine Abo. Vielen Dank.
With all these new possibilities for moving around the star map, you should never find yourself lost again. The controls are so much smoother and easier to use than the star map you're all used to, as I hope Bone agrees. Knowing that what we've shown here today is just the beginning for the upgraded star map.
Ja.
You saw pinning in the local map, and we'll add this to the star map before you get it. Just imagine being able to mark something interesting you find out there in the verse and then sharing that location with friends, just
Ja.
like Zane said.
Ja.
Exploration
Marker
is about to get
setzen,
a lot
zeigen.
more interesting.
Ja.
And we're doing everything we can to ensure the star map is your brightest window to the stars yet.
Hört sich ein bisschen wie auf der Apple Keynote an. Also jetzt mal ohne Scheiß, die Apple Keynote oder die Starmap ist wichtiger als alles, was Apple jemals auf den Markt bringen
And
könnte.
now,
Es ist eine viel
let's
größere
welcome our intrepid
technische
demo driver
Leistung, die
Bone back to the
Starmap,
stage.
als die Brille von denen oder ein neues iPhone. Das ist ein Witz gegen die Starmap ist
Thanks a lot.
die Krone der menschlichen Entwicklung, ist diese Starmap, ohne Scheiß. Ich leg mich da fest.
So we're really, really excited about getting all these features into your hands.
Der sieht ein bisschen aus wie
and
Tim
of the
Cook.
players of Star Citizen and Squadron 42. We know they're going to make a huge difference to the way you make your way around the universe.
Ja.
So let's just quickly review what we've seen.
Ja, zeig uns bitte alles nochmal.
We've rebuilt the visor display to give you a better understanding of the environment around you. With the new minimap, with the integrated radar and ping, and it will help you find your way around.
Die Starmap wird der Grund sein, warum Außerirdische, die bei uns vorbeifliegen, Halt machen, umdrehen und sagen, wir landen da. Wir landen da und wollen die Menschen kennenlernen. Die Starmap. Das ist geil. Das ist geil hier.
So we've got a video now. And then there's our interior map technology, which will truly help you understand your surroundings. Better awareness of your surroundings and threats. Exploring new mapping new areas.
Will jetzt noch jemand die Frage stellen, warum das so lange gedauert hat? Kann das jemand nochmal fragen? Und gleichzeitig mir dann aber sagen, dass er jetzt die letzte Stunde nicht aufgepasst hat?
Oh, the Idris. Oh, it's great.
Warum hat es so lange gedauert, Uli? Ja, es war auch alles voll leicht. Also, ich sage euch, warum es so lange gedauert hat. Weil man das, was man jetzt hier gerade sieht, dafür musste man erst einen eigenen Studiengang an der Caltech entwerfen, wo Bones und die Frau da hingegangen sind. Die mussten erst das Studium abschließen, promovieren und dann mussten sie den Müll, nachdem sie das Wissen hatten, erst entwickeln. Deswegen hat das so lange gedauert.
And of course,
habt doch aufgepasst, das haben die doch jetzt lang und breit erklärt.
With its new interface and, let's face it, a much needed refresh to the user experience. No more getting lost.
Aber kommt das nicht alles erst mit Squadron 42? Nein, das kommt soon. Das kommt bald.
With all these upcoming features, where will you explore today?
Nein, das kommt ganz sicher
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Dieses Jahr noch rein, Freunde. Denn wir haben ja Pyro. Wir haben ja Pyro dieses Jahr noch. Haben wir gehört, 31.10. kommt ja Pyro schon zum Spielen. Und ich lege mich jetzt fest, wir werden dieses Jahr noch Pyro auf den PTU kriegen. Und ohne diese Map können wir nicht dahin fliegen. Das sieht ziemlich fertig aus.
Bone, add Cheerios to the grocery list.
Oh, jetzt kommt der liebe Zappel-Philipp wieder.
Bone, rescue the hostages. Dave Haddock, if we don't have that in the narrative, I'm going to find you.
Sag einen Satz mal ganz normal.
That's it for day one of CitizenCon. What'd you think? That is a heck of a day one. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Yes. Morgen sind wir wieder dabei.
We saw Star Engine and all the amazing improvements that are coming to Star Citizen and Squadron 42. We saw the next step in the evolution of resource management and the birth of multi-crew gameplay. We saw the ship guys. And of course, come on, the star map, the interior map, everything.
Ja.
I often joke that we're just like you in many of the same ways. We want the same things. We need the same things. We have all collectively, all 1,300 of us working for Cloud Imperium Games, been like, when Star Map? When? To see it.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah.
So yeah, this wraps up day one. I'm going to tell you that Hall B is going to be open for about another 2 hours. So if you haven't had a chance to check out the Pyro Playground and all that stuff, go ahead and do that. Tomorrow, be sure you come back. We got character advancement. That's Ian Leyland, Sean Tracy, Forrest Steffen, and Andre Perez. I really want to tell you what you're going to see, but you're not going to want to miss it. If you thought the opening to day one was hot, check out the opening to day two. We got life in the first person. We got our FPS crew.
Mal gucken, was der Chat bei denen schreibt.
FPS combat experience. We got taking flight with Yogi. Who doesn't love Yogi? It's another live demo where they're going to show you the space flight and atmospheric flight experience that's been developed with master modes and through Squadron 42. We got Living on the Edge and Destination Adventure.
Ja, ich glaube, die Leute sind zahm.
At all the new locations that are coming, the Pyro system, the Stanton system, and
die sind zahm gerade, die meckern nicht. Das war sehr beeindruckend. Ich bin auch begeistert. Und die Typen, die ihr seht, die hocken da schon 8 Stunden. Wir streamen jetzt schon 7 Stunden, 18 Minuten. Die sind da schon 1,5 Stunden länger auf dem Gelände. Also, das sieht jeder so aus.
I've been here 9 years. I got to make it to 10. So yeah, everybody, from the bottom of my heart and standing here in front of the 1,300 people who make this game possible, thank you for joining us for CitizenCon. Come back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific. We'll see you then. Day one was great. You ain't seen nothing yet. Take care, everybody.
Die bleiben sitzen bis morgen, ja. Sehr geil. Sehr geil, Freunde. Sehr geil. See you tomorrow. Bin gespannt, was morgen kommt. Squadron 42 kommt morgen. Geile Mucke. Sehr fett, Freunde. Die nächste Zeit bei Stars sieht vielversprechend aus. Schon Ende, bin gerade warm. Freunde, wir waren jetzt fast 8 Stunden live, 7,5 Stunden fast. Das hat sich für mich angefühlt, als wäre das ein Witz. 2 Stunden. So wie wir das machen, ist es bestimmt in 1 bis 2 Jahren fertig. Die hauen rein, Freunde, die hauen wirklich rein. Wir haben heute so viel geiles Zeug gesehen. Ich habe ja einen Teil davon in der Pause schon laufen lassen. Und wir haben die Starmap gekriegt. Neue Schiffe. Ich habe ja gesagt, wir werden ein Schiff noch neu verlosen können. Und zwar die Cutter. Die Drake Cutter Scout, die können wir noch raushauen. Das machen wir aber nicht morgen. Wir machen jetzt über die CitizenCon erstmal die wundervolle A1 Spirit. So wie es läuft, kommt nächstes Jahr auch Terra und Nyx. Man weiß es nicht. Ich möchte den Fitness-Typen wiedersehen. Kommt da morgen noch ein Schiff? Nein, wir machen morgen weiter mit der Verlosung von der A1 und morgen werden wir die dann unters Volk bringen, Freunde. Morgen Abend nach dem Stream oder gegen Ende des Streams wird dann die A1 ihren Gewinner finden. Streamst du morgen auch? Ja. Morgen geht's weiter, 18:30 Uhr, genauso wie heute. Und dann auch wieder 7 bis 8 Stunden, genauso wie heute, Freunde. So, ich würde sagen, wir machen Feierabend für heute. Das war echt ein sehr geiler Stream. Tolle CitizenCon. Ich verwechsel es immer. Morgen geht's weiter, 18:30 Uhr, genauso wie heute auch. Und dann schauen wir mal. Ja, wir haben ja heute ein bisschen warten müssen, bis es losging, aber ich würde sagen 18:30 Uhr, wir fangen genauso an wie morgen. Und vielleicht ist ja morgen der Tischi auch ein bisschen früher da und der Dissi. Und vielleicht können wir mit denen vor dem Stream noch ein bisschen quatschen, was denen am ersten Tag besonders gut gefallen hat. Vielen Dank fürs Zusehen, Freunde. Da kommen noch die Starlight Nomads vorbei und raiden uns mit 8 Leuten. Wir gehen jetzt aber auch pennen. Vielen Dank, sehr geiler erster Tag. Con 42, ich sage immer Con 42, CitizenCon, sehr geil. Wir sehen uns morgen wieder, 18:30 Uhr. Nee, Sonntag Familie, bei mir normalerweise auch, aber Tischi, es ist CitizenCon. So, jetzt ist der Ton hier weg. Haben die den Ton? Ja, die sind fertig. Die sind tatsächlich fertig. Alles klar. Also, wenn die fertig sind, dann sind wir es auch. Schaut. Hier ist Feierabend. Wir gehen jetzt auch schön ins Bettchen. Beziehungsweise wir können ja gucken, ob wir noch jemanden zum Raiden finden tatsächlich. Vielleicht finden wir noch jemanden zum Raiden. Warte mal, ich gucke mal kurz. So. Ich weiß auch gar nicht, wie viele Leute. Hier. Ich würde sagen, warte mal, mal gucken. Wen haben wir denn da? Wir reden jetzt SLTC live. Nee, das wäre natürlich sinnlos. Ich glaube, mal schauen. Moment. Da sind viele natürlich live, ist klar. Wer ist denn er hier? Ich glaube, ihn kenne ich noch gar nicht.
Ja, der kann das auch einfach.
Ja, der hat auch mittlerweile Erfahrung.
Aber der wurde selber geratet gerade. Also ich glaube, wir reden heute mal...
Ich sag mal so, ich muss jetzt wirklich sagen, also die 6 Stunden Star Citizen.
Ja, ich glaube, wir reden heute mal Ingenious TV, Freunde. Den habe ich nämlich noch nie geratet, weil der nämlich zu anderen Zeiten streamt. Tut mir den Gefallen, bleibt noch da. Sagt dem noch Hallo. Vielleicht ist er noch ein bisschen da, aber vielleicht geht er auch pennen. Aber der freut sich bestimmt. Und wir sehen uns morgen wieder 18:30 Uhr. Vielen Dank fürs Zusehen. Herz für euch. Bis dann. Ich mache das Bild wieder groß. Und gute Nacht. Bis dann. Tschüss.
Ja, was für Schlafen, Pandi. Wir machen jetzt hier bis 10 Uhr. Hallo? 11 Uhr? Ja, was ist da los? Dann bleiben ausschließlich Folgen für Scanner durch Wände. Hätte das nicht genau mitbekommen. Uli! Ulinator, Dankeschön für dein Raid mit 98 Leuten. Einen wunderschönen guten Abend. Also ich bin begeistert, ey. Ich bin so geflasht, so gehypt. Mach mal bitte einen Shoutout für den Ulinator, meine Lieben. Aber ich denke mal, ihr kennt ihn alle. Dabei. Dankeschön, mein Schatz. Einen wunderschönen guten Abend. Ischi, wie geht's dir? Uli, vielen, vielen Dank. Dankeschön, Dankeschön, Dankeschön.
Hi, Uli.
Geile Con. Boah, war richtig. Richtig.
Gänsehaut, Gänsehaut.
Ich will jetzt mit einer Gladius über den See peitschen und die Wellen da betreiben. Ich möchte ein Wellenbad für euch aufmachen mit meiner Gladius. Das will ich machen. Lisi, einen wunderschönen guten Abend. Schön, dass du reinschaust. Wie geht's dir?
Abend, Dizzy.
Hammer. Nova, einen wunderschönen guten Abend. Seid ihr auch so geflasht davon? Jo, Starmap, ja. Ja, das war zu viel. Ich will stundenlang die neue Map bedienen. Ja, ich helfe dir dabei.
Wir sind bei dir, Uli.
Ich verkaufe dir schöne Marker. Was meint der Schlüssel mit Para? Das war nicht Para, der meinte ja mit Pyro. Das war schlecht übersetzt von AI. Meinte Pyro und Stanton. Top Gun im Burst. Ey, das war so klasse, wirklich. Also ich bin geflasht. Auch was sie da alles rausgehauen haben. Jetzt mit den Schiffen und sowas. Also ich muss jetzt wirklich sagen, erstmal einen wunderschönen guten Abend an alle Zuschauer und an die Community von Ulinator. Schön, dass ihr da seid. Nimmt's mir nicht übel, ich bin schon seit 11 Uhr da. Schon ein bisschen länger als seit heute Mittag 11 Uhr. Gute Nacht, Uli. Vielen, vielen Dank. Dankeschön.
Nacht, Uli.
Und wie gesagt, Leute, ihr kennt Uli ja. Schaut auf jeden Fall mal bei ihm vorbei und lasst ein Follow da. Und ja, Hammer.
So, gute Nacht, Freunde. Vielen Dank fürs Zusehen und bis morgen. Tschüss.
Ja.